Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel, or if you're new here, I'm so glad you found us. Tonight, we re-diving deep into some of the most chilling, true, scary stories from real people all over the world. These aren't made-up tales. They're actual experiences that happen to ordinary folks, just like you and me, encounters that left them shaken, questioning everything, and sometimes changed forever. The kind of stories that make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up and have you glancing over your shoulder long after the video ends. If you love real horror, terrifying true encounters, and those late-night chills that keep you glued to your screen, you're in the right place. Stick around until the end. These get darker and more intense as we go. And hey, I'd love to know where you're watching from tonight. Drop a comment below and tell me what country you're tuning in from. I read every single one, and it's amazing seeing how far this community reaches. If these stories hit you the way they hit me, make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Alright, let's turn down the lights, get comfortable, and begin with the first true scary story. The unsettling true story of the hidden intruder who secretly lived beneath my house for months. Terrifying real horror experience from Canada. My name is Emily, and this happened to me in the fall of 2022 when I was 28. And living alone in a century-old farmhouse on the outskirts of a small town in rural British Columbia, Canada. I'd bought the place 6 months earlier after inheriting some money from my grandmother's estate. It was my dream home, or at least that's what I told myself when I signed the papers. The house sat on 5 acres of land, surrounded by dense pine forests that stretched for miles in every direction. The nearest neighbor was over a kilometer away down a gravel road that turned to mud in the rain. It was isolated, peaceful, and cheap for the size 3 bedrooms upstairs, a large kitchen and living room on the main floor, and a full basement that the realtor described as unfinished but full of potential. The house had character, original hardwood floors that creaked underfoot, tall windows with wavy old glass, a massive stone fireplace, and exposed beams in the ceiling. But it also had its quirks. The basement was accessed through a heavy wooden door at the back of the kitchen, leading down narrow stairs into a damp, dimly lit space with concrete floors. Exposed joists overhead and a small crawlspace hatch in one corner that the inspector said led to plumbing access under the main floor. I rarely went down there. It smelled musty, like wet earth and old wood, and the single bulb on a pull chain barely lit the room. I stored some boxes of holiday decorations and old furniture down there and pretty much forgot about it. At first, everything was perfect. I worked remotely as a graphic designer, so my days were spent at my desk in the upstairs office with views of the forest. I'd take long walks in the woods, cook elaborate meals in the big kitchen, and fall asleep to the sound of wind rustling the trees. But around October, when the days grew shorter and the nights colder, I started noticing little things that didn't sit right. It began with food going missing. I'd buy a loaf of bread, eat a couple slices for breakfast, and come back from work to find half of it gone. At first, I blamed myself. Maybe I was stress eating and forgetting, or perhaps mice had gotten into the pantry. But then it was cheese from the fridge, a whole package of deli meat, even apples from the counter bowl. I started keeping a mental inventory, and it kept happening. I'd hear faint noises, 2 soft thuds from below the floorboards late at night, like something heavy shifting position. I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, convincing myself it was the house settling or branches scraping the roof in the wind. One night in early November, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the distinct sound of footsteps downstairs. Slow, deliberate steps crossing the kitchen floor, pausing, then moving again. My heart slammed against my ribs. I lived alone, no pets, no visitors overnight. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and lay frozen, listening. The steps stopped near the basement door. Then I heard it creak open, the loud, familiar groan of those old hinges. Footsteps descending the stairs. 1, 2, 3, all the way down. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At dawn, I crept downstairs with a baseball bat from the closet, checking every room, every closet. Doors were locked, windows secure. In the basement, nothing looked disturbed. But on the floor, near the crawlspace hatch, I noticed faint muddy footprints, bare feet, long and narrow, leading from the hatch to the stairs and back. They were fresh, the mud still damp. I took photos with my phone, hands shaking, and called the local RCMP detachment. The officer who came out was polite but skeptical. Probably a raccoon or something got in through a vent, he said after searching. Old houses like this have gaps. Set some traps. He checked the crawlspace briefly with a flashlight. It's a tight squeeze, maybe 3 feet high under the floor joists, and said it was empty except for insulation and pipes. No sign of entry from outside. I tried to move on. I bought traps, sealed what I thought were gaps. Even got a dog-a-rescue German shepherd named Max for company and protection. He was a big, alert boy, and having him made me feel safer. But the incidents continued. Food still vanished. I'd find cabinet doors left ajar that I'd swear I closed. One morning, my coffee mug was on the counter, washed and dried when I left it dirty in the sink. Max started acting strange too, growling at the basement door at night, hackles raised, refusing to go down the stairs even for treats. By December, the paranoia was eating me alive. I barely slept, jumping at every creak. I confided in my best friend Sarah over video call, and she urged me to install cameras. I ordered a full security system, motion-activated cameras inside and out, including one pointed at the basement door and another in the basement itself. When they arrived, I spent a weekend setting them up. The app on my phone would alert me to any movement. The first alert came 2 nights later. At 2:17 a.m., my phone buzzed. The basement camera. Motion detected. I opened the live feed with trembling fingers. The grainy night vision footage showed the crawlspace hatch slowly lifting from the inside. A pale hand emerged, thin and dirty, pushing it open. Then a head matted dark hair, a gaunt face with wide eyes staring directly at the camera. A man, maybe in his 40s, wearing ragged clothes. He crawled out on all fours, silent as a shadow, and stood up, stretching like he'd just woken from a nap. He glanced around, then walked to the storage shelves where I kept canned goods. He took a can of soup, opened it with a manual opener I'd left down there, and ate it straight from the can with his fingers, all while standing in the middle of the room. I watched in frozen horror as he finished, rinsed the can in the utility sink. There was a small one for laundry, and placed it neatly in the recycling bin I'd put down there. Then he opened a box of my old clothes I'd stored, pulled out a sweater, sniffed it, and put it on. He moved with calm familiarity, like this was his routine. Finally, he crawled back into the hatch, pulling it closed behind him. I called the police immediately, screaming into the phone. They arrived within 20 minutes, 2 officers with guns drawn. Max was barking furiously at the basement door. They went down, forced the hatch open, and shone flashlights into the crawlspace. What they found made my blood run cold. The space under the floor had been turned into a makeshift living area. There was a sleeping bag laid out on foam padding, empty food wrappers and cans piled neatly in a corner, a battery-powered lantern, a stack of my missing books and magazines for reading material. Worse, dozens of Polaroid photos pinned to the insulation with thumbtacks, photos of me, sleeping in my bed, taken from below through gaps in the floorboards. Showering in the upstairs bathroom, he must have accessed vents or something. Cooking in the kitchen, working at my desk. Some were from months back before I even noticed anything wrong. There was a notebook too, filled with handwritten entries. Pages and pages detailing my daily routine. What time I woke up, what I ate, when I walked Max, when I went to bed. Entries like, she smiled today while on the phone, beautiful, or heard her crying last night. Wish I could comfort her. It was obsessive, deranged. The last entry, dated the day before. The dog senses me. Need to be more careful. She installed cameras. But I know how to avoid them now. The police searched the entire crawlspace and surrounding property. They found a small exterior vent at the back of the house, hidden by overgrown bush that had been pried open from the outside his entry point. Footprints led into the woods, but a heavy snowfall that night covered any trail. They never caught him. Forensic teams came, took evidence, but no matches in databases. He was a ghost. I moved out the next week, selling the house at a loss and relocating to Vancouver, where apartments have doormen and neighbors on every side. Max came with me, and he's my constant shadow now. But even in the city, with lights and noise everywhere, I can't shake it. I still check under beds, in closets, behind shower curtains. I have cameras in my new place too, and I review the footage every night. Sometimes in the quiet moments, I wonder if he followed me. If he's out there, watching from somewhere new. Because in that notebook, there was one final line scrawled on the last page in fresh ink. I'll find you again. Home isn't the same without you. If you've ever felt like you're not alone in your own house, trust that feeling. Check the hidden spaces. Because sometimes, the worst monsters aren't under the bed. They're living right beneath your feet, sharing your life without you ever knowing. The hidden intruder followed me to the city and started all over again. Part 2 of my terrifying true horror story. Real-life stalker nightmare from Canada. It's been almost 3 years now since I fled that isolated farmhouse in rural British Columbia, leaving behind the crawlspace nightmare that still haunts my dreams. My name is still Emily, though I've thought about changing it more than once, and I'm 31 now, living in a high-rise apartment in downtown Vancouver. The city was supposed to be my salvation. 24-hour lights, constant noise from traffic and people. Security cameras in the lobby. A doorman named Carlos who knows every resident by name. The building is modern, built in the last decade. No creepy basements, no attics, no crawl spaces. Just concrete floors, sealed walls, and neighbors on every side. I picked the 15th floor specifically, thinking height would make me feel safer, untouchable. Max, my German Shepherd, came with me, of course. He's grayer around the muzzle now, but still fiercely protective. We settled into a routine that felt almost normal. I'd work from my home office with its floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the harbor, take Max for walks in Stanley Park, grab coffee from the shop downstairs. I even started dating again a guy named Ryan from a dating app. Nothing serious, but it was nice to feel human connection after so long isolated by fear. Therapy helped too. I saw a counselor weekly, unpacking the trauma, learning to trust my instincts again without letting paranoia rule my life. But deep down, I never fully believed he was gone. That notebook entry, "I'll find you again. Home isn't the same without you." It echoed in my mind like a curse. I'd scan crowds on the street, check my rearview mirror obsessively when driving, review my apartment cameras every night before bed. For the first year, nothing happened. No missing food, no strange noises, no out-of-place items. I told myself it was over. He was probably long gone, scared off by the police, living rough in the woods or moved to another province. The first sign came subtly, in the spring of 2024. I started noticing small discrepancies again, things that could be explained away, but reminded me too much of before. My favorite mug, the one with the mountain silhouette, would be in the dishwasher when I'd left it on the counter. A throw blanket on the couch, folded differently than how I leave it draped casually. I'd come home from a walk with Max and find the balcony door cracked open an inch, even though Vancouver's rain would have soaked the floor if it had been like that all day. I blamed the wind, or maybe careless cleaning staff, though the building's maintenance is meticulous. Max sensed it first, just like before. He'd stare at the hallway closet, ears perked, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Or he'd pace near the air vents in the ceiling, sniffing intently. I added more cameras once covering the living room, kitchen, bedroom, even the bathroom vent area. Nothing ever showed up. No motion alerts in the middle of the night, no shadowy figures. But I'd wake up sometimes with that prickling feeling on my skin, like eyes were on me while I slept. Then the food started disappearing again. Not big things, a few slices of bread from a new loaf, a yogurt cup from the fridge, an apple with a single bite taken out and placed back in the bowl, core intact. It was so precise, so careful that it made my stomach twist. Animals couldn't get into a 15th floor apartment. Delivery guys don't enter without me buzzing them up. Ryan? We'd only been on a handful of dates. He hadn't even been inside yet. I confided in my therapist, Dr. Patel. She suggested it might be dissociative episodes from PTSD, me moving things and forgetting, a coping mechanism. But I knew better. This was too deliberate. I started marking my food with tiny Sharpie dots, photographing the fridge contents daily. Sure enough, items with marks vanished, replaced sometimes with nothing, sometimes with similar but unopened packages, like he'd gone out and bought replacements to cover his tracks. One evening in July, after a long day of deadlines, I came home exhausted. Max greeted me at the door, tail wagging, but he immediately bolted to the bedroom and started barking furiously at the closet. I grabbed my pepper spray from the key hook and approached slowly, heart pounding. The closet door was ajar. I always close it fully. I yanked it open. Clothes hanging normally, shoes lined up, storage boxes on the shelf. Nothing. But on the floor, half hidden under a coat, was a small plastic bag with empty wrappers, granola bars. The exact brand I buy. Fresh crumbs inside. I called building security. Carlos came up with another guard, searched every inch. They checked the vents sealed tight, screws intact. The balcony locked from inside. Roof access? Keycard only, logs showed no unauthorized entry. Maybe a neighbor playing pranks, Carlos said sympathetically. Or you brought it in without noticing. I showed him my food photos, the marked items missing. He looked concerned but helpless. Police came next, same story as before. No forced entry, no fingerprints, I dusted myself. No evidence of break-in. They suggested a pie or more therapy. The escalation hit in September. I woke up one night to Max whining at the bedroom door. It was 3:12 a.m. I heard it then, a faint scratching sound coming from inside the walls. Slow, methodical, like nails on drywall. It moved along the length of the bedroom wall, pausing near the headboard, then continuing to the bathroom. I turned on every light, grabbed my phone to record audio. The scratching stopped. But in the morning, inspecting the wall, I found tiny pinholes in a pattern, dozens of them, fresh, like someone had poked through from the other side to watch. Apartments share walls with neighbors. I knocked on both sides the next day. Left unit. Elderly couple, sweet, vacationing in Mexico for a month. Right unit. A young professional named Liam, friendly, works long hours as a software engineer. He let me glance inside, minimalist. No signs of anything weird. But the shared wall is thick. Sound doesn't carry easily. I installed sound detectors, apps that record overnight audio. The first night, nothing. Second night, faint breathing captured near the vent. Heavy, deliberate inhales and exhales lasting minutes. Third night, a whisper. My name. Emily, soft, almost affectionate, from inside the wall. I lost it then. Packed a bag, stayed in a hotel for a week with Max. Hired a private investigator ex-cop named Mark. He bug-swept the apartment. Checked for hidden cameras. Found none. Interviewed neighbors. The elderly couple's unit was empty, but their mail was piling up, no break-in signs. Liam, clean record, alibi cams at work. But Mark found something in the building plans. Maintenance shafts. Narrow service corridors running vertically between units for plumbing and wiring, accessible from the roof or basement utility rooms. Locked, but old locks pickable. He got permission from management to check. In the shaft adjacent to my bedroom wall, they found evidence. Scuff marks on the metal ladder, a small ledge with a rolled-up sleeping pad, empty water bottles, and chillingly, peephole drilled through to my side, covered with a removable plug painted to match the wall. From there, perfect view of my bed. And photos. More Polaroids, tucked in a plastic bag. Dozens, taken through the peephole. Me sleeping, changing clothes, crying on bad nights. Even one of me and Ryan kissing in the living room. He'd visited by then. On the back of some, handwritten notes. She's happier here, but still thinks of me. The dog is old now, easier. Soon, the worst. A new notebook page, torn out and left prominently. Took longer to find you this time, but worth it. City has more places to hide. We're together again. Don't leave me twice. Police swarmed the building. Searched every shaft, every utility room. Footprints and dust led to the roof access lock, picked no prints. He was gone again, vanished into Vancouver's streets. They increased patrols, gave me a panic button, suggested witness protection. I declined, too extreme yet. Ryan broke things off after that. Too much drama, he said gently. Friends distanced themselves. I stopped going out unless necessary. Max and I became recluses, doors triple locked, curtains always drawn. It's 2026 now, and the incidents haven't stopped entirely. Small things. A shadow in the hallway cam that vanishes on review. Footsteps in the shaft at night, faint, but there. Once I found my bedroom door unlocked from the inside when I deadbolted it. I know he's still out there, patient, waiting for the perfect moment. Maybe he's in another shaft, or posing as maintenance, or even rented a nearby unit under a fake name. The police case is open but cold, no DNA, no face. If you're reading this or hearing it, check your walls. Listen to the vents. Trust the dog when he growls at nothing. Because some obsessions don't end with distance. They adapt, they follow, and they wait. I don't know if there will be a part 3. I hope not. But every night, as I lie awake listening, I fear there will be. Stay safe out there. You never know who's already sharing your home. The final confrontation. My stalker broke into my apartment, and the terrifying ending that still haunts me today. True horror stalker story conclusion from Canada. It's January 2026 now, and I'm recording this from a place I never thought I'd end up. My name is still Emily, though I've considered bearing that name forever. I'm 31, and the last few months have been the culmination of a nightmare that started back in that farmhouse crawlspace and followed me relentlessly to the city. If you've heard the first 2 parts, You know how it began? The hidden intruder beneath my floorboards, the photos, the notebook, the escape to Vancouver. And then the realization that he'd found me again, living in the maintenance shafts of my high-rise. Watching through peepholes, leaving his sick little traces. Max, my loyal German shepherd, has been my only constant through it all, though his muzzle is almost completely gray now and his hips ache on cold days. After the police found that second hiding spot in the shafts, the sleeping pad, the new Polaroids, that torn notebook page promising we were together again, I thought it might finally force action. They stationed undercover cars outside the building for weeks, questioned every maintenance worker, even pulled security footage from the lobby and elevators going back months. But he was a shadow, always one step ahead. No clear face on camera, always hooded or angled away, blending into delivery guys or visitors. The peephole was sealed, the shafts locked with new heavy-duty pads approved by management. I added steel bars to my balcony door, upgraded to a smart lock system with fingerprint and code, and kept a taser by my bed along with the pepper spray. For a few weeks in late 2025, things went quiet. Almost too quiet. No missing food, no scratches in the walls, no whispers on the audio recordings. Max stopped growling at vents. I let myself really hope that the increased security had scared him off for good. I started leaving the apartment more. Long walks with Max along the seawall. Coffee dates with a new friend from therapy group. Even a weekend trip to Victoria with my sister. The first time I'd left Vancouver since moving here. Therapy sessions with Dr. Patel shifted from survival mode to rebuilding, talking about trust. About dating again someday. About maybe getting a job outside the home. But hope is fragile when trauma runs this deep. And mine shattered on a rainy November night. I'd come home late from dinner with my sister. She'd driven in for a visit, and the lobby felt normal. Carlos the doorman waved goodnight. Max tugged eagerly toward the elevator. 15th floor, hallway empty, apartment door untouched. I let Max off leash inside, fed him, took a long shower to wash away the chill. That's when I noticed it. The bathroom mirror was slightly fogged, like someone had breathed on it recently, even though the exhaust fan was running and I'd only just turned the water on. In the steam, faint but unmistakable, a single fingerprint. Fresh. My stomach dropped. I grabbed my robe, checked the bedroom camera feed on my phone. Nothing, recorded in the last hour. But when I stepped into the living room, Max was frozen, staring at the coat closet by the front door. His hackles were up, lips peeled back in a silent snarl. The closet door was closed, but I never close it. I always leave it cracked for airflow. I backed away slowly, taser in hand, and hit the panic button the police had installed. It silently alerts dispatch. Then I whispered to Max, "Stay," and crept toward the kitchen island where I kept a kitchen knife hidden in a drawer. The closet doorknob turned slowly, deliberately from the inside. The door swung open and there he was. He was thinner than I'd imagined from the blurry glimpses and descriptions, mid-40s maybe, with unkempt dark hair streaked gray, pale skin stretched tight over sharp bones, and eyes that were wide and unblinking, the color of storm clouds. He wore nondescript clothes, jeans, a dark hoodie, gloves, and carried a small backpack. But it was the smile that paralyzed me. Soft, almost tender, like he was greeting a loved one after a long trip. "Emily," he said gently, voice raspy from disuse. Finally, Max lunged, teeth bared. But the man was ready. He sidestepped with surprising speed and sprayed something from a small canister. Mace or worse. Max yelped, pawing at his eyes, collapsing in agony. I screamed and raised the taser. But he was faster, closing the distance in 2 strides, knocking it from my hand. His grip on my wrist was iron. He smelled of damp concrete and sweat. "Don't fight," he murmured, almost soothing. "I've waited so long, I just want to talk." "To be with you properly now?" He dragged me toward the couch, forcing me to sit while he knelt in front of me, still holding my arms. Up close, his eyes were bloodshot, obsessive. He started talking, rambling, really about how he'd first seen me years ago at a gas station near the farmhouse. How my smile that day saved him from his lonely life drifting between jobs and shelters. How he'd followed me home, found the vent access, and decided I needed him as much as he needed me. "You were so alone out there," he whispered. "I kept you company. Kept you safe." He talked about the move to Vancouver, how he'd hitchhiked, slept rough, watched me apartment hunt from afar. How he'd gotten odd jobs as a cleaner in the building to get access keys before they changed the locks. The shafts were his home again, but tighter, colder. He'd lost weight to fit better. The new photos were his memories of our life together. I stalled for time, heart hammering, asking questions to keep him talking. Police response time was supposed to be under 5 minutes with the panic button. He showed me the backpack. Rope, duct tape, a syringe filled with something clear. For if you didn't understand, he said sadly. But you will. We'll leave tonight. I found a perfect place up north quiet, just us and the dog once he calms down. Max was whimpering on the floor, trying to stand. Tears blurred my vision, but rage overpowered fear. When he leaned in closer, murmuring about how beautiful I was when I slept, I jerked my knee up hard into his groin. He gasped, grip loosening for a split second. That's all I needed. I shoved him back, scrambled for the taser on the floor, and fired it point blank into his chest. He convulsed, collapsing sideways, twitching. I grabbed Max's collar, dragged him toward the door even as he blindly followed. The door was dead-bolted from inside. How had he gotten in? Balcony, I realized. He must have climbed from a lower floor in the rain. Sirens finally wailed below. I screamed for help into the hallway as neighbors' doors cracked open. Police burst and minutes later, guns drawn, shouting commands. They cuffed him while he was still spasming from the taser, read him his rights as he mumbled my name over and over. His real name was David Harlan, 47, with a string of minor stalking convictions in Alberta and Saskatchewan, from years back women he fixated on briefly before moving on. But with me, it had escalated into years of obsession. They found storage lockers he'd rented nearby, more photos spanning 3 years, journals detailing every day of my life, even locks of my hair he'd collected from drains and brushes, clothing he'd stolen to feel close, maps of my routines, escape plans if caught. The trial was fast-tracked. He pleaded guilty to stalking, breaking and entering, animal cruelty, possession of restraints, avoided worse charges only because I fought back before he could use the syringe, tested as a strong sedative. He got 12 years in maximum security, no parole for 8. The judge called it one of the most disturbing cases of prolonged intrusion she'd seen. Max recovered eyes flushed, but no permanent damage. I moved again, this time to a gated condo in Toronto, new city, new province, new name on paper, though I still go by Emily online. Therapy is ongoing. I sleep with lights on, check every corner obsessively. Ryan from before reached out after the news hit papers. He defollowed the story anonymously, but I'm not ready for anyone close yet. It's been 2 months since the break-in. David's locked away hundreds of miles from here. Letters he tries to send get intercepted. Police assure me it's over. But last week I found something that chills me to the core. In the chaos that night, his backpack spilled. Police cataloged everything, but one small item wasn't listed in the report I got. A cheap burner phone, hidden in a side pocket. I found it weeks later when unpacking a box I'd grabbed in panic. My go bag by the door. The phone was dead, but I charged it out of morbid curiosity before handing it over. Only one contact saved, home, and in the photos dozens taken that final night before he emerged. Me in the shower, from a new tiny camera he planted. Me sleeping the night before, me walking Max. But the last photo, time-stamped just hours before the confrontation. A selfie of him, smiling in the dark shaft, holding a handwritten sign. Tonight we start forever. There were also draft texts, never sent, messages to that home contact, updating someone on my every move. Detailed, recent. Police are investigating now, could be an old phone, old contact. Maybe a friend helping him, or just his delusion of us as home. But no outgoing messages were ever sent, no incoming. Still, sometimes late at night, when Max growls at nothing by the door, I wonder, is he really alone in his obsession? Or did he share it with someone who's still out there, waiting patiently for their turn? I don't know if this is truly the end. I hope it is. But if you're listening to this, lock your doors. Check the hidden spaces. Trust your instincts and your dog. Because some shadows don't fade with prison bars. They just find new ways to watch. The terrifying true story of the mysterious black truck that followed me for over 500 miles on my solo cross-country road trip, disturbing real-life road horror experience from the United States. My name is Lauren, and this happened to me in the summer of 2023 when I was 26 years old. I'd just gone through a rough breakup after a 3-year relationship that ended with my ex moving out and taking half our stuff, leaving me in a tiny apartment in Seattle, Washington, that suddenly felt way too empty and full of memories I didn't want. I needed a reset, a complete change of scenery. So I decided to do something I always dreamed about. A solo cross-country road trip to visit my older sister in Charlotte, North Carolina. It was about 3,000 miles, roughly a 5 or 6 day drive if I pushed it, but I planned to take it slow, stop at national parks, quirky roadside attractions, and just enjoy the freedom of the open road. I drove a reliable silver Honda CR-V I'd bought used a couple years earlier, nothing flashy, but it had good gas mileage and plenty of space for my camping gear, cooler, clothes, and the snacks I'd stocked up on. I mapped out my route on Google Maps. Head south through Oregon, cut across Idaho and Utah, dip into Colorado for some mountain views, then across the endless plains of Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, and finally into the Carolinas. I'd booked a mix of cheap motels and campsites along the way, downloaded offline maps and playlists, and even got a dash cam for safety after reading too many scary stories online. I told my sister, my best friend Mia, and my parents my itinerary, promising to text updates every evening. I felt prepared, excited even. The first day was perfect cruising down I-5 with the windows down, singing along to my road trip playlist, stopping for coffee in Portland and photos at Multnomah Falls. Day 2 started great too. I crossed into Idaho, the landscape opening up into rolling hills and potato fields. I stopped at Shoshone Falls for a hike, feeling invigorated by the fresh air and the roar of the water. By late afternoon, I was on I-84 heading toward Utah, the sun dipping low and painting the sky orange. That's when I first noticed the truck. It was a black pickup older model, Ford F-150, I think, with tinted windows, mud-splattered tires, and no visible license plate from the angle I saw it. It appeared in my rearview mirror a few cars back as I merged onto the highway after a gas stop in Twin Falls. At first, I didn't think much of it. Highways are full of trucks. But as the miles ticked by, it stayed there, never passing, never falling too far behind, just maintaining the exact same distance, 2 or 3 cars back. I sped up a little to test it. I slowed down. It slowed. By the time I crossed into Utah and the traffic thinned out, it was clearer. It was directly behind me now, no cars in between. My stomach did a little flip, but I told myself I was being paranoid. Solo female traveler nerves, right? I'd read about that. I pulled off at the next rest area near Snowville to stretch my legs, use the bathroom, and grab a soda. As I parked, I watched in my side mirror the black truck slowed on the highway, then pulled into the rest area too, parking several spots away. The driver didn't get out, just sat there, engine idling. I hurried inside, heart picking up pace. The rest stop was quiet, a couple families, a few truckers. I lingered longer than necessary, scrolling my phone, texting Mia a casual update. Loving Utah so far. Weirdly empty roads, lol. When I finally went back to my car, the truck was gone. Relief washed over me, probably coincidence. But 20 minutes back on the road, there it was again in my mirror, same distance. Now I was unsettled. I called Mia on Bluetooth, trying to sound casual. Hey, random question, ever feel like someone's following you on a drive? She laughed, said yeah, highways can mess with your head. If you're worried, just take a random exit and see, good idea. I did exactly that, signaled early, took an off-ramp to a tiny town called Tremonton, looped through a McDonald's drive-thru for fries I didn't even want. The truck kept going straight on the highway. Gone. I laughed at myself, feeling silly. Back on I-84, sunset turning to dusk, I cranked the music and pushed towards Salt Lake City, where I'd booked a motel for the night. I arrived around 9 p.m., checked into a basic Super 8 off the highway, hauled my bags inside. The room was standard stuffy AC, scratchy sheets, but safe. I showered, ordered pizza, FaceTimed my sister to check in. As I fell asleep watching Netflix on my laptop, I felt good again. Adventure mode reactivated. Morning of day 3, coffee, gas, back on the road by 8 a.m., heading south on I-15 through the stunning red rock landscapes of southern Utah. Zion National Park was on my detour list, so I spent a few hours hiking Angel's Landing, exhilarating, terrifying in the best way, chains and sheer drops. By early afternoon, I was back on the highway, aiming for a campsite near Bryce Canyon, and there it was. The black truck. Joined the highway from a side road just after I merged back on. Same mud splatters, same tinted windows. No front plate visible. My blood ran cold. How? I've been off the main route for hours. Coincidence again? Maybe it was a local truck doing the same scenic drive. But as the afternoon wore on, through the desolate stretches between parks where cell service dropped to 1 bar or none, it stayed with me. Never closer than a quarter mile, never farther. I tried losing it again, speeding up to 90 in an 80 zone, then slowing to 60. It matched. I took a sudden exit to a scenic overlook, parked, pretended to take photos. The truck exited too, pulled over 100 yards back, engine off this time. I sat in my car, doors locked, watching. Minutes passed, no movement. The driver, a shadowy figure, baseball cap, couldn't make out the face, just sat. I drove off fast, heart hammering. It followed. Now I was scared. I called 911 on my spotting service. The Utah Highway Patrol dispatcher was calm. "Ma'am, note the plate if you can. Keep driving safely. Try to get to a populated area. We'll send a trooper." But no rear plate, and the next town was miles away. Service cut out. The sun set as I entered the long, empty stretch toward Page, Arizona. Vast desert. No lights. Just stars starting to prick the sky. The truck's headlights were always there in my mirror, high beams occasionally flicking on, blinding me for seconds. I was crying now, gripping the wheel, whispering prayers. I stopped answering texts from worried friends who'd noticed my lack of updates. I pulled into a gas station in Page around 10 p.m. Brightly lit, a few cars around. The truck pulled in too, parked at a pump but didn't fuel up. I rushed inside, told the clerk, a bored older guy, I thought I was being followed. He peeked out, shrugged. "A lot of weirdos on these roads. Call the cops." I did again, Arizona now. They took a report, said they'd patrol the area. But no trooper showed while I waited inside an hour. I couldn't stay forever. I drove off toward my campsite at Lake Powell, truck behind me again. The campground was remote, gravel roads, scattered RVs. I parked in a spot near the ranger station, hoping for safety in numbers. Locked doors, curtains drawn, dash cam recording. I barely slept, jumping at every sound: wind, coyotes, footsteps. Morning 4. No sign of the truck when I left at dawn. Relief. Maybe it was over. I crossed into Colorado, the landscape shifting to mountains, stopping in Durango for breakfast, and to charge my phone at a cafe. I posted vague updates on social media, not wanting to alarm everyone yet. But by midday, on the lonely US 160 toward Kansas, there it was. Reappeared like a nightmare. How was this possible? I'd taken side roads, stopped randomly. Was it tracking my phone? I turned off location services, powered down except for navigation. The fear turned to exhaustion. I drove through Kansas flats, endless corn, grain silos, tiny towns. The truck kept pace. I tried everything. Passing semi-trucks to block it, pulling into state police posts, none open. Even waving down a cop on the highway, he pulled the truck over. Hope surged. But after 10 minutes, both drove off, truck right back behind me. Maybe no plate violation, or fake excuse. Night 4 in a motel in Salina, Kansas. I parked around back, watched from the window. No truck. But at 2 a.m., headlights swept the lot, black pickup cruising slow, stopping near my car. I called front desk, they called police. Truck gone before arrival. Day 5. Missouri now, greener, more traffic. I thought the busier highways would help. Wrong. It weaved through cars, always visible. I was a wreck, hands shaking, barely eating, chugging energy drinks. Called my sister crying. Someone's following me. Same truck since Utah. She freaked, told me to get to the nearest big city, hotel with security. I aimed for St. Louis, but on I-70 the truck got aggressive. Pulled alongside for the first time, tinted window cracked just enough. A man's face, mid-40s, scruffy beard, sunglasses even in dusk, staring. He smiled, slow, creepy, then held up a phone, mimed taking my photo. Window up, fell back behind. I floored it, weaving lanes, exiting randomly into suburbs. Lost it temporarily. Checked into a crowded Marriott in St. Louis under a fake name, paid cash, parked in the garage. Police finally took it seriously. Missouri Highway Patrol met me, took statements, photos of my dashcam footage, blurry but consistent truck. They escorted me partway the next morning. Day 6. Final push through Kentucky, West Virginia, into North Carolina. No truck. Escorts and traffic helped. I arrived at my sister's shaking, sobbing in her driveway. Police investigated. The truck was registered to a man in Idaho with a history, stalking complaints, restraining orders. He'd been spotted on traffic cams along my route. How he picked me? Unknown, maybe at a gas stop early on, or a random target. He was arrested weeks later in Nevada, heading west. Truck full of photos of me, my car, license plate. Binoculars, maps with my route marked. He'd hacked public social media check-ins. It's been over 2 years. I don't drive alone long distances anymore. I sold that CRV. Every black truck in my mirror spikes my anxiety. Therapy helps, but the what-ifs haunt me. What if I'd stopped earlier? What if traffic hadn't saved me? If you're planning a solo road trip, trust your gut. Change routes randomly. Disable location sharing. Get a secondary phone. Because out on those endless highways, you're not as alone as you think. Someone might be watching, waiting, following for hundreds of miles, just because they can. And if you ever see the same vehicle too many times, don't assume it's coincidence. Drive to the nearest police station. Call for help. Because some predators don't hunt in the dark, they hunt on the open road, in broad daylight, patient and relentless. Stay safe out there. The black truck stalker was released from prison and started following me again in my new city. Part 2 of my terrifying true road horror story, Real. Life stalker nightmare returns from the United States. My name is still Lauren, and it's been almost 3 years since that horrifying cross-country road trip from Seattle to Charlotte. In the summer of 2023, when that black pickup truck followed me for over 500 miles across half the country. If you know the first part, you know how it ended, or at least how I thought it ended. The man was arrested in Nevada a few weeks later, heading back west with a truck full of printed photos of me and my car detailed. Maps of my route, binoculars, a scanner for police radio, and even a journal logging every stop ID made based on what he could see from a distance. His name was Robert Kane, 48 at the time, with a history of stalking complaints going back 15 years. Women he'd spot on highways follow for days, sometimes weeks, collecting mementos like photos or stolen items from rest stops if he got the chance. Never violent before, the prosecutor said, just obsessive. He pleaded guilty to stalking and reckless endangerment, got 7 years with possibility of parole after 4. I moved twice after that. First to my sister's place in Charlotte for 6 months, then to a quiet suburb outside Atlanta, Georgia, where I took a remote marketing job that let me work from home and avoid long drives. I bought a new car, a nondescript gray Toyota Camry, got a concealed carry permit after classes. Installed a full home security system with cameras covering every angle, and even changed my last name legally to my mother's maiden one. Therapy was intense for a year. I learned coping mechanisms, rebuilt routines. I started dating again cautiously, a nice guy named Alex who understood my boundaries. Life felt almost normal. I still flinched at black trucks, avoided solo road trips entirely, but the nightmares faded from nightly to occasional. The first sign that it wasn't truly over came in early 2025, about 18 months after the arrest. I was at the grocery store near my house, a busy Publix on a Saturday afternoon, parking lot packed. As I loaded bags into my trunk, I glanced up and froze. Parked 3 rows away, facing my direction, a black pickup truck. Newer model this time, Chevy Silverado, maybe, but same tinted windows, same lifted suspension, same mud on the tires even though Georgia hadn't seen rain in days. No visible plates from my angle. The driver, just a silhouette baseball cap, stared straight ahead. My heart slammed. I slammed the trunk, jumped in my car, locked doors. The truck didn't move as I pulled out, but when I circled the lot to get a better look, it was gone. I told myself it was PTSD. Black trucks are common in the South. But I drove home, scanning mirrors obsessively, took a longer route. That night, reviewing my driveway camera footage out of habit, I saw it. At 2:17 a.m., headlights swept past my street, slow black truck, cruising by my house, pausing for 10 seconds directly in front, then moving on. Too dark for a clear plate, but the shape was unmistakable. I called the police immediately. Atlanta PD took it seriously because of my history, pulled the old case file from interstate databases. They increased patrols in my neighborhood for a week, but nothing else happened. No more drive-bys on camera. No truck at stores. I upgraded my cameras to higher resolution, added motion lights. Then in April 2025, I got a letter. No return address, postmarked from a small town in Nevada. Inside, a single Polaroid photo of my new house taken from across the street at night, my bedroom window lit up. On the back, handwritten in block letters, "New beginnings suit you, miss our drive." My knees buckled. I called the detective from the original case. He confirmed Robert Kane was still incarcerated. No parole hearing yet, no outside contacts approved. The letter was forwarded to prison authorities and FBI for handwriting analysis. It matched samples from his journal. How? He wasn't out. But someone was doing this for him or with his instructions. Prison mail is monitored, but contraband phones exist. The detective said these types sometimes recruit fans from online true crime forums or have accomplices. I didn't sleep for days. Alex stayed over more, but I could see the strain in his eyes. I started varying routines, different grocery stores, erratic work hours, even fake errands to throw off patterns. Summer 2025, the truck sightings ramped up. Not constant like the road trip, but calculated. It would appear in my rear view on short drives to the gym or coffee shop, always a few cars back, vanishing if I turned suddenly. Once, parked outside my office building when I went in for a rare in-person meeting, I started hybrid work for normalcy. I snapped a photo of the plate this time. Temporary tag, untraceable. Police set up stings undercover cars tailing me some days. Nothing. The truck always knew when to disappear. In September, parole was denied good behavior but high risk of recidivism cited. I breathed easier. Maybe the accomplice gave up. But October brought the worst yet. I woke up one morning to find my car tires slashed, all 4 deep, precise cuts. On the windshield, scratched into the glass with something sharp. See you soon. Security footage showed the truck pull up at 3 a.m. Hooded figure get out with a knife, do the damage in under 2 minutes, drive off calmly. Plate obscured with mud this time. Police dusted for prints none. Figure 2 covered for ID. I moved again, emergency style, to a gated apartment complex in downtown Atlanta with underground parking, T-card access only, 24/7 security guard. New car again, this one leased under the company name. Told only my sister, parents, and Alex the address. Changed phones, scrubbed social media completely. Quiet for months. Holiday season 2025 passed uneventfully. I started feeling safe again, therapy breakthroughs, dating Alex seriously. Even planning a group vacation with friends. Flying only. Then, on January 3rd, 2026, just 4 days ago, as I record this, a notification pinged on my phone. My old house's camera system. I'd forgotten to fully deactivate the account when I sold it. Motion alert from the driveway camera I'd left behind. New owners hadn't changed logins yet. I opened the app, heart pounding. Time-stamped midnight. A black truck parked out front, newer model again. Engine running. The driver got out tall, familiar build, walked to the front door. Left something, got back in, and sat there for 20 minutes staring at the house before driving away. There's something. An envelope taped to the door. New owners called police, who called me since my name was still tied to the old case. Inside the envelope, dozens of printed photos. Me in my new apartment building lobby. How? Walking Alex's dog we'd adopted together at therapy office parking lot. Even one through my new bedroom blinds, taken from the rooftop across the street. And a note. Happy New Year. Parole approved early for good behavior. Can't wait to catch up on the miles we missed. He's out. Police confirmed it released quietly last month due to prison overcrowding and a technicality on sentencing guidelines. No ankle monitor. Registered address is a halfway house in Nevada, but he's gone a WOL already. Nationwide alert issued, but he's a ghost on the roads. I'm in protective custody now, safe house with Alex and the dog. Federal marshals involved since it's interstate again. But every engine rumble outside, every shadow in the parking garage. I know he's coming. He doesn't want to hurt me, the profiler said. He wants the chase, the journey we started together. But this time, I'm not driving alone. This time, if that black truck appears, I'm ready, or at least I tell myself that. If you've ever been followed, trust that feeling. Document everything. Change what you can, because some obsessions don't end with prison. They just pause, waiting for the open road again. And if you see a black truck lingering too long, it might already be too late. Stay vigilant out there. I'll update if there's a part 3. Pray there isn't. The terrifying final confrontation and high-speed police chase that ended my 3-year stalker nightmare forever. True horror road stalker. Conclusion from the United States. My name is still Lauren, though after everything I've thought about bearing that name too. And it's early. 2026, now just weeks after Robert Kane, the man who terrorized me across half the country in that black pickup truck, was released early from prison on a technicality. If you've heard the first 2 parts, you know the hell he put me through. The 2023 cross-country road trip where he followed me for over 500 miles from Utah to North Carolina, the photos, the maps, the journal. Then the years of quiet rebuilding in Atlanta shattered when he or someone working with him started the sightings again. The slashed tires, the letters, the photos through my new apartment blinds, and the chilling revelation that he'd been paroled quietly due to overcrowding. I was in federal protective custody when I recorded part 2 tucked away in a nondescript safe house on the outskirts of Nashville, Tennessee. With Alex, our adopted rescue dog Luna, a fierce Rottweiler mix we got for extra protection, and rotating used marshals outside. The FBI had taken over the case fully because of the interstate nature and Kane's history of evading state lines. They'd issued a nationwide bolobi on the lookout with his photo, the description of his latest black truck, a 2024 Chevy Silverado with Nevada plates this time, and warnings that he was considered obsessive but non-violent. Though no one believed that anymore after the syringe they'd found in his possessions during the original arrest, intended as a backup plan if I didn't cooperate. Life in the safe house was surreal, constant surveillance, no social media, burner phones only, escorted grocery runs. Alex took leave from his job to stay with me. We cooked simple meals, watched old movies, walked Luna in the fenced backyard under watchful eyes. Therapy sessions were virtual now, twice a week, helping me process the rage and helplessness. The marshals assured us Kane was likely heading west again, sightings of a similar truck in Oklahoma and Texas, but we stayed vigilant. Every vehicle rumble outside made my skin crawl. The end came faster than anyone expected, on a frigid January night in 2026. It was January 15th, exactly 1 week ago, as I record this from a new, undisclosed location. Snow had dusted the ground earlier that day, unusual for Tennessee, melting into slush by evening. Alex and I had just finished dinner pasta with sauce from a jar, nothing fancy, and were settling in for another quiet night. Luna was asleep by the fireplace. One of the marshals, Deputy Harris, a no-nonsense woman in her 40s, was on shift in the living room with us, monitoring feeds on her laptop. The other, Deputy Ruiz, was patrolling the perimeter. Around 9:45 p.m., the motion sensors pinged front driveway. Harris jumped up, hand on her holster, checking the cameras. "Black truck," she whispered urgently. "Slow approach, lights off." My blood turned to ice. Alex grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the back hallway as Harris radioed Ruiz and called for backup. On the screen, the familiar silhouette of a lifted black pickup creeping up the long gravel driveway. No headlights, just parking lights glowing faintly. It stopped 50 yards from the house, engine idling. Harris ordered us into the safe room, a reinforced pantry with a steel door, while she took position at the front window. "Stay low, stay quiet," she hissed, killing the interior lights. Minutes dragged like hours. Luna sensed the tension, growling low. Through the safe room monitor feed, we watched. The driver's door opened. A figure stepped out tall, hooded jacket, jeans, boots. Robert Kane. Unmistakable even in the grainy night vision. The same deliberate movements, the same baseball cap pulled low. He carried a large duffel bag over one shoulder and something in his hand. A flashlight? No, a bouquet of flowers. Wilted roses from some gas station. He walked slowly toward the front porch, not hiding, almost casual. Stopped at the steps, set the bag down, placed the roses on the welcome mat. Then he just stood there, staring at the door, hands in pockets. Like he was waiting for me to answer a knock that never came. Harris whispered into her radio. "Suspect on foot, unarmed visually, approaching residence. Hold fire unless threatened." Backup was 10 minutes out, rural area, icy roads. Kane didn't knock. Instead, he pulled out a phone, held it up, and started recording, sweeping the house slowly, narrating softly. We could hear him faintly through the walls. "Found you again, Lauren. Third time's the charm. Knew the marshals couldn't hide you forever." Our road trip's waiting. Alex was shaking with anger. I was frozen, tears streaming. Luna barked furiously. That's when Kane reacted, tilted his head, smiled toward the window where Harris was concealed. "Hear the dog? Good girl. Bring her along." He bent down, unzipped the duffel, pulled out a printed map, huge, unfolded it, and held it up to the camera he knew was there. My original 2023 route, marked in red, extended now with new lines. From Nashville, looping through the Smoky Mountains, down to Florida, out west to California. "Revised journey," he called out cheerfully. "No rush this time. Just us." Harris had enough. She flipped on the floodlights, stepped into view with weapon drawn. "Federal marshals! Hands up!" "Step away from the residence." Kane didn't flinch. He dropped the map, raised his hands slowly, but his smile widened. "Tell Lauren I just want to talk." Like old times. Then chaos. Headlights flared from the driveway, his truck's high beams blinding the cameras. He bolted back toward it, diving into the driver's seat as Harris fired a warning shot into the air. Engine roared to life. Tires spun on slush, fishtailing as he reversed fast down the driveway. Ruiz emerged from the side yard, Vehicle blocking the exit shots fired at the tires. One hit. The truck swerved but kept going, smashing through a wooden fence onto the back road. Harris ran to their SUV, shouting for us to stay locked down as sirens finally wailed in the distant state troopers and local PD converging. The chase was on. Kane tore through rural backroads at over 100 miles per hour, weaving dangerously on icy patches. Dashcam and helicopter footage later showed it all. He rammed a patrol car trying to box him in, sideswiped another, kept going. Radio chatter we heard later. Suspect extremely reckless heading toward I-40 eastbound. Backup flooded the interstate spike strips deployed near Cookville. He hit them full speed. Front tires shredded. Truck spinning wildly across lanes, slamming into a guardrail in a shower of sparks and debris. Semis swerved to avoid, miraculously no civilian injuries. Kane crawled out bleeding from the head, hands up this time but not surrendering quietly. As officers approached with rifles trained, he screamed my name. "Lauren, this isn't over. I'll always find the road back." They tased him twice before he went down. Cuffed on the snowy embankment, still muttering about our drive. In the truck, more horrors. Hundreds of new photos printed from hacked traffic cams, drone shots. He'd bought a cheap one. Even images from my protected social circles via fake accounts. Journals filling 3 notebooks. Daily entries about tracking marshals' patterns, bribing a prison guard for my location updates. Plans for abduction if I wouldn't come willingly. Rope, duct tape, sedatives again. And a loaded handgun under the seat escalation the profiler had warned about. Charges piled up fast. Interstate stalking, felony evasion, assault on federal officers, weapons violations. No bail this time held in federal custody awaiting trial. Life sentence possible under repeat offender laws. Alex and I were relocated immediately, new identities, new state, far from any highway he knew. Luna's with us, thriving. Therapy continues. We're engaged now, planning a quiet future. It's over. Truly over. But on quiet nights, when I hear a distant engine on the road, I still check the locks twice. I still scan for black trucks. Because even though he's behind bars forever this time, no parole, no technicalities, the miles he put on my soul don't erase easily. If you've ever felt followed, even for a moment, trust it, report it, document it. Fight it, because some predators thrive on the chase, on the fear they instill over years. But sometimes, the road ends for them. Stay safe out there. Drive with your doors locked, your phone charged, and your eyes on the mirror. You never know who might be planning to join your journey. The terrifying true story of the deranged man who stalked and hunted me for days in a remote forest cabin. Chilling real-life survival horror. Experience from Australia. My name is Mia, and this happened to me in the winter of 2022 when I was 32 years old. I'd been going through one of the darkest periods of my life. My long-term relationship had imploded. After I discovered my partner of 8 years, had been cheating for half that time. My job as a marketing coordinator in Sydney had become soul-crushing with endless overtime and a toxic boss, and I was battling anxiety that made even leaving the apartment feel overwhelming. I needed escape, real escape, not a beach resort with crowds and cocktails, but complete isolation to reset my mind. That's how I ended up booking a week-long stay at a remote off-grid cabin in the Blue Mountains, about 3 hours west of Sydney in New South Wales, Australia. The cabin was listed on one of those eco-retreat sites, a small A-frame wooden structure built in the 1980s. No electricity, solar lanterns, and a gas stove. Only no Wi-Fi, no cell service, unless you hike to a specific ridge half a kilometer away. It sat on 20 acres of dense eucalyptus forest, bordered by national park land on 3 sides. The nearest town, Katoomba, was a 45-minute drive down a winding dirt track that turned to mud in rain. The listing photos showed stunning views, mist-shrouded valleys, towering gums, wallabies hopping through the underbrush, and rave reviews from people calling it life-changing solitude. The owner, an older couple who lived in Sydney, assured me it was secure, with heavy deadbolts and bear-proof windows, though Australia has no bears, just drop bears jokes. I packed my SUV with supplies, canned food, fresh produce, books, a journal, hiking boots, a satellite emergency beacon, just in case, and my camera for nature photography. I told my parents and one close friend, Jess, my plans, promising to check in via the ridge signal when possible. The drive out was cathartic, leaving the city smog behind, windows down, eucalyptus scent filling the car as the landscape turned wilder. I arrived at dusk on a Saturday. the cabin emerging from the trees like something from a fairy tale. Weathered timber walls, a wraparound deck with Adirondack chairs facing the valley, a rainwater tank, and an outhouse about 50 meters away through a fern-lined path. Inside, cozy, with a loft bedroom accessed by a steep ladder, a potbelly wood stove downstairs, a small kitchenette, and shelves stocked with board games and old novels. No mirrors except a tiny one in the bathroom nook, perfect for unplugging. I unpacked, lit the stove against the winter chill. July in Australia is cold in the mountains, dipping below freezing at night. Cooked pasta on the gas burner and fell asleep to the sound of wind in the treetops and distant owl calls. For the first time in months, I felt peace. Day one was bliss. I hiked nearby trails marked on a laminated map left by the owner's waterfalls cascading over sandstone cliffs. Lyrebirds mimicking chainsaws, air so crisp it hurt to breathe deep. I journaled on the deck, watching fog roll through the valley like a living thing. No noises but nature. That night, curled in the loft with a lantern glowing softly, I slept deeply. Day two started similarly heavy mist in the morning, burning off to blue skies. I explored farther, following a faint track toward a lookout. Around midday, while eating a sandwich on a rock outcrop, I felt watched. You know that prickling sensation on the back of your neck? The forest was silent, no birds, no rustling. I scanned the trees but saw nothing. Brushed it off as city paranoia fading. Back at the cabin by late afternoon, I chopped wood from the pile. Plenty supplied. Built a fire, read by lantern light. Around midnight, as I drifted off, I heard it. A faint snap outside like a twig breaking underfoot. Then another. I froze, listening. Possums, I thought, common in the roof here, or kangaroos browsing. The sound stopped. I double-checked the deadbolts, laughed at myself, slept. Day 3. Rain started at dawn, a steady patter on the tin roof that made everything cozy. I stayed inside mostly, baking damper bread on the stove, writing pages in my journal about healing and new beginnings. But by evening, the rain intensified, wind howling through the gums like banshees. Around 10 p.m. fire, crackling low, I heard scratching slow, deliberate, along the exterior wall downstairs. Not wind rhythmic, like nails dragging across wood. My heart raced. I grabbed the flashlight, a heavy maglite, crept down the ladder, shone it out windows. Rain-slicked deck empty, forest black beyond. Scratching stopped as soon as light hit. I told myself wombat or brush-tailed possum, they're big, curious. Bolted everything again, wedged a chair under the door handle for extra security, went back to bed with the light on. Day 4. The rain cleared, leaving dripping leaves and mud. I needed fresh air, so I hiked to the signal ridge to text Jess. All good, loving the peace. Miss civilization a bit though. On the way back, I noticed something odd, fresh boot prints in the mud near the outhouse path. Deep treads, larger than my size 8 hikers, leading from the forest toward the cabin, then back into trees. My prints were smaller, lighter. Animal? No, clearly human. The owners had said no one else around for kilometers, no recent visitors. Unease settled in my gut. Back inside, I checked drawers for anything missing, nothing. But that night, as fog thickened and temperatures plunged, the noises escalated. Footsteps on the deck slow, circling the cabin. I peeked through curtains. Nothing visible in the mist. Then a thud overhead on the roof. Heavy, like someone dropping from a tree branch. I yelled, "Who's there?" Silence. Grabbed my phone, no signal here. The satellite beacon ready. More thuds, deliberate pacing across the tin roof, back and forth. Rain had stopped. These were clear. I shone the light up the chimney, nothing. Curled downstairs by the fire all night, axe from the woodpile beside me, heart pounding. Day 5. Exhaustion hit hard, barely slept. Morning light showed more prints. Circling the cabin multiple times. Handprints on windows smeared in mud, like someone peering in. One set led to the woodpile, where logs were rearranged, stacked into a crude cairn. My skin crawled. I hiked to the ridge again, signal spotty, but got a text out to Jess. "Weird footprints around cabin, maybe locals? Feeling uneasy." She replied, "Call rangers if scared." "Come home early?" I debated leaving, but had no phone to arrange pickup, and the track was muddy, risky in my SUV. Decided one more night, leave at dawn. That afternoon, I gathered supplies, packed mostly. As dusk fell, I barred the door with furniture, fire roaring. Then the knocking started, 3 slow raps on the door. I froze. "Hello?" A male voice called rough, accented rural Aussie. Need help? Saw smoke. Lies smoke from chimney visible for miles, but no one should be here. I stayed silent. More knocks, harder. Lady in the cabin. Car's here, open up, cold out. Handle rattled. I whispered into the beacon-activated emergency signal. It sends GPS to authorities. Voice outside chuckled. Heard that click. Fancy gadget. Won't help quick enough. Footsteps retreated. Then silence until scratching resumed, now inside the walls. No under the floorboards. Crawling. Panic surged. I climbed to the loft, axe in hand, listening. Soft humming outside, a tuneless, eerie melody. Hours passed. Around 2 a.m., a rock hit the window crack but didn't shatter. Another. Then quiet. I dozed fitfully. Day 6. Dawn broke gray. I rushed to pack the car, but tires, all 4 slash-deep, rubber flaps hanging. Windshield smeared with mud. Words finger-scrawled, stay with me. Tracks everywhere, bare feet now, long toes. Beacon light blinking. Signal sent. Help en route, but could be hours in this terrain. I barricaded inside, rationed food. Midday, voice again closer from the trees. Mia. Pretty name on the booking? Lonely here without company. How did he know? Owners must have records, or hacked site. He rambled about living in the bush years. Visitors never staying long, how I was different. Kind eyes through window. Obsessive, deranged. He described my routines, like when you dance cooking or cry journaling. He'd been watching days, maybe longer. Afternoon. Attempts to breach, he rammed the door, held, threw rocks, climbed roof again, banging overhead like trying to pry tin. I screamed back, threatened police incoming. Laughter. Rangers slow. We got time. Dusk. Fire in stove low, shadows long. Then silence ominous. I thought he'd left. Ventured down for water. Mistake door exploded inward, furniture scattering. He burst in, tall, emaciated, mid-50s maybe, wild gray beard, filthy clothes, layered rags, eyes manic bright. Smell hit unwashed body, earth. He held a rusted machete. Found you, he grinned, teeth rotten. I bolted up ladder to loft, he followed fast, surprisingly agile. I kicked, hit his shoulder with axe, he grunted, but grabbed my ankle. Struggle. I wrenched free, shoved him, he fell backward down ladder, crashing below. Groaning but rising. I barricaded loft hatch with mattress boxes. He raged downstairs, smashing furniture, yelling about his home, first squatters before, but I was special. His now. Hours of terror he tried climbing again, hacked at floorboards below loft. Smoke then, he'd started fire in stove, feeding too much, or worse. Helicopter, finally rangers, police. Spotlights through windows, bullhorn. Police! Come out, hands up. He screamed defiance, bolted out back in the forest. Chasing suit dogs, thermal cams. They found him 2 days later, hypothermic in a cave he'd lined with stolen gear from past visitors, photos, clothing, journals. His name, Ronald Ronnie Bates, escaped mental patient from 2010s. History of schizophrenia, fixations on women in isolated areas. Lived off-grid, targeting remote rentals years. Previous tenants scared off or worse, some missing persons cases reopened. I was airlifted out, treated for shock, cuts, car towed. Therapy ongoing, PTSD severe. Can't be alone in quiet places. Forest sounds trigger panic. If planning remote cabin stay, research deeply. Check for past incidents. Bring backup comes. Trust gut when watched. Because in Australia's vast bush, you're never truly alone. Some lost souls wait patiently for company, permanent company. And if hear footsteps on roof at night, don't assume animal. Lock everything, scream for help. Because he might already inside your story, waiting for ending he chooses. Stay safe. Trust no shadows in trees. The horrifying true story of the obsessed man who secretly lived in my attic for over a month and drilled peepholes to spy on me. While I slept, real-life home intruder nightmare from the United States. My name is Kyla, and this happened to me in the fall of 2021 when I was 24 years old and had just moved into my first solo apartment in a quiet suburban neighborhood outside Cleveland, Ohio. I'd grown up in a noisy family home with 3 siblings, always sharing rooms and fighting over bathroom time. So when I landed a decent entry-level job as a medical receptionist after college, I was thrilled to find a cheap 1-bedroom unit in an old converted Victorian house. The building had been split into 4 apartments, 2 upstairs, 2 down, and mine was the top floor corner unit with sloped ceilings, original hardwood floors from the 1890s, and a tiny attic access hatch in the hallway closet that the landlord swore was sealed and empty except for insulation. The rent was suspiciously low for the area, but the landlord, an elderly guy named Mr. Harlan, explained it away with old plumbing quirks and thin walls. I didn't care, I was independent at last. The apartment had charm, bay windows overlooking a leafy street, a clawfoot tub in the bathroom, built-in bookshelves in the living room, and that cozy attic vibe with the angled roof making it feel like a hideaway. I decorated with thrift store finds, string lights, plants, a big comfy bed in the bedroom facing the window. My routine settled quickly, work 8 to 5, gym or grocery runs after. Netflix binges on the couch with takeout, weekends visiting friends or hiking in nearby metro parks. I felt safe deadbolts on the door, chain lock. Even a baseball bat under the bed, just in case after watching too many true crime docs. The first weird thing happened about 2 weeks after moving in. I woke up one morning to find my kitchen trash can tipped over. Contents, scattered like an animal, had rummaged through wrappers torn open, a half-eaten yogurt cup, licked clean. I blamed raccoons getting in through some unseen gap. Old houses, right? I cleaned it up, bought a heavier lid, and forgot about it. But then food started vanishing subtly. A full sleeve of crackers reduced to half overnight. A block of cheese with a perfect slice missing, edges neat like cut with a knife. Apples from the fruit bowl, one gone, core nowhere. I live alone, no roommates, no overnight guests yet. I was still unpacking emotionally from a bad breakup. I started joking to my mom on the phone about a ghost roommate who hated paying rent, but loved snacks. The noises began around week 3. Faint at first, soft thumping overhead in the dead of night, like someone shifting weight on floorboards. The attic, I thought. Old houses settle, beams contract in the cold Ohio fall. But it was rhythmic. Thud. Pause. Scrape. Thud. Always between 1 and 4 a.m. When I jolt awake, heart racing, straining to listen in the dark. I'd grab my phone, flashlight on, creep to the hallway closet. Pull down the rickety fold-out ladder. It wasn't sealed like the landlord said, just a simple hatch with a latch. Shine the light up. Nothing but pink insulation, cobwebs, shadows from rafters. No animals, no droppings. I'd climb back to bed, telling myself squirrels or wind rattling the roof vents. By the end of the first month, the unease was constant. I'd come home from work and feel off, like the apartment had been entered. Couch cushions slightly rearranged, though I'd swear I left them fluffed a certain way. My bedroom drawer pulled out an inch farther than I remembered. Once my journal, where I vented about work stress and dating anxiety, moved from the nightstand to the kitchen counter. I started locking my bedroom door at night, even though I was alone. Friends teased me about being paranoid when I mentioned it over drinks. City girl in the suburbs hearing ghosts, they'd laugh. But the missing food continued, granola bars unwrapped and partially eaten, bread loaves with ends nibbled. And the smells. Faint whiffs of body odor in the hallway, musky and unwashed, gone when I sniffed harder. One Friday night in mid-October, after a long shift, I crashed early around 10 p.m., exhausted. Woke abruptly at 2:37 a.m. to silence. Then a soft creak directly above my bed. The attic floor joists ran right over the bedroom ceiling. Another creak, slower, like weight pressing down carefully. Then breathing heavy, deliberate inhales through the nose. I lay petrified, covers pulled to my chin, staring at the ceiling. Was it my imagination? No, there, a faint shadow shift in the dim moonlight filtering through blinds. The ceiling had those old plaster seams, and one spot looked darker, like a tiny hole. I convinced myself it was a knot in the wood. But the breathing continued, syncing almost with mine, for what felt like hours until I passed out from sheer terror. The next morning, hungover from lack of sleep, I dragged a chair into the bedroom, stood on it with flashlight and phone camera. Inspected the ceiling. There was a fresh pinhole, about the size of a drill bit, perfectly positioned above where my head lay on the pillow. Dust particles around it still fresh. My stomach dropped. I zoomed in with the camera. Through the hole, darkness, but a glint, like an eye-reflecting light for a split second before vanishing. I screamed, fell off the chair, ran to the living room shaking. Called my best friend Sarah in tears. She came over immediately. We checked together. More holes. One over the shower in the bathroom, drilled through the sloped ceiling. Another in the living room above the couch. All new, edges clean. We called the police. 2 officers arrived, skeptical at first. Kids pranking? Ex-boyfriend? But searched thoroughly. Pulled down the attic, ladder dust disturbed. Footprints in the insulation leading to a corner where the rafters met. There, a nest. A filthy sleeping bag unrolled on plywood someone had laid down, empty chip bags. And candy wrappers, brands I buy, a half-full water bottle from my fridge. A battery lantern, and worst a stack of printed photos. Photos of me. Dozens, taken through the peepholes. Sleeping with mouth open, changing clothes after work, showering, steam-fogged but clear enough, crying on the phone to my mom. Some dated back to my first week time-stamped on a cheap disposable camera. And a notebook, pages of scribbled observations. She likes Thai food on Tuesdays. Cries about Jake still good means she's lonely. Beautiful when asleep. Mine soon. The intruder had been entering through a loose soffit vent on the roof, exterior pried open, hidden by overgrown ivy. He'd been living up there for at least 5 weeks. Descending at night via the internal hatch. Quietly oiling the hinges, we found the can. Raiding my kitchen, watching through holes he'd drilled meticulously. Police theorized he was a homeless drifter who'd scoped the building, noticed my solo move in, chosen the attic as hideout. But the photos, the note's obsessive, not just survival. They set traps, staked out, but he was gone, vanished into the night before we discovered. Footprints on the roof led to a dropped ladder he'd used. Forensics found no DNA match, initially, later IDD as a man with petty theft record, schizophrenia history, off meds. He was caught months later in another state, squatting in a foreclosed home with more photos of other women. I moved out, immediately crashed with Sarah, then found a high-rise with security. Therapy for years. Can't sleep without checking ceilings, vents, closets obsessively. Even in hotels, I inspect attics if accessible. The what-ifs destroy me. What if he'd come down one night? Touched me? Worse? Old houses have history, charm, but also spaces. Hidden spaces where eyes can watch unseen. If you hear footsteps overhead in the night, don't dismiss it as settling. Check the attic. Shine a light into dark corners. Because sometimes the monster isn't under the bed, it's above. Breathing quietly, waiting for you to sleep. Trust that watched feeling. Lock hatches. Cover ceilings if paranoid. Because I learned the hard way, you're never truly alone in a house with an attic. Someone might already be making it their home, sharing yours, without asking. Stay safe. Double check above you tonight. The terrifying true story of my landlord who installed hidden cameras in every room of my apartment and watched me for months without me knowing. Disturbing real-life stalker privacy invasion horror from the United States. My name is Jessica, and this happened to me starting in the summer of 2023 when I was 25 years old and had just relocated to Austin, Texas, for a new job as a software support specialist at a growing tech startup downtown. I'd grown up in a small town in the Midwest where everyone knew everyone. And after a messy breakup with my college sweetheart who cheated with a coworker, I craved a total fresh start. New city, new people, new everything. Austin seemed perfect. Vibrant music scene, great food trucks, sunny weather year-round, and affordable rentals compared to places like California. I found a cute 1-bedroom apartment in a quiet complex in South Austin's second-floor unit in a 2-story building with 8 apartments total. Built in the early 2000s with a small balcony overlooking a pool that barely got used, in a courtyard with grills and string lights. The landlord, a guy in his late 50s named Richard Rich Harlan, seemed harmless at first. Divorced, lived in a house 10 minutes away, worked as a property manager for several buildings around the city. He showed me the place himself. Fresh paint, updated kitchen with granite counters, walk-in closet in the bedroom, washer-dryer hookups. Rent was a steal at $1,200 a month, including water. He chatted casually during the tour, asked about my job, where I was from, if I had pets, no, or a boyfriend, recently single. I laughed awkwardly. His eyes lingered a bit too long sometimes, but I brushed it off as older guy awkwardness. Signed the lease that day. Moved in a week later with help from my dad, who drove down with a U-Haul trailer full of my IKEA furniture and boxed up life. The first month was heaven. I decorated with plants on the balcony, posters from local shows on the walls, a cozy reading nook by the window with a thrifted armchair. Work was hybrid, 3 days in office. 2 remote, so I'd blast playlists while coding tickets from my living room desk. Order Torchy's Tacos delivery. Go for evening runs along Lady Bird Lake. Made a few friends through work happy hours. Even went on a couple hinge dates that went nowhere exciting but felt normal. The building was quiet. A young couple downstairs with a newborn. An older lady next door who baked cookies for new tenants. A few others I nodded hello to in the mail room. But around week 5, tiny things started feeling wrong. I'd come home from a long day and noticed my throw blanket on the couch, folded neatly when I'd left it bunched up after my morning coffee. Or my coffee mug rinsed and in the drying rack instead of the sink where I'd dumped it rushing out. At first, I thought I was just forgetful, new routines, stress from the job ramping up. But then personal stuff. My underwear drawer slightly ajar. Brass refolded differently than my chaotic pile. I mentioned it casually to my mom on a FaceTime call. Maybe I'm losing it, forgetting I tidied up? She laughed, said moving stress plays tricks. The watched feeling crept in next. I'd be cooking dinner stirring pasta on the stove and feel eyes on my back spin around to empty rooms. Or showering, steam filling the bathroom, and swear I heard the faint click of the front door. But deadbolt was always locked, chain in place. I'd check windows secure. Started double-checking locks obsessively, even wedging a chair under the knob some nights. Sleep suffered. I'd lie awake listening to every creak in the old building, blaming thin walls or the AC unit. By September, the incidents escalated. Food touched. A bag of chips I'd opened the night before now half empty, crumbs on the counter I hadn't made. My Netflix profile watching shows I hadn't selected, old romantic comedies, the kind I avoided post-breakup. One morning, my bedroom mirror had a faint smudge, like a fingerprint near where my face would be. I installed a cheap Ring doorbell cam facing inside toward the living room. Weird, I know, but paranoia won, and a motion light in the hallway. The app alerted a few times to movement when I was at work shadows, maybe the blinds shifting in breeze. Footage blurry, nothing clear. A work friend, Tara, came over for wine one Friday night. We gossiped about office drama, watched a rom-com. She used the bathroom and joked, "Your smoke detector is fancy, has a little lens?" I laughed, said it came with the place. But after she left, I stood on a stool, inspected it. Yeah, a tiny black dot, like a camera pinhole. Not on the cheap plastic ones I'd seen before. Heart pounding, I googled some smart detectors have cams, but this wasn't branded. Unscrewed it carefully. Wires leading into the ceiling, and yes, a small wireless camera. Battery powered, taped inside. I freaked, called Tara crying, she came back over. We searched the apartment top to bottom. Found more. One in the bedroom clock radio on the knit-stand, perfect view of the bed. Another in a fake plant on the living room shelf, angled toward the couch and kitchen. Bathroom vent, great tiny one overlooking the shower. Even the kitchen smoke detector. All professional grade, wireless, feeding to somewhere. Police came that night. Took the devices as evidence. Dusted for prints. None wiped clean. Asked about enemies, exes, co-workers. I mentioned the landlord. He had master keys after all, for maintenance. They interviewed him the next day. He denied everything, acted shocked, said maybe a previous tenant or burglar. But the cameras were installed in fixtures that required ceiling access or careful placement, no forced entry signs. I stayed with Tara for a week, barely slept. Installed my own security cams everywhere, wired ones, this time cloud storage. Reviewed old footage from the Ring. Blurry figures on days I was out tall. Male build. Entering with a key, spending hours inside. Sitting on my bed, going through drawers, lying down where I sleep, sniffing my pillow. Cooking in my kitchen, eating my food. Watching TV on my couch. One clip. Him standing in the bedroom doorway at night while I slept. Motion didn't trigger fully, but shadow clear. The feed IP traced to a router in his name. Police raided his house. Found a dedicated room. Monitors showing live feeds from my apartment. And others? Cases open for past tenants. Hard drives full of recordings, months of me sleeping, changing, crying after bad dates, dancing alone to music, intimate moments I'd rather die than describe. Printed photos pinned to a wall, notes about my schedule. Leaves for work 7:45 a.m. Gym Tuesdays, Thursdays. Dates rarely good girl. Journals ranting obsession, saw my rental app photo, knew she was perfect. Planned installations during routine inspections I barely remembered. He confessed partially. Fixation started at signing, used keys to enter when I was out, escalated to cameras for when apart. No violence history, but the violation, unimaginable. Charges. Burglary, unlawful surveillance, stalking. Pleaded to reduced sentence 5 years, registry. I sued civilly, won enough for therapy and new start. Moved to a high-security condo downtown doorman. No landlord access. Therapy twice weekly. Trust issues deep, relationship stalled. Still check for cameras everywhere hotels, Airbnbs, friends' places. If renting, change locks immediately. Legal in Texas with notice. Install your own cams day one. Trust odd feelings. Because some people don't see tenants as people, just possessions to watch, control, own. Landlords hold keys to your home, but some want more. Stay vigilant. Your privacy isn't guaranteed. Check those detectors tonight. You never know who's already watching. The terrifying true story of the creepy regular customer who came to my remote gas station every single night for weeks and knew way too much about my personal life. Chilling real-life night shift horror experience from the United States. My name is Brooke, and this happened to me in the fall of 2020 when I was 21 years old and desperately needing cash to cover community college tuition and rent on a rundown studio apartment in Flagstaff, Arizona. ID just dropped out of my second semester after my part-time barista job cut hours because of the pandemic slowdown. And my parents back in Ohio couldn't help much, they were struggling too. So when I saw the Craigslist ad for a graveyard shift cashier at a 24-hour gas station off Highway 89, about 45 minutes north of town in the middle of nowhere, I jumped on it. The pay was $14 an hour plus occasional tips from truckers, and the owner, an older guy named Dal, who ran it with his wife, said it was mostly quiet, just pumping gas, stocking shelves, cleaning pumps, and dealing with the rare late-night customer. The station was called Coconino Travel Stop, a weathered single-story building with flickering fluorescent lights, 2 pump islands under a rusted canopy, a small convenience store section with dusty shelves of snacks, motor oil, cigarettes, and lottery tickets, and a back room with a microwave, mini fridge, and a rickety chair for breaks. It sat on a lonely stretch of highway flanked by endless ponderosa pine forest on one side and open desert scrub on the other. Nearest town was 20 miles south, next gas 30 miles north. Cell service was spotty, 1 bar if you stood by the front windows, and there were no security cameras inside or out. Dale said too expensive and never had trouble. Just a silent alarm button under the counter tied to county sheriff, who could take 30 to 45 minutes to respond. I took the job anyway, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 4 nights a week. Seemed easy money. First few shifts were boring in the best way. I'd stock coolers with energy drinks, mop sticky floors from spilled coffee, listen to podcasts on my phone when signal allowed, and serve the occasional long-haul trucker grabbing Red Bull and beef jerky, or tired travelers filling up before the long drive to the Grand Canyon. Nights were cold, even in fall. Wind whistling through the pines, coyotes yipping in the distance, stars so bright it felt surreal. I'd lock the door after 2 a.m. for safety, company policy, serving through the night drawer. Felt isolated but empowering me against the dark. The strange customer first showed up on my 4th shift, a Thursday around 1:30 a.m. A beat-up dark blue Chevy Silverado pulled up to pump 3 older model, dented fenders, Arizona plates caked in dust. Driver was a man, mid-40s, maybe average build, wearing a faded gray hoodie pulled low, baseball cap shadowing his face, jeans, work boots. He pumped $40 exactly, came inside, paid cash for a black coffee and a pack of Marlboro Reds. Didn't say much, just cold out there, in a low, gravelly voice with a faint southwestern accent. Eyes were intense, dark, unblinking, lingering on me a second too long as I handed change. I brushed it off. Night shift attracts weirdos. He came back 2 nights later, same truck, same pump, same time-ish, same order, $40 gas, black coffee, Marlboros. This time he asked my name, Namatak said. Brooke. Said, pretty name for a pretty girl working alone out here. Smiled too wide, teeth yellowed. Asked if I was new, how I liked the job. I kept it short, professional. He nodded, stared around the store like memorizing layout left. By the next week, he was a regular every shift I worked, without fail, between 1 and 2 a.m., always the same. Silverado at pump 3, $1.40 gas paid at pump, inside for coffee and cigarettes. Started small talk escalating. Asked if I lived in Flagstaff, nice town, been there lately? If I had a boyfriend, pretty girl like you shouldn't be alone. What music I liked. Noticed my phone playing indie rock. I'd laugh nervously, ring him up fast, but it unnerved me. How did he know my shifts? Dale said no regulars matching description. Week 3, creep factor rose. One night, heavy rain pounding the roof. He came in soaked, hoodie clinging. Bought the usual, but lingered at counter, dripping. You from Ohio originally? Buckeyes fan? My jaw dropped. I'd mentioned being from Ohio once to a trucker customer in passing, weeks earlier. How'd he hear? I lied, said no. Just visited. He smiled that wide smile. Accent gives it away. Cute. Another night, fog thick as soup, visibility zero. He pulled up, bought coffee. Said, "Be careful driving home. Road slick tonight. That little red Honda Civic of yours handles okay in rain?" I drove a red Civic. Never told anyone at work. Parked around back, not visible from pumps. Heart hammered. I mumbled, yeah. Pushed his change through drawer after locking door early. I told Dale. He shrugged. Probably overheard you on phone or something. Harmless weirdo. Installed a cheap outdoor camera myself, motion light with recording to my phone, aimed at pumps. Told my roommate back in town, crashing their days. She urged quit. But money good. Bills piling, I stayed, but started carrying pepper spray, parking closer to door, texting location to friend every shift start. Week 4, obsession clear. He came nightly, sometimes twice if slow. Started bringing gifts, a Snickers bar for energy on long nights. A cheap rose from some roadside stand, because you deserve pretty things. Left notes on receipts. Smile more, beautiful, or thinking about you. Ask deeper questions. Rough breakup recently? You seem sad sometimes. Truex dumped me months prior, cried on break calls occasionally, or community college tough? Don't give up, knew too much. One midnight, dead quiet. No other cars for hours. He stood outside locked door after I refused entry post 2 a.m. Tapping glass softly, whispering, "Just want to talk, Brooke." Know you're alone. Shadow and fog, face pressed close. I hit silent alarm, hid in back room till he left after 20 minutes. Camera footage. Clear shots of him, plates readable, ran by sheriff. Registered to a P.O. box, no name match. Face, gaunt cheeks, stubble, eyes hollow but fixated. Sheriff visited, once warned him trespass if continues, but no crime yet, just creepy. Climax hit on a freezing November night. Wind howling, light snow starting rare early. Slow shift, no customers hours. Around 1:45 a.m., lights flickered, old wiring. Then his truck pulled up. Pumped gas, approached door. I locked early, served through drawer. Coffee, smokes. But he slid something extra, a photo. Printed on regular paper. Me and my Civic, parked outside my apartment complex in Flagstaff, taken from across street. Time-stamped 2 days prior, back handwritten, safe drive home tonight? Miss seeing you, days off. Panic exploded. I screamed, "How did you get this?" He smiled, calm. Easy when you care. Know your schedule, your address, your everything. Time we talk properly. Started jiggling door handle. I backed away, called 911, spotty signal, but connected. Told dispatcher stalking, photo proof. He heard, laughed low. Too late for that. Truck engine roared. He rammed the front door. Glass shattered, alarms blaring, finally, but he climbed through, cutting arm on shards, blood dripping. I ran to back room, barricaded with shelves, pepper spray ready. He banged door. Just want to be friends. You need someone watching out here. Sheriff and Route 35 minutes. He paced store, smashing shelves, ranting how he'd watched me weeks, fell in love. Followed home to protect. Admitted hiding in woods across highway nights, binoculars, noting routines. Light sirens finally, he bolted to truck, sped north. High-speed chase. State troopers joined. Spiked strips 10 miles up, truck flipped into ditch. He survived, arrested. Name Carl Whitaker, 46. History, mental health commitments, stalking convictions, Utah, Nevada, off meds. Fixated on lonely night workers. Truck full. More photos, hundreds, me at work, home, grocery store, maps my routes, binoculars, duct tape, knife. Charges stuck this time, aggravated, stalking, burglary, assault. Long sentence. I quit immediately, moved back Ohio months later. Night shifts impossible, now panic attacks in dark. Check mirrors obsessively, no lone jobs. Therapy helps, but that wide smile, those knowing eyes, haunt dreams. If working alone nights, trust instincts on creepy regulars. Document everything. Demand cameras. Push for help early. Because some customers aren't buying gas, they're buying time to learn you, follow you, own you. Out on those empty highways, the real danger isn't the dark, it's who pulls up when no one's watching. Stay safe. Never ignore the regular who knows too much. The creepy gas station stalker escaped from custody and tracked me down to my new home across the country. Part 2 of my terrifying true night shift horror story. Real-life obsession nightmare returns from the United States. My name is still Brooke, and it has been over 5 years since that nightmare at the remote Coconino travel stop gas station in northern Arizona, where Carl Whitaker, that deranged regular customer, terrorized me night after night, learning every detail of my life before ramming the door and nearly abducting me in a blizzard of shattered glass and blood. If you know the first part, you remember how it ended. The high-speed chase on icy Highway 89, his truck flipping into a ditch. His arrest with a cab full of photos, maps, binoculars, and weapons that proved his obsession went far deeper than anyone imagined. He was charged with aggravated stalking, attempted kidnapping, burglary, and a list of other felonies that should have locked him away for decades. The judge denied bail, citing him as a clear flight risk and danger to me specifically. I testified via video, couldn't to face him in court, and watched as he stared at the camera the whole time, that same wide, yellow-toothed smile never leaving his face, even as they sentenced him to 18 years in a maximum security facility outside Phoenix. I left Arizona the week after the trial wrapped. Packed my red Civic with whatever fits, sublet my Flagstaff studio sight unseen, and drove straight back to Ohio. 3,000 miles of paranoid. Mirror checking, stopping only at busy rest areas in daylight, sleeping in my car with doors locked and pepper spray in hand. Crashed with my parents in our old suburban Cleveland house for months, got a day shift job at a coffee chain, no more nights. Ever, started therapy twice a week, even changed my last name legally to my mom's maiden one for a clean slate. Made new friends who never knew the story. Dated cautiously a sweet guy named Matt who worked in IT, patient with my jumpiness. Life rebuilt slowly. Moved into a cute duplex in a busy neighborhood with neighbors on every side. Got a rescue pit bull named Luna for protection. Installed security cams front and back, ring doorbell, motion lights. Nightmares faded from every night to once a month. I thought it was over. He was locked away until his 60s. I was safe. The first crack appeared in early 2025, about 4.5 years after the arrest. I was walking Luna around the block one crisp March evening streets, lined with blooming cherry trees, kids on bikes, normal suburban life. My phone buzzed with a notification from my home security app, motion at the front porch. I opened the live feed from afar. A man standing there, back to camera, average height, gray hoodie pulled up, hands in pockets. Just standing, staring at the door for minutes. No package, no knocking. Then he turned slightly, face shadowed under the hood, but the build, the stance. My stomach lurched. He looked toward the camera, tilted his head like he knew it was there, then walked away calmly down the sidewalk. I rushed home, heart pounding, called police, non-emergency. They reviewed footage, couldn't ID him, no crime committed, just suspicious loitering, but the hoodie was dark gray, same as the one Carl wore every night at the station. Coincidence, I told myself, thousands of gray hoodies. But then the notes started. Slipped under my windshield wiper at work. Simple white paper, block letters. First one. Nice neighborhood. Safer than Arizona. Found it after a morning shift. I scanned the parking lot, no one. Reported it, kept the note bagged for prints. None. Second note a week later on my mailbox at home. Luna's a good guard dog. Friendly too. He'd seen her. Knew her name, I'd only started calling her that after moving. I upgraded everything. New locks, reinforced doors, floodlights, even a taser. Told Matt the full story. Finally he was supportive, stayed over more. Police increased drive-bys. Quiet for a month. I breathed easier. Then the calls. Blocked number. Late nights, breathing heavy on the line. Then that low gravelly voice. Miss our talks, Brooke. You changed your name but not your pretty voice. Hang up. Star 69 didn't work. Burner phone. One call he whispered details. Like that blue scrubs top you wear to work brings out your eyes. I'd worn it that day. Traced calls untraceable. Sheriff contacted Arizona prison. Carl still incarcerated. Good behavior, no outside access approved. But good behavior meant early parole hearing scheduled for fall 2025. Overcrowding again. My victim advocate promised notification, protective order extension. Summer 2025. Sightings escalated. Gray hoodie figure across the street from my duplex at dusk, watching windows. Luna growling at the back fence nightly, hackles up. Once, Footprints in the soft soil behind the housework boots, size 11, leading from alley to bedroom window and back. Mud smears on the glass like face pressed close. Photos mailed anonymously. Me walking Luna at the grocery store. Pumping gas in broad daylight. Always busy stations now. Blurry, taken from distance, but clear intent. I moved again emergency lease break to a gated apartment complex in Columbus, 90 minutes away. New job at a corporate office, days only. New routines, told no one old address except parents and Matt. We were serious now, talking engagement. Security guard at entrance, keycard access, cameras everywhere, felt fortress safe. Quiet until October 2025. News alert on my phone. Inmate escapes during transfer in Arizona considered dangerous. Carl Whitaker. Van ambushed en route to a lower security facility for reintegration prep ahead of parole. Guards injured. Carl vanished into desert with stolen vehicle. Nationwide manhunt. My advocate called immediately. He's heading east, mentions of Ohio and old files. Get to safety. He found me anyway. First side. My apartment buzzer at 2 a.m., 1 November night intercom static, then his voice. No, you're in 4B now. Higher floor. Smarter. But I'm patient. Security reviewed footage. Gray hoodie man at gate used a stolen resident keycard somehow, slipped in before guard noticed. Never reached my floor patrol, scared him off. Then packages. Delivered to my door. No sender. Inside. Items from my old life, my lost name tag from the gas station. How? A Snickers bar like his gifts. A printed photo of the wrecked travel stop door from news archives. Police staked out. FBI involved, now interstate fugitive stalking prior victim. I went into protective custody. Hotel with agents, Matt and Luna with me. But he called the front desk once. Tell Brooke our road trip is back on. Climax came December 2025. Freezing rain turning roads to ice. I was clear to return home briefly for clothes escorted by 2 agents. Complex quiet, holiday lights twinkling. As we pulled into my spot, headlights flared behind us. A dark blue Silverado, newer model, ramming the gate barrier, sparks flying. Carl. Hoodie up, face gaunt but unmistakable. That wide smile visible even in dashcam. Agents drew weapons, shouted commands. He reversed, smashed through again outbound. Chased through Columbus streets, sirens, black ice, civilian cars swerving. He drove reckless 80 in residential zones, ranting on stolen police scanner we heard later. She's mine! Always was! Spike strips, finally tires shredded near highway on ramp. Truck spun, slammed embankment. Agents approached cautious. He emerged, hands up, bleeding, laughing. Worth the drive to see her one more time. Cuffed. Still smiling. Tell Brooke I kept my promise. Always come back. In the truck. New obsession trove maps from Arizona to Ohio. My new address circled, photos spanning months. Hired pay. Accomplices? Restraints, sedatives, a wedding ring. For her. No parole, now federal charges added. Escape, assault on officers, interstate stalking. Life without possibility. I'm in a new state entirely, now details protected. Matt proposed last month. Luna's my shadow. Therapy ongoing. I sleep with lights on, check perimeters daily. But sometimes on quiet nights, a truck engine rumbles past. And I wonder if he had friends who learned from him. If the obsession outlived the cage. If working nights alone, demand protection. Document every creep. Push authorities hard. Because some regulars don't stop at gas, they fill up on your fear, your life, and keep coming back for more, no matter the miles or years. Stay safe out there. That customer who knows too much. He might already be planning his return trip. The terrifying true story of the hotel guest who refused to leave his room for weeks and secretly watched my every shift from inside the building. Chilling real-life night auditor horror experience from the United States. My name is Taylor. And this happened to me in the winter of 2019 when I was 23 years old and working the night audit. Shift at a rundown roadside motel called the Pine Ridge Inn just off Interstate 70 in the middle of rural Colorado. ID moved to the small town of Eagle a few months earlier after finishing an associate desk degree in hospitality. Management back in. Denver dreaming of eventually managing a fancy resort in the mountains, but starting small to pay off student loans and gain experience. The Pine Ridge was far from fancy. A single-story L-shaped building with 40 rooms built in the 1970s, faded blue paint peeling from the stucco walls, a flickering neon vacancy sign that buzzed like a dying insect, and a gravel parking lot surrounded by thick pine forests that blocked out the stars on clear nights. It catered mostly to trucker skiers heading to Vail and the occasional lost traveler. Cheap rates, basic amenities. Outdated TVs, scratchy sheets, a tiny outdoor pool that froze over in winter, and a lobby with vending machines, a coffee station that always tasted burnt, and my front desk station behind a bulletproof glass partition, installed after a robbery years before. The night shift was 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., 5 nights a week. The manager, an overworked woman named Karen, who lived 30 minutes away, trusted me to handle everything. Check-ins, rare after midnight, running the audit reports, light cleaning, and dealing with any guest issues. It was isolating self-service, spotty in the lobby, landline for emergencies. One ancient security camera over the entrance. Footage recorded to VHS tapes no one ever reviewed. And a baseball bat under the counter, just in case. But the quiet paid well with overtime. And I liked the solitude at first. Headphones in, audiobooks playing, folding laundry from the guest machines during slow hours. Watching snow fall softly outside the big lobby windows. The guest arrived on a bitterly cold Tuesday night in late November, around 1 a.m. during a light blizzard that had shut down the interstate for hours. A black SUV pulled under the porte coquere, wipers struggling against heavy flakes. The driver, a man in his late 40s, tall and broad-shouldered, with short-cropped salt and pepper hair, a thick beard, wearing a dark winter coat and gloves, came in stomping snow off his boots. He had reservation under J. Harlan, paid cash for a week up front. Unusual, most used cards. Requested room 28 at the far end of the L, away from the highway noise. Said he was a salesman traveling for work. Needed peace to make calls. Voice deep, polite, but clipped. Eyes a pale blue that didn't quite meet mine. I handed him the key card, gave the standard spiel about checkout. And breakfast, continental in the lobby, 6 to 9 a.m. And he nodded, said, "Appreciate it, Taylor," while glancing at my namatag. Nothing overtly creepy, but something about his stare lingered as he walked out into the storm. The first few days were unremarkable. He kept to himself, no maid service requested, do not disturb sign permanent, no calls to the desk, no sightings in the lobby. I barely thought about him amid the usual routine. Auditing credit card batches at 3 a.m. Restocking the coffee station, stepping outside for fresh air breaks where the cold bit through my hoodie and the pines creaked in the wind. Truckers came and went, a few rowdy skiers one night, but mostly silence broken by distant semi-truck brakes on the interstate. By day 4, oddities began. Around 2 a.m., the lobby phone rang, internal line from room 28. "Need extra towels," he said flatly. I'd bundled some up, left them outside his door as policy for late requests. But when I glanced at the peephole from the hallway, habit from training videos, I swear I saw it darken like an eye pressed close. Brushed it off, paranoia from too much coffee. Day 5. He appeared in the lobby for the first time, just after midnight. Bought a coffee from the machine, stood sipping it slowly by the windows, staring out at the snow. Asked casual questions. "Quiet tonight? You work every night? Live nearby or commute?" I answered vaguely. Small talk is part of the job, but he knew details. Cold drive from Eagle if you live there. I never mentioned the town. Maybe overheard? Or guessed from my license plate in the employee spot. Uneasy, but smiled professionally. That night, after he returned to his room, I noticed the guest laundry room light left on door ajar. Inside, one of my hoodies from the lost and found bin. I kept extras there for cold shifts, folded neatly on the dryer with a faint cologne smell, not mine. Creepy, but maybe he borrowed it? Reported to Karen next morning. She shrugged. Guests do weird stuff. Week 2. He extended his stay another week, cash again. Started more interactions. Came to the desk nightly around 1 a.m. Bought snacks or coffee, lingered chatting. Questions personal. Boyfriend worried about you alone nights? Single at the time. Family back in Denver miss you? Knew I was from there, mentioned once to another guest. Compliments escalated. Pretty girl like you shouldn't work nights, dangerous. Nice smile when you're not tired. I'd laugh it off, busy myself with paperwork. Noises started then from his room, or hallway near it. Muffled thuds late like furniture moving. Once, faint whispering, couldn't make out words. Guests in nearby rooms complained of footsteps pacing all night. Karen knocked, no answer, DND sign. Probably watching TV loud. My paranoia grew. I'd feel watched during breaks, glance up, see his curtain twitch in room 28 window overlooking the lot. One blizzard night, power flickered. Backup generator kicked in. He called. Everything okay up front? Sounded like you yelped. I hadn't alone, no noise. How do you know I jumped at the lights? Midweek 2. Gifts appeared. A hot chocolate packet left on the desk with a note. For cold nights. Jay, then a scarf. Saw you shivering outside. Knew my smoke breaks. I vaped then. Told Karen, she said. Confront him or call sheriff if uncomfortable. I did next visit, politely. Appreciate it, but can't accept gifts. He smiled wide. Just being friendly. Know you like chocolate, mentioned to that trucker last week. Overheard again. Escalation hit week 3. He extended indefinitely. Work trip longer than expected. Started appearing unpredictably. In the hallway when I did rounds, coincidentally getting ice. Once, in the parking lot during my break, standing by my car, smoking. Nice Civic, reliable in snow? Heart raced, I backed away, said shift ending soon, lie. That night, reviewing the old VHS tape, Curiosity 1. Grainy footage showed him multiple times daily. Exiting room when I arrived for shift, returning when I left mornings. Watching lobby from his door crack. One clip. Him standing outside my car window while I was inside on break. Face close to glass, staring in for minutes. Police visited non-emergency, warned him about harassment. He played innocent. Just friendly to the nice girl at desk. No laws broken yet. But he stopped coming to lobby. Room silent. D&D forever. Karen worried about payment, knocked. No answer. Smell started faint. Rotting food. Week 4. Blizzard shut interstate days. Motel empty except him and me nights. Tension unbearable. I'd hear door creak open slightly when I passed hallway. Close fast. Footsteps mirroring mine during cleaning. Climax. One sub-zero night. No guests. Wind howling like wolves. Around 3 a.m. Auditing numbers. Lobby lights dimmed for energy. Phone rang his room. Need help. Hurt. Voice strained. Policy. Call 911 for medical. Did ambulance 40 minutes out. But he insisted. Just twisted ankle. Come quick? Against better judgment, isolated no one else. Grabbed master key, flashlight, pepper spray. Approached room 28, door ajar. Light off. Mr. Harlan? Inside. Darkness. Heavy stale air. Stepped in cautiously, then hands grabbed from behind. Cloth over mouth, chemical smell. Struggled. Sprayed blindly, hit him, he grunted. Broke free, ran screaming to lobby, hit alarm. He emerged chasing limping fake. Wild eyes roaring, you can't leave me alone too. Locked glass partition just in time, he banged furiously. Face smeared spray, screaming, been watching you weeks. You're mine now. Sheriff arrived, subdued him. Room search, nightmare. Walls covered photos of me printed from hacked lobby cam, old system vulnerable. Or phone through windows, sleeping in break room chair, on smoke breaks, driving away mornings. Journals detailing shifts, car plate, guest address from mail I left visible once. Food hoarded weeks, explaining smell. Hidden in vents, binoculars, listening device aimed at desk. His name, Jonathan Harlan. History institutional releases, obsession with lonely night workers. Previous hotel clerks stalked, one assaulted. Charges stuck, heavy sentence. I quit next day, moved back Denver, day jobs only. Hotels trigger panic check rooms obsessively. Avoid motels. If working nights alone, especially hotels, gas stations demand cameras. Never go to room solo. Trust gut on lingering guests. Because some don't check in for rest, they check in for you. Watching, waiting, planning to never check out. And if a guest knows too much without telling, change the locks on your life. Fast. Stay safe out there. That quiet regular might be listening right now. The obsessed hotel guest escaped from prison and hunted me down at my new job years. Later, part 2 and terrifying conclusion of my night auditor stalker nightmare real-life horror story from the United States. My name is still Taylor, and it has been almost 7 years since that frozen winter at the Pine Ridge Inn in rural Colorado, where Jonathan Harlan, that deranged long-term guest in room 28, hoarded food for weeks. Covered his walls with photos of me stolen from hacked feeds and secret shots, rigged listening devices toward the front desk, and finally lured me into his room with a fake injury before trying to drug and abduct me in the dead of night. If you know the first part, you remember the ending. the shattered motel door from his rage, the sheriff tackling him as he screamed about me being his. The room reveal that exposed months of hidden obsession binoculars. Aimed at the lobby, journals filled with my every move, my routines timed to the minute. He was convicted on stalking, attempted kidnapping, unlawful surveillance, and assault charges, sentenced to 25 years in a maximum security prison in Kagan City, with the judge calling him a calculated predator who poses an ongoing threat to isolated female workers. I testified in person that time, staring him down as he smiled that cold, unblinking smile one last time before they led him away in chains. I never went back to the Pine Ridge. Quit the same week, packed my Civic in a blizzard. Drove straight to Denver, where my parents helped me crash in their basement for months. Therapy was brutal weekly sessions for years. Diagnosed with severe PTSD. Couldn't be alone at night. Flinched at motel signs on road trips. Checked every room for hidden cameras or vents. Changed careers entirely, daytime admin job at a corporate office in the city. Good benefits, bright lights, people everywhere. Met a great guy named Chris through friends, a firefighter, steady and protective. We got married in 2022, bought a house in a busy suburb with neighbors close, and a home security system I obsessed over. Cameras on every corner, motion sensors, even a panic room conversion in the basement. Had a daughter in 2024, little Emma, who became my world. Life felt reclaimed. Playdates, barbecues, no more nights alone with strangers. The shadow returned in the fall of 2025. I was scrolling news one evening after putting Emma to bed, Chris on shift, when an alert popped. Armed escape at Colorado State Penitentiary, 3 inmates at large after guard ambush. One name, Jonathan Harlan. Details emerged over days. Planned attack during a medical transfer, accomplices outside, fellow inmates' families. Guards shot, non-fatal. Harlan vanishing into the mountains with stolen gear and a vehicle. Manhunt, massive dogs, helicopters, roadblocks, but Colorado's vast wilderness swallowed him. My old victim advocate called immediately. He's mentioned you in therapy sessions, fixated still. Assume he's heading your way. Protective order active, but get extra precautions. I panicked, quietly told Chris everything. Finally, I'd minimized parts before marriage. Installed more cams, varied routines, taught Emma basic stranger danger young as she was. Police patrolled our street, FBI consulted. Quiet for weeks, sightings of him in Wyoming, then Nebraska, heading east. Then the signs, a black SUV, like his old one, parked across the street one dawn when I left for work, gone when I circled back. Notes in our mailbox. No envelope, just folded paper. First, family suits you. Pretty house. Second, Emma has your eyes. He knew her name, never public. Security footage. Hooded figure at night, too shadowed for face. But tall, broad, deliberate walk. We went into hiding hotel with marshals, then a safe house in another state temporarily. Chris took leave, Luna, our new German shepherd, with us. I stopped working, homeschooled plans for Emma, thought distance would help. He found us anyway. Spring 2026. Relocated semi-permanently to a small town in Northern California, new jobs. Me remote admin again. Chris transferred departments, new schools, new everything. Rented a quiet house on a cul-de-sac, gated community even. Felt fresh ocean nearby, redwoods, normalcy creeping back. Until my first night feeling alone. Chris worked occasional overnights, now firehouse shifts. One mild May evening, he was on 24-hour, Emma asleep early. I was up late paying bills at the kitchen table, windows open to breeze. Around 1 a.m. habit from old days, I felt watched. Glanced out. Nothing. But the backyard motion light flickered on Luna growling low at the slider door. Footage later. A figure in dark coat, standing at fence line, staring in for minutes before melting into trees. Notes resumed. Slipped under door wiper of my new minivan. California air agrees with you. Missed our talks. Gifts. A cheap coffee mug left on porch. For old times. Smell of his cologne faint on it. Police FBI ramped up, knew it was him from handwriting match. Tracked purchases. Black SUV bought cash in Nevada under fake ID. Sightings along I-80 West. I couldn't live, trapped, needed income. Normalcy for Emma. Took a part-time evening job at a small boutique hotel in town, front desk. But days mostly, occasional audit coverage for extras. Busy location, multiple staff, modern cams everywhere. Felt safe. Chris approved with conditions. He showed up the first week I covered a night audit alone after 11 p.m. but downtown, people around. Checked in around midnight. Older now, beard fuller gray, hair longer, but those pale blue eyes unmistakable under a new name, J. Reed. Requested end room again. Paid cash extended stay. Smiled slow. Good to see a familiar face, Taylor. I froze behind the new bulletproof glass hit silent alarm immediately. He knew I'd recognize, lingered at counter. Long time. You look happy. Husband? Kid? Researched well. Security escorted him out trespass order instant, but he left calm, whispering, "See you soon," through the door. That night. Calls from blocked numbers, his voice. New motel nicer. But still nights alone sometimes. Waiting. He rented nearby Airbnb under fake. Watched the hotel. Followed me home, once lost him in traffic, but heart attack scary. Climax. Late June 2026. Heat wave. Chris on shift again. Emma at grandparents for safety. I covered audit, busy night, but quieted after 2 a.m. Around 3, power cut, whole block blackout. Later sabotage. Lines cut. Backup lights dim, generator slow. Phone lines jammed somehow. Door buzzed, he'd forced entry side staff door. Appeared in lobby. Disheveled, armed knife, eyes manic after months evading. You changed jobs for me? Sweet. Advanced slow, ranting years fixated in prison. Only thought of you. Planned escape for this. I barricaded office, called 911 on cell spotty, but connected. He smashed glass, raging about our time interrupted. Police swarmed fast, downtown response quick. Tased him mid-rampage, cuffed screaming my name. Truck searched. New obsession, hoard photos, recent drones. Hired help. Maps our new life. Restraints. Drugs like before. Letters unsent. Plans to reclaim me, take family or eliminate obstacles. Federal charges piled. Escape, interstate stalking, attempted murder vibes. No bail, life sentence likely. We're relocated again, witness protection level now. Chris retired early. We live quietly, coastal nowhere. Emma thriving, but I watch shadows. Therapy, eternal hotels, motels banned forever. Even vacations, Airbnbs with reviews checked obsessively. Some guests don't leave when checkout comes. They wait years, plan, return. If in hospitality nights, multiple staff always, cams mandatory, never ignore extended stay loaners. Because the one who watches quietly might be saving his move for when you're alone again. Years later, stay safe. That guest who remembers too much might already be booking his return. The terrifying true story of the voyeur neighbor who drilled holes in my walls and watched me undress every night for months. Disturbing real-life peeping Tom stalker horror from the United States. My name is Hannah, and this happened to me starting in the spring of 2022 when I was 26 years old and had just moved into a ground floor apartment in a quiet complex in suburban Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'd taken a new job as a graphic designer at a mid-sized marketing firm downtown after years of freelancing from my cramped studio in Chicago. Better pay, benefits, and the promise of stability after a string of unreliable clients left me broke and burned out. The apartment was perfect on paper. A spacious one-bedroom in an older brick building built in the 1980s with big windows overlooking a wooded backyard, ravine, hardwood floors that creaked just enough to feel homey, a galley kitchen with new appliances and a walk-in closet big enough for my overflowing wardrobe. Rent was affordable at $950 a month, utilities included, and the neighborhood felt safe. Families with kids riding bikes, dog walkers at dusk, a community pool in summer that hosted barbecues. The building had 8 units, 4 on the ground floor, 4 above with shared laundry in the basement and assigned parking spots out front. My unit was at the end, Unit 1A, with windows on 3 sides. Bedroom facing the ravine, living room and kitchen overlooking the side yard and parking lot. The landlord, a distant management company, sent a handyman named Tom for any issues, a quiet older guy in his 60s who fixed things quick and never lingered. My neighbors seemed normal. A young couple with a baby upstairs, an elderly widow next door who baked banana bread for new tenants, and in the unit directly above mine, Unit 2, a single guy named Mark who'd introduced himself the day I moved in. Mid-30s, average height, skinny build, glasses, short brown hair, worked from home as an IT consultant. He helped carry a box up the steps, made small talk about the building. Quiet mostly, great location, and seemed friendly but shy, kept to himself after that. The first few weeks were idyllic. I'd wake to birds chirping in the ravine, brew coffee on the balcony off the living room, Work remotely some days with sunlight streaming through the big windows, hit the gym after hours, or meet new coworkers for drinks in the city. I decorated slowly. Sheer white curtains for privacy, but light. String lights over the bed. Plants on every sill to make it feel alive. Being single after a 2-year relationship that ended badly. He ghosted after I caught him lying. I enjoyed the solitude-long baths with candles dancing in underwear to playlists, while cooking pasta falling asleep with the bedroom. Window cracked for fresh air even as spring nights stayed cool. But around week 4, the unease started subtly. I DB in the shower steam, fogging the frosted glass window high in the wall, and feel a sudden chill, like a draft stronger than usual. Glance up, nothing. Or changing in the bedroom after work, peeling off clothes facing the ravine window, with curtains half drawn for sunset views, and swear a shadow flickered outside among the trees. Dear, I told myself common in the ravine, grazing at dusk. But the feeling of eyes on my bare skin lingered, making me rush to pull blinds fully closed. Then the noises from upstairs began. Mark's unit directly above mine soft at first. Footsteps pacing late nights. Always around the times I'd be winding down. Thud, pause, drag, like furniture shifting. I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling, heart quickening. Old buildings have noises, pipes expanding, I rationalized. But it was patterned. Starting when I turned off lights, stopping when I got up for water. By May, incidents accumulated. One evening, home early from a bad date, I stripped in the bedroom for pajamas, curtains open to the dark ravine for breeze, and heard a faint click outside, like a camera shutter. Froze, peered out. Nothing but branches swaying. Laughed it off as imagination. But next morning, inspecting the windowsill, tiny scuff marks in the dust outside, like shoe prints on the narrow ledge below the glass. Ground floor easy access from the yard. Told myself kids pranking. The watched feeling intensified. Cooking dinner in the kitchen big window over the sink facing the side yard, I'd spin around suddenly. Certain someone stared from the shadows near the dumpsters. Nothing. Showering. That high frosted window had a new scratch, like something scraped the glass. Bedroom. Ravine side, dense trees but close enough for binoculars. Started closing curtains fully, but felt trapped, like losing my light. One humid June night, thunderstorm rolling in. Power flickering. I was in the living room on the couch in shorts and a tank top, laptop on my lap binge-watching shows. Lightning flashed, illuminating the backyard ravine brightly for seconds, and there, pressed against the bedroom window glass from outside, a face. Pale, glasses reflecting light, mouth open in a silent stare. Gone in the next thunder rumble. I screamed, dropped the laptop, ran to the window blinds down now, but peeked through slats. Empty, rain starting to pour. Called police, non-emergency officers came. Searched yard and ravine with flashlights. Muddy footprints leading from the trees to my bedroom window and back. Size 10 men's boots. Fresh, but storm-washed evidence fast. Peeping Tom likely keep blinds closed, will patrol more. No prints, no ID. I bought blackout curtains immediately. Taped them secure. Installed cheap motion lights outside my windows. Landlord approved. Told my coworker friend Lauren she stayed over a few nights. We laughed nervously, but slept with lights on. But it didn't stop. Lights triggered nightly footage from my new ring cam, doorbell, plus backyard one. Shadowy figure approaching windows. Standing motionless for minutes, staring in, even with curtains closed. Then retreating into trees. Face hooded or capped, but build skinny, average height matching Mark. Coincidence. Noises upstairs sensed perfectly. When I'd undress in bedroom, curtains closed but routine same. Pacing overhead started like following my movements. Once, drilling sound faint 2 a.m. He stopped when I banged ceiling with broom. July heat wave. AC broken, windows cracked despite fear. One night, sweating in bed in just underwear. Fan blowing, I woke to scratching inside the wall between bedroom and bathroom. Slow, deliberate, like nails testing plaster. Then silence. Morning inspection. Tiny hole in the bedroom wall, low near baseboard, covered with paint scrap but fresh dust. From the other side, units side by side, but walls shared with empty storage closet? No, my unit end. Wall to outside. Weight shared with upstairs. No. Panic. Stood on chair. Higher up more holes. Dozens. Pinhole size. Drilled through from the adjacent unit or attic. But next unit elderly widow. Above, Mark. Called landlord insisted inspection. Handyman Tom came, poked around, Old building pests, maybe. But in the shared basement storage, access panel to crawl space between floors locked broken, disturbed dust leading up. I confronted Mark casually in hallway. Hearing weird noises upstairs, everything okay? He smiled awkward. Just rearranging furniture, late insomnia. Sorry. Eyes darted to my chest, longer than polite. Escalation August. Found my mail packages opened on doorstep, retaped sloppy nothing missing, but rifled. Laundry and basement dryer. My intimates folded neatly, not how I dumped them. One rainy night, home alone. Binge eating ice cream on couch and oversized tee and panties blinds tight, but felt air shift. Bedroom light I'd left on flickered. Went to check. On the bed, a single red rose, fresh, thornless. Door locked, window secure how? Police again searched building. Mark's unit. He allowed entry. Polite. Nothing obvious but strong rose scent. Tools in closet including drill bits matching hole sizes. But no proof. Circumstantial. I moved out temporarily, stayed with Lauren. But returned for stuff one afternoon. Mark helped carry boxes. Brushed against me too close. Whispered, "Miss seeing you around." Final night. Back to grab last items. Storm raging. Power out. Candles lit. Packing in bedroom, felt breath on neck. Spun. Nothing. Then from wall whisper, "Beautiful as always, Hannah." Hole low, eye staring through. Screamed, ran. He burst from closet, hidden access from his unit via wall panel he'd cut. Chased me through apartment. Renting months, watching through drilled holes from his floor, closet. Nights crawling in when I was out, touching stuff, taking photos. Fought pepper spray, blinded him. Escaped to lobby. Neighbors called 911. Police found his unit. Walls to mine, removed panel. Peepholes everywhere, bedroom, bathroom, living room views. Thousands photos. Me sleeping, showering naked, bathroom vent aligned, changing, intimate, alone moments. Journals. Obsession started move-in day. Perfect view from above. Escalated to breaches. Mark arrested. History voyeurism charges suppressed. Off probation. I moved states. Therapy endless, can't undress without checking walls. Sleep facing corners. If in apartment, check walls for holes day one. Listen to noises above. Trust watched feeling. Because some neighbors don't knock, they watch silently. Patiently, until ready to come closer. Forever. And if you're drilling late nights, might already be too late. Stay safe. Cover every wall tonight. Someone might be listening on the other side. The voyeur neighbor escaped from prison and invaded my new life years. Later. Part 2 and terrifying conclusion of my peeping Tom stalker nightmare. Real life horror story from the United States. My name is still Hannah, and it's been nearly 4 years since that nightmare ended in my Milwaukee apartment where Mark, that quiet glasses wearing IT guy from the unit above mine, revealed his months-long obsession by drilling dozens of peepholes through walls, floors, and vents to watch me undress, shower, sleep, and live every private moment without me knowing. If you know the first part, you remember the horror. The rose on my bed when I was out, the whispers through the walls, the chase through my apartment when he finally burst from a hidden panel he'd cut, ranting about how perfect I was to watch. Police found his unit transformed into a shrine, walls stripped to expose views into mine, thousands of photos from every angle, some taken while I slept, others through bathroom vents during showers. Hard drives full of zoomed videos from phone cams he'd rigged, journals detailing my routines down to the minute. What time I changed clothes, when I touched myself alone on bad nights, even notes on my cycle from trash he'd rummaged. He was convicted on voyeurism, stalking, burglary, and attempted assault charges, sentenced to 12 years in a medium security facility outside Madison, with the judge noting his calculated, escalating perversion and recommending no early release. I left Wisconsin the month after the trial. Sold everything that fit in my car, drove west to Portland, Oregon, rainy, anonymous, far from Midwest suburbs. Changed jobs to fully remote freelance design. Rented a second-floor apartment in a high-security building with keycard access, doorman and cameras on every hallway. Therapy was intensive. Exposure exercises for walls, tapping them obsessively, sleeping with lights on, covering vents with mesh. Met a kind man named Ethan through a hiking group, outdoorsy, patient, understood my flinches at shadows. We married in 2024, small ceremony on the coast, had a son, little Noah, in late 2025. Life rebuilt carefully. House in a gated Portland suburb, alarm system I controlled via app. Ethan home most nights as a park ranger with day shifts. Noah's nursery monitored constantly. I even volunteered at a women's shelter, turning trauma into help. Nightmares rare now felt healed or close. The return began subtly in early 2026. I was folding laundry in our master bedroom, one foggy February morning, Noah napping, Ethan at work when I noticed a tiny scuff on the ceiling corner, like dust disturbed. Brushed it off as spiders. But that night, feeding Noah in the nursery rocker, I heard it. Faint scratching overhead, in the attic access we'd never used, small hatch in hallway closet, sealed per inspection. Old houses settle, I thought, but our home was newish build, 2000s. Signs accumulated quietly. Backyard motion cams triggering at odd hours. Blurry shadows near the fence line overlooking our bedroom windows, gone on review. Once clear footprint in the wet soil below the master window men's size 10, deep tread like work boots. Police checked. No break-in. Probably raccoon or teen. Then gifts. A single red rose left on our porch swing one dawn, thornless, fresh, wrapped in plastic like his old one. No note, but scent-triggered flashbacks nausea hit hard. Ethan installed more cams, floodlights, Rose bagged for prints none. Call started. Blocked numbers, heavy breathing, then his voice older, raspier. Still beautiful changing clothes, Hannah. Higher floor this time smarter. Hung up. Traced burners. Prison confirmed. Mark released early January 2026 overcrowding, model behavior, parole to a halfway house in Illinois. But he vanished day one cut ankle monitor stole a car. FBI alerted old case flagged interstate risk. We varied routines, Ethan took leave, Noah stayed with grandparents temporarily. I stopped freelance meets, worked from locked office. He escalated spring 2026. Packages. Delivered anonymously. Contents my old Milwaukee apartment items mailed from storage he'd somehow accessed. A forgotten scarf. My lost journal page photocopied with new notes. Missed watching you write in this. Photos mailed. Recent me at the park with Noah, face blurred, thank God. Ethan and I grocery shopping. Even one through our kitchen window. Me cooking dinner in shorts. Footage caught him. Hooded figure scaling backyard fence nights. Standing motionless below bedroom window for hours, staring up even with blackout curtains. Face angled away, but skinny build, glasses glint once. We relocated temporarily hotel with protection. Then family cabin upstate. But he followed. Tire slashes on our car and hotel garage. Note under wiper, family man now. Cute kid, like watching you mom. Climax hit July 2026. Heat wave, windows open despite fear. Ethan on a rare overnight ranger training. Noah with in-laws for safety. I was home alone, doors triple locked, cams armed, taser by bed. Around 2 a.m. Insomnia hit pace the house checking locks. Attic hatch and closet. Dust disturbed, latch loose. Heart pounding, I grabbed flashlight, opened it quietly, ladder down. Shone light up. Insulation shifted, footprints leading to a nest. Sleeping bag, food wrappers, a laptop open to live feeds, hacked our security cams. It guy remembered passwords from old building chats. Photos pinned. New ones. Me in this house showering. How? Vent access? Changing postpartum body I hated, crying over nightmares. He was there crouched in shadows, smiling. Finally alone again. Lunged, I screamed. Sprayed taser. Missed. Ran downstairs. He followed fast. Ranting years in prison. Only watching your old videos. Planned escape for real views again. Followed cross-country via public records. Hacked accounts. Barricaded bedroom, called 911 line cut somehow. He hacked doors, 2 alarm disabled remotely. Banged door. Let me in, just watch like before. Better now with experience. Ethan arrived, unexpected training canceled, burst in with his service pistol, tackled him mid-break. Struggle. Marked knife from pocket, slashed Ethan's arm shallow. Neighbors alerted by screams. Police swarmed. Mark subdued, still whispering my name. House search. Attic fully camped weeks, living undetected. Entry via roof vent pried. New holes drilled carefully into bedroom, bathroom ceilings. Cams rigged wireless. Drives full, years compiled footage. Old plus new stolen from our system. Charges federal now. Escape, interstate stalking, hacking, attempted murder, knife. Life sentence, no parole. Ethan healed, scar reminder. We moved countries, almost new identities, partial, quiet life abroad now. Noah safe, growing. Therapy forever, can't shower without covering vents. Sleep facing doors, check attics in every stay. Some watchers don't stop at walls. They wait years, learn, return closer. If moving, inspect every inch day one. Change Wi-Fi, cams, locks. Trust scratches and ceilings. Because the neighbor who keeps to himself might be planning his view into your life, permanently. And if find a fresh hole, run. He's already watching. Stay safe. Seal every gap tonight. Someone might be on the other side. The terrifying true story of the secret admirer who broke into my locked apartment dozens of times and left chilling gifts that knew my darkest secrets. Real life. Home intrusion stalker horror from the United States. My name is Riley, and this happened to me starting in the summer of 2022 when I was 27 years old. Had just escaped a toxic living situation in Chicago by moving to a new city, Portland, Oregon, for a fresh start. I'd been sharing an overpriced apartment with 2 roommates who partied, constantly, trashed the place, and borrowed my stuff without asking. All while I worked remote as a content writer for a marketing agency, grinding 10-hour days in my cluttered bedroom to afford my share of the rent. The final straw was coming home to find my ex-boyfriend, who I'd broken up with months earlier after he cheated, crashing on our couch again, invited by one roommate without telling me. I packed my bags at night, found a cute studio apartment listing online in a quiet neighborhood in southeast Portland, and signed the lease sight unseen 2 days later. It was a ground floor unit in a small 12-unit brick building from the 1960s. Tucked on a tree-lined street near Mount Tabor Park, big windows letting in tons of natural light. Original oak floors that gleamed after a fresh refinish. A tiny but functional kitchen with a gas stove I was excited to cook on. And a bathroom with a deep soaking tub perfect for long baths after stressful deadlines. The rent was surprisingly low at $1,100 a month, and the landlord, a property management company, sent a maintenance guy named Dave to hand over the keys and do a quick walkthrough. He mentioned the previous tenant, a woman about my age, had left suddenly without notice, but the place was clean top to bottom. I didn't think much of it. I was just thrilled to have my own space, no roommates, no drama, just me and my cat. Luna, a fluffy gray rescue I'd adopted the year before, and the freedom to blast music, leave dishes in the sink if I wanted, and walk around in whatever or nothing, without judgment. I spent the first weekend unpacking, hanging fairy lights over the Murphy bed that folded down from the wall, setting up my desk by the big living room window overlooking a shared courtyard with picnic tables and a little fountain, stocking the fridge with fresh produce from the nearby farmer's market, and arranging my bookshelves with thrillers and self-help books I'd collected during my healing era. The first month was pure bliss. Mornings, coffee on the courtyard bench, watching squirrels chase each other while Luna bird watched from the windowsill. Days, deep focus writing sessions with lo-fi beats playing, breaking for yoga videos on my laptop or quick walks in the park where the air smelled like pine and wet earth, even in summer. Evenings, experimenting with new recipes, pesto pasta one night. Stir-fry the next while video calling my mom or best friend back in Chicago, gushing about how peaceful it felt. Nights. Long baths with lavender oil, the steam filling the small bathroom as I read on my Kindle, then curling up with Luna purring on my chest, falling asleep to rain pattering on the window. Portland summers have those sudden showers. I felt safe deadbolts on the door, chain lock, windows latched, even a cheap doorstop alarm I'd bought online. The building was quiet. Mostly young professionals and a few retirees. Everyone keeping to themselves with polite nods in the laundry room. But around week 5, small things started feeling off. I'd come home from a rare in-person work meet downtown dressed up in my favorite black sundress, hair curled for once, and find my mail on the kitchen counter neatly stacked when I left it scattered on the floor inside the door from dropping my bag. At first, I chalked it up to forgetting I'd tidied in my rush out. But then my coffee mug from breakfast rinsed and in the drying rack instead of the sink. Luna's food bowl refilled slightly more than I'd left it. Little acts of help that made my skin prickle because I lived alone, no cleaning service, no visitors yet in the new city. The gifts began subtly in early August. One morning, waking up groggy after a late-night deadline, I found a single fresh daisy on my bedside table, bright yellow petals, stem and a glass of water. No note. I don't buy flowers often. This was new. Thought maybe the landlord left it as a welcome? But odd. Threw it out uneasy. 2 days later, a small bar of my favorite dark chocolate, the expensive sea salt kind I'd mentioned craving in a work Slack message public? No. On the counter, wrapper intact. Again, no note. Heart racing now, I checked locks. Secure. Windows latched. Called the management company, they denied entering, said maybe a neighbor playing pranks. The unease turned to fear when the gifts personalized. One evening, home from a solo hike in the park sweaty in leggings and sports bra. Showering off trail dust, I stepped out to find a new bottle of my exact shampoo brand. The pricey sulfate-free one I'd run out of days earlier on the bathroom shelf. How? Door locked when I left for the hike. No break-in signs. Started documenting. Photos of everything, journaling incidents. Told my mom she urged cameras. Ordered a full set. Ring doorbell, indoor cams covering living room, kitchen, and bedroom angle. Bathroom door always closed for privacy. Footage review chilled me. Blurry nights when I was asleep. Door unlocking quietly. How? Duplicate key. Shadowy figure entering tall, hooded sweatshirt, gloves moving silently through rooms. Placing gifts. A cozy throw blanket draped over the couch for chilly nights. A handwritten note next. You looked cold last week. Your admirer. Lingering by the bedroom door, watching me sleep through the crack before leaving, locking behind. He'd been entering for weeks dozens of times. Footage showed patterns. When I was out grocery shopping, knew my Saturday routine, or deep asleep post-midnight deadlines. Rifling drawers gently, touching clothes, sniffing my perfume bottle. Sitting at my desk reading open journal pages, where I wrote about anxiety, past traumas, secrets like therapy sessions on childhood stuff I'd never told anyone. Gifts escalated intimate. A lacy bra in my size and style left folded in drawer, not mine new. Note, this would look beautiful on you. Saw you eyeing similar online. I'd browse lingerie sites incognito how. Photos printed. Candid shots of me through windows sunbathing on the courtyard in bikini top reading. Cooking in short shorts, crying on the phone after a bad day. Police involved traced entries to bump key or picked lock. Pro. Building locks changed, but he had copies somehow. Maintenance Dave? Investigated clean. Figure on cam, mid-30s, average build, face always shadowed. Paranoia consumed. Couldn't sleep, showered with door locked and knife nearby, ate out only. Moved couch to block door nights. Climax September night. Rain pouring, thunder rumbling. Home alone, cams armed, journaling by candlelight, power flicker. Door clicked figure entered despite new locks. Window? No footage showed front door. Who down this time? Pale face, dark eyes intense, smiling softly. Riley, he whispered, voice calm. Finally meeting properly. Bolted to bathroom, locked, called 911 silently. He knocked gently. Know your secrets, the therapy, the ex, the abortion in college you never told mom. All safe with me. I love you. Banged when no answer rented months watching from courtyard trees. Bribing previous tenant for key, she'd left scared too, entering to care for me. Police burst in, tackled him mid-kick. Name, Evan Klein, 34, history anonymous admirer letters to women. Escalated here. Apartment searched. His nearby rental. Walls covered my photos, hundreds, some from inside during entries. Gifts stockpiled. Plans to reveal himself soon. Charges. Stalking, burglary, privacy invasion. Long sentence. I moved again high-rise with security. Therapy, deep trust shattered. Intimacy issues. If alone change locks immediately, Kim everything. Very routines. Because some admirers don't send cards, they enter silently, learn everything, wait to make you theirs. And if find a gift inside locked doors, he's already been closer than you know, multiple times. Stay vigilant. Check your space tonight. Someone might have a key you don't know about. The last exit on Hollow Mile Road. The rain had been falling for 6 straight hours when Daniel Mercer realized his GPS had gone silent. Not frozen. Not buffering. Silent. The blue line that had guided him through 2 states and 1 sleepless night simply vanished, leaving behind a blank gray screen and a pulsing warning icon that refused to explain itself. His phone still had power. Full bars, no notifications, no maps. Just nothing where the road should have been. Daniel slowed his car, windshield wipers groaning like tired lungs. The highway around him felt wrong in a way he couldn't immediately name. The asphalt stretched too straight, too empty, as if the world had been simplified to only what he could see through his headlights. No billboards, no mile markers, no oncoming traffic. Just endless wet pavement and trees pressed close on both sides, their branches leaning inward like they were listening. He checked the dashboard clock. 2:17 a.m. It had been 2:17 a.m. the last time he checked too. Daniel swallowed and forced a laugh, the sound thin and lonely inside the car. Long drives did this to people. Fatigue messed with perception. He rolled down the window an inch to let the cold air wake him up. The smell hit him immediately. Wet earth, rotting leaves, and something else beneath it, something sour and metallic that made the back of his tongue prickle. He rolled the window back up and told himself it was just the forest after heavy rain. Then he saw the sign. Last exit, Hollow Mile Road Nitrogen Monoxide Services. The sign looked old, older than the highway itself. Rust chewed through the edges. The letters were faded, as if they had been repainted too many times by hands that no longer remembered the original font. What bothered Daniel most was the placement. The sign stood crooked on the right shoulder, half swallowed by mud, and there was no visible exit ramp ahead. Just more road. He drove past it. Less than 30 seconds later, the sign appeared again. Same rust, same tilt, same words. Daniel's heart kicked hard against his ribs. He checked his mirrors, expecting to see some kind of access road looping him around, but there was nothing behind him except darkness and rain. No, he muttered. That's not possible. He sped up, tires hissing against the wet asphalt. The forest blurred. His headlights strained forward, cutting a narrow tunnel through the dark. A sign appeared a third time. This time there was an exit. A narrow strip of road peeled away from the highway, barely wide enough for one car. No guardrail, no lights, just a sloping descent into the trees. At the mouth of the exit stood a reflector post, bent and broken, pointing down like a crooked finger. Daniel didn't want to take it. Every instinct screamed at him to keep driving, to ignore the impossible loop, to trust that the highway would eventually return to something familiar. But the fuel gauge hovered just above empty, and his phone, his lifeline, had become a useless slab of glass. He took the exit. The moment his tires left the highway, the rain stopped. Not gradually, instantly. The sound vanished, leaving behind a thick, unnatural silence that pressed against his ears. Even the engine seemed quieter, as if the forest was swallowing the noise. Hollow Mile Road was narrower than it had looked from above. The pavement was cracked and uneven, with patches of gravel that snapped under his tires. Trees crowded close on both sides, their trunks pale and scarred, their branches interwoven overhead to form a tunnel of leaves and shadow. Daniel drove slowly, pulse pounding, eyes darting for any sign of life. After a minute, he saw the first house. It sat far back from the road, barely visible through the trees. A single-story structure with sagging walls and a porch that leaned like it was exhausted. No lights in the windows. No cars in the yard. A mailbox at the end of the driveway hung open, its door creaking gently even though there was no wind. Daniel passed it, then another, and another. Each house looked abandoned, but not old. The wood wasn't gray with age, the roofs hadn't collapsed. It was as if people had simply left one day and never returned, leaving their homes to wait in silence. Then he noticed something worse. Every driveway was empty, but the yards were full of footprints. Muddy tracks crisscrossed the grass, leading to and from the houses, converging near the road before disappearing into the trees. Some were large-booted impressions. Others were smaller, barefoot, toes splayed unnaturally wide. Daniel's hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel. The road curved gently to the left, and the trees opened up into a small clearing. In the center stood a gas station. Relief washed over him so fast it made him dizzy. The station looked like it had been pulled straight out of another decade. Two old pumps stood beneath a flickering fluorescent canopy. The building itself was squat and brick, with a single door and large windows clouded with grime. A sign above the roof read Hollow Mile Gas in peeling red letters. The lights were on. Daniel pulled in, his car crunching over gravel. He cut the engine and sat there for a moment, listening. Still no insects, no distant highway noise, just silence. He stepped out of the car. The air felt heavy, thick with that same sour metallic smell. Up close he realized it wasn't coming from the forest, it was coming from the gas station. Daniel approached the door, shoes sticking slightly to the concrete. He glanced down and froze. Dark stains mottled the ground near the entrance. Old stains soaked deep into the concrete, shaped like smeared handprints and dragged lines. The door was unlocked. A bell jingled as he stepped inside, the sound painfully loud in the quiet space. The interior was dim, lit by buzzing fluorescent lights that cast everything in a sickly yellow hue. Shelves lined the walls, stocked with dusty cans and boxes that looked decades out of date. A rack of postcards near the door displayed images of forests, empty roads, and abandoned houses. None of them had writing on the back. Behind the counter stood a man. He was tall and thin, with skin so pale it looked almost translucent. His hair was neatly combed, his uniform clean and pressed, but his eyes were wrong. They were too dark, reflecting no light, like deep holes drilled into his face. "Evening," the man said. His voice was calm, friendly, and completely empty of warmth. Daniel cleared his throat. "Hi, I need gas." "And directions." The man smiled. It was a practiced expression, stretching his lips without reaching his eyes. "You're low, aren't you?" the man said. Daniel stiffened. "How did you wouldn't be here if you weren't," the man replied. "Car's always low when people find us." Daniel glanced toward the window, suddenly aware of how alone he was. "My GPS stopped working. I just need to get back to the highway." The man nodded slowly. "Of course you do." He leaned forward, placing his hands flat on the counter. Daniel noticed then that the man's fingers were stained dark at the tips, as if they had been dipped in something that never quite washed off. "You can't stay on the road forever," the man continued. "Everyone has to stop eventually." A chill crept up Daniel's spine. "Can you just tell me how to get out of here?" The man's smile widened. "There is only one way out," he said. "And it's not the way you came." Before Daniel could respond, a sound came from the back of the station. A shuffling noise. Slow. Wet. The man's eyes flicked toward it, and for the first time his expression tightened. "They're restless tonight," he said softly. "Who?" Daniel asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. The lights flickered. In the brief moment of darkness, Daniel heard breathing behind him. Not one set, many. The lights snapped back on. Reflected in the grimy glass of the display case, Daniel saw shapes gathering behind him. Figures standing too close, their outlines wrong, their limbs bent at angles that made his stomach churn. Their faces were pale blurs, mouths stretched open in silent anticipation. "Gas first," the man said gently. "Then we'll talk about leaving." Daniel didn't think. He ran. He burst through the door, heart slamming, and sprinted for his car. The air seemed to thicken with each step, as if the road itself was trying to slow him down. Behind him, he heard feet slapping against concrete, against gravel, against wet earth. He threw himself into the driver's seat and slammed the door just as something struck the side of the car hard enough to rock it. Hands appeared on the windows. Too many fingers. Too many joints. Faces pressed close, features twisted, eyes wide and hungry. Their mouths opened and closed, teeth clacking softly against the glass. Daniel fumbled for the keys, his hands shaking so badly he dropped them onto the floor. The pounding intensified, dents forming in the metal as the car shuddered under the assault. He got the engine started and floored it. The car lurched forward, tires spinning, then shot down Hollow Mile Road as the shapes fell away into the darkness. The road seemed longer now, stretching endlessly ahead. The trees leaned closer, branches scraping the roof like nails. In the rearview mirror, the gas station disappeared. So did the road behind him. There was nothing there, just forest. Daniel drove until his eyes burned and his lungs ached. He didn't know how long it took before he saw lights ahead, warm and familiar, spilling onto the road. The highway. He burst out of the tree line and onto the asphalt, the sudden return of traffic noise and rain almost overwhelming. His GPS flickered, then sprang back to life, rerouting as if nothing had happened. He didn't stop driving until dawn. When he finally pulled over at a rest stop crowded with people and noise, he sat in his car and shook, replaying every moment, every impossible detail. He told himself it was exhaustion, a hallucination, a nightmare fueled by stress and lack of sleep. But when he got out of the car, he saw the mud on the doors, the handprints on the glass, and tucked under his windshield wiper, soaked and smeared, a postcard with a picture of a narrow road disappearing into trees. On the back, written in neat red letters, were 4 words: "Everyone has to stop." The secret tenant. The terrifying true story of the man who lived hidden in my house for years. "My name is Emily Harper. And 3 years ago, I made the biggest mistake of my life. I bought a beautiful old Victorian house in a quiet rural town in upstate New York for an absurdly low price. The realtor called it a motivated seller situation. The previous owner had passed away suddenly. No heirs, and the bank just wanted it off their books. The house was huge, 3 stories, wraparound porch, original hardwood floors, stained glass windows, the whole dream. It needed some work, shore-peeling wallpaper, creaky stairs. A musty basement. But at $120,000 for a property that should have gone for triple that, I couldn't say no. I moved in during early fall. The leaves were turning, the air was crisp, and everything felt perfect. I'm a freelance graphic designer, so I work from home. The quiet was exactly what I wanted after years of noisy city apartments. The first few weeks were idyllic. I spent my days renovating the kitchen, painting walls, and unpacking boxes. At night I'd sit on the porch with a glass of wine, listening to the crickets and the occasional distant owl. Then the small things started. It began with faint scratching sounds at night. I'd be lying in bed on the second floor, reading or scrolling on my phone, and I'd hear its soft, rhythmic scratching coming from inside the walls, like fingernails on drywall. I told myself it was mice. Old houses have mice, right? I set traps in the basement and attic, but nothing ever turned up. No droppings, no chewed wires, nothing. A week later, I started noticing food going missing. I'd buy a loaf of bread, eat 2 slices, and the next morning half the loaf would be gone. Same with cheese, peanut butter, fruit. I live alone, no pets, no visitors. I checked the doors and windows every night, everything locked. I even installed a cheap security camera in the kitchen, but it never caught anything. Just empty counters. The smells came next. A faint sour human odor like unwashed body and stale sweat that would drift through the house in waves. It was strongest in the upstairs hallway and near the guest bedroom at the end of the corridor. I deep cleaned everything, bleached the floors, opened windows, burned candles. The smell always came back. By the end of the first month, I was sleeping poorly. I'd wake up in the middle of the night convinced someone was watching me. I'd sit bolt upright in bed, heart pounding, scanning the dark room. Nothing. Always nothing. But the feeling never went away. One night in November, the power went out during a storm. I lit candles and sat in the living room with a blanket. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps overhead. Slow, deliberate steps across the 3rd floor attic. Back and forth. Back and forth. I froze. The attic access is a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. I'd never even opened it since moving in. I grabbed my phone, flashlight on, and crept upstairs. The ladder was still latched. I stood there listening. The footsteps stopped the moment I reached the 2nd floor landing. Dead silence. I called the electric company the next day. They said the outage was localized to my block. Weird, but not impossible. I hired an exterminator anyway. He spent 2 hours crawling around the basement, walls, and attic. Found nothing. Cleanest old house I've ever seen, he said. No rodents, no insects, no nests. He shrugged and left. Christmas came and went. I spent it alone, decorating a small tree in the living room, trying to make the place feel like home. That's when the whispers started. They were so quiet at first, I thought I was imagining them. Muffled words coming from the walls too low to make out. Always at night. Always when I was alone. I started recording on my phone, holding it against the drywall. Playback revealed nothing but faint static, but I knew what I'd heard. In January, I finally confided in my best friend Sarah over video chat. She laughed it off at first. Old house, overactive imagination, but when I played her one of the recordings, even though nothing was audible, she got quiet. Maybe you should stay with me for a while. Just to get some sleep, I brushed it off. I'd sunk everything into this house. I wasn't leaving. Then the notes appeared. The first one was slipped under my bedroom door while I was in the shower. A torn piece of yellow legal paper with shaky handwriting. Thank you for the bread. My blood turned to ice. I searched the entire house, every closet, every corner, under beds, in the basement coal chute. Nothing. Doors still locked. Windows still latched. The second note came 2 nights later, tucked into my laptop keyboard while I stepped away to make tea. You smell nice. I called the police that time. 2 officers came, did a thorough walkthrough, checked the attic, basement, crawl spaces. Found no sign of forced entry. No fingerprints but mine. They suggested a prank, maybe kids from town sneaking in somehow. They installed a temporary motion sensor in the hallway and told me to call if anything else happened. The sensor never triggered, but the notes kept coming. Always when I was in another room for just a minute or 2. Always simple phrases. Quiet tonight. Don't forget to lock the back door. I like the blue sheets better. I stopped sleeping entirely. I'd sit in the living room with all the lights on, a kitchen knife beside me, staring at the walls. I lost weight. My work suffered. I started seeing shadows in my peripheral vision, tall, thin shapes that vanished when I turned. In February, during a brutal cold snap, the furnace broke. I called a repair guy. While he was in the basement, he shouted up, "Ma'am, you know there's a false wall down here?" My heart stopped. I went down to look. Behind the old oil tank was a section of paneling that didn't match the rest newer plywood, painted to blend in. The repairman pried it open with a crowbar. Behind it was a narrow crawlspace tunnel, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. It ran the length of the basement and up into the walls. Inside the tunnel, a filthy sleeping bag, empty water bottles, canned food wrappers, a battery lantern, stacks of my missing food, and dozens of Polaroid photos. All of me, sleeping, showering through the bathroom vent, working at my desk, eating dinner. Dozens and dozens of photos, taken through tiny peepholes drilled into the walls, peepholes hidden behind picture frames, inside air vents, under baseboards. The police came back. This time with dogs and a full crime scene team. They followed the tunnel system. It spidered through the entire house, behind every wall, up to the attic, even into the ceiling above my bedroom. The man had been living inside my walls for months, maybe longer. They found him 3 days later, curled up in the attic crawlspace, emaciated and dehydrated, but alive. His name was Daniel Whitaker, the grandson of the previous owner who died. He'd been squatting in the house for years, even while his grandfather lived there. The old man had known but never reported it, family shame or pity or both. When the grandfather died, Daniel simply stayed, surviving on whatever food was in the house, then on whatever I brought in. He'd been watching me the entire time. He never spoke during questioning, just stared. The photos were enough for charges: stalking, burglary, trespassing. He's in prison now, serving 15 years. I sold the house 6 months later at a massive loss. The new buyers were told everything legally required disclosure. They gutted the walls anyway. I still can't sleep in total silence. I keep every light on. I check closets and underbeds obsessively. And sometimes in my new apartment, I swear I hear faint scratching inside the walls. But I know it's just my imagination. Right? The Secret Tenant returns, Part 2. He was never alone in those walls. It's been 2 years since I sold that Victorian nightmare in upstate New York. 2 years since the police dragged Daniel Whitaker out of my attic, gaunt and silent, clutching a final Polaroid of me sleeping. 2 years since I swore I'd never live in an old house again. I moved to Chicago, to a modern high-rise apartment on the 14th floor of a sleek glass tower downtown. No creaky floors, no attic access, no basement crawl spaces. Just concrete, steel, and triple-locked doors with a 24-hour doorman and keycard elevators. I told myself the city noise would drown out any lingering paranoia. Sirens, traffic, neighbors arguing through thin walls, anything was better than silence. For the first 6 months, it worked. I threw myself into work, dated casually, even started therapy. The nightmares faded from every night to once a week. I stopped checking under the bed. I stopped sleeping with a knife. Then the smells came back. It started subtly one morning in early spring. I woke up to that same sour, human odor clinging to my bedroom. Like body odor mixed with damp earth and something metallic. I stripped the sheets, washed everything in hot water, sprayed Febreze until I coughed. By evening, it was gone. I chalked it up to the garbage chute down the hall or a neighbor's cooking. But it returned. Always in the bedroom. Always strongest near the air vent, high on the wall above my headboard. I called building maintenance. The guy checked the ducts, said they were clean, no mold, no dead animals. He shrugged and left. That night the smell was worse, thick enough to taste. Then the food started disappearing again. I'm meticulous about groceries. I meal prep on Sundays, label everything. One Monday I opened the fridge and my container of leftover lasagna was half empty. Not spilled, not spoiled, just half gone. Fork marks scraped clean across the top layer. I live alone. I hadn't touched it since dinner the night before. I installed cameras this time. 4 of them. 1 in the kitchen, 1 in the living room, 1 in the hallway, 1 in the bedroom. Cloud storage, motion alerts to my phone. Nothing triggered for weeks. Until one night at 3:17 a.m., my phone buzzed. Motion in the bedroom. I bolted upright, heart hammering, and opened the live feed. The camera showed my empty bed, moonlight striping the floor through the blinds. Then, in the corner of the frame, near the vent, a shadow shifted. Just for a second. Like something dark and thin pulling back out of sight. I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch with every light on, watching the feeds on my laptop. Nothing else moved. The next morning I zoomed in on the recording, frame by frame. At 3 hours 17 minutes and 4 seconds, a pale hand-long fingers, dirty nails reached out from the vent grate, hovered for half a second, then retreated. The grate never moved. The screws were still in place. I called the police. They came, watched the footage, looked skeptical. Could be a glitch, one said. Or maybe a raccoon in the ductwork. They checked the vent, nothing. No fingerprints but mine. No scratches on the screws. They suggested I get a better camera system. I bought 6 more cameras. Infrared, 4K, wide angle. One pointed directly at that vent 24/7. 3 nights later, another alert. This time the kitchen camera. I watched live as my fridge door opened slowly, silently from the inside. No one was there. The door just swung open on its own. A hand reached out, grabbed a yogurt cup from the middle shelf, and pulled it back in. The door closed. I screamed. I ran to the kitchen, yanked the fridge open, empty. Yogurt cup gone. Temperature still cold. No fingerprints on the handle. I moved out that week. Stayed in a hotel while I found a new place, a brand new condo in a different building. 22nd floor, no shared vents with other units, state-of-the-art security. I threw away everything that smelled even faintly off. New furniture, new clothes, new life. The smells didn't follow me, the food didn't vanish. I started to breathe again. Then last month, I got a letter. Plain white envelope, no return address, slid under my door while I was at work. Inside, a single Polaroid photo. Me, sleeping in my new bed. Taken from directly above, like someone was on the ceiling. On the back, in the same shaky handwriting, you left too soon. He misses you. I called the prison immediately. Daniel Whitaker was still there, still silent, still serving his 15 years. No parole hearing for another decade. No visitors in over a year. No mail privileges after he tried to send me something the first year. But the officer on the phone paused before hanging up. Ma'am, there was something odd in his file. When we processed him, we found a second set of footprints in the dust of your attic crawl space. Smaller, lighter. We always assumed it was his from different times, but they were fresh. Both sets. I hung up and threw up. Last week, the scratching started. Soft at first, inside the walls of my new condo. Then louder, rhythmic, like fingernails tracing patterns. I hired contractors to open the walls. Drywall cut away in the bedroom, living room, bathroom. Nothing. Clean studs, insulation, wiring, no tunnels, no hiding spots. But in the insulation behind my headboard, they found something wedged deep. Another stack of Polaroids. Dozens of them. All of me in the hotel, in the temporary apartment, in this condo. Taken through windows at night, through peepholes I never noticed, from angles impossible for one person. And in 3 of the photos, in the background shadows, 2 figures. One tall and thin Daniel. The other shorter, broader face always turned away. The contractors found something else too. A small access panel in the ceiling of my walk-in closet, painted over to match. Behind it, a narrow service shaft that connects every unit on this side of the building. Maintenance only. Supposedly sealed years ago. The police searched it, found a sleeping bag, empty food wrappers, a battery lantern, and one final note, pinned to the sleeping bag with a rusted nail. We both thank you for the yogurt. They haven't found him yet. Or her, or whoever the second one is. I don't sleep anymore. I sit in the living room with every light blazing, a gun on the table that I bought last week. Cameras rolling in every room. Sometimes late at night, I hear 2 sets of footsteps overhead, one heavy and slow. One lighter, quicker. They're patient. They've been patient for years. And I think they're almost ready to come out. The Hat Man in the hallway. My terrifying true encounters with the shadow entity that whispered my name. My name is Alex Rivera. And for as long as I can remember, I've been haunted by something that doesn't belong in this world. It started when I was 7 years old, living in a small, run-down house in rural Pennsylvania with my parents and older sister. Our home was old, built in the 1920s, with creaky wooden floors, drafty windows, and a long, narrow hallway that connected the bedrooms to the living room. That hallway was always the darkest part of the house, even with the lights on. The single bulb at the end flickered constantly, casting long, wavering shadows that danced like living things. The first time I saw him, it was the middle of the night. I woke up needing to pee, the kind of urgent wake-up that kids get. My room was pitch black except for the faint glow of my nightlight, a cheap plastic star that barely pushed back the darkness. I slid out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold hardwood, and tiptoed toward the door. The hallway light was off, which was unusual because my mom always left it on for us kids. I flipped the switch, nothing. The bulb must have burned out. As I stepped into the hallway, rubbing my eyes, I felt it before I saw it. A heaviness in the air, like the pressure before a thunderstorm. The temperature dropped sharply, making my breath visible in little puffs. And then, at the far end of the hallway, near the living room archway, I saw the outline. Tall, impossibly tall, at least 7 feet. A broad-brimmed hat, like something from an old detective movie, perched on a featureless head. The body was pure shadow, blacker than the darkness around it, absorbing all light. No face, no eyes, just a void. But it was watching me. I knew it. I froze. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard I thought it would burst. The figure didn't move, just stood there, perfectly still, like a silhouette cut out of reality. Then slowly it tilted its head as if acknowledging me. A whisper drifted down the hallway, so soft I almost thought I imagined it. My name. Alex, not shouted, not angry, just curious, inviting. I screamed and bolted back into my room, slamming the door and diving under the covers. My parents rushed in minutes later, flipping on lights, checking closets, reassuring me it was just a nightmare. But I knew better. The next morning, the hallway bulb worked fine. No one believed me, of course. Kids have vivid imaginations. The sightings continued sporadically throughout my childhood. Always in that hallway, always at night. Sometimes just a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, a tall shadow vanishing when I turned. Other times, more direct. I'd wake up to find him standing at the foot of my bed, hat brim casting an even deeper shadow over where a face should be. The whispers grew clearer over time. Alex, come close or I'm waiting. Always my name, always that low, raspy voice that sounded like wind through dead leaves. My sister saw him once too when she was babysitting me. She described the exact same thing. The hat, the height, the oppressive cold. We never talked about it after that night she moved out at 18 and rarely came home. My parents chalked it up to shared nightmares or carbon monoxide poisoning. They even had the house tested, nothing. By the time I was a teenager, the encounters spaced out. I convinced myself it was sleep paralysis, like the doctors said. Shadow people are a common hallucination during episodes: tall figures, hats, pressure on the chest. Science explained it. I moved away for college, got a job in Philadelphia, built a normal life, married, had a kid on the way. The Hat Man became a distant, embarrassing memory. Then, 5 years ago, my mom passed away suddenly from a heart attack. Dad had died a decade earlier in a car accident. The old house in Pennsylvania went to meet the only surviving family member willing to deal with it. My wife, Sarah, was 8 months pregnant at the time, so we decided to fix it up and sell it. Property values had skyrocketed, and we needed the money for our growing family. We drove out one weekend in early fall, the leaves just starting to turn red and orange. The house looked exactly the same, peeling white paint, overgrown yard, that long driveway lined with maple trees. Pulling up felt surreal, nostalgia mixed with dread. Sarah laughed it off when I mentioned the silly childhood stories about shadows. Old houses creak, babe. That's all. We spent the first day cleaning, dusting decades of neglect, hauling out old furniture, airing out rooms that smelled of mildew and forgotten time. The hallway bulb still flickered. I replaced it immediately. That night, we stayed over to save on hotel costs. Sarah was exhausted from pregnancy, so she crashed early in the master bedroom, my parents' old room. I stayed up late in the living room, going through boxes of family photos and documents for anything valuable. Around 2 a.m., I heard it. The faint creak of floorboards in the hallway. Slow, deliberate steps. Not Sarah, she was snoring softly down the hall. I froze, staring at the archway. The temperature plummeted. My breath fogged. And there he was, stepping into view. Taller than I remembered, the hat brim wider, casting the entire hallway in deeper black. He stood motionless, just like before. Then the tilt of the head. The whisper, "Alex, you're home." I dropped the photo album, heart exploding in my chest. I bolted to the bedroom, locked the door, and shook Sarah awake. "There's someone in the house." We called the police. They searched every inch, attic to basement. Nothing. No footprints, no forced entry, no signs of anyone. Probably an animal in the walls, the officer said. Or settling noises in an old house. Sarah looked at me worriedly but didn't push it. The next morning, I found something in one of the boxes. My grandmother's old journal, hidden under yellowed linens. She died when I was a baby, but Mom always said she was superstitious. The entries were from the 1950s, when she lived in the house with my grandpa. Pages and pages about a tall man in a hat who visited her at night. Started after she found an old fedora in the attic during renovations buried in a wall, like someone hid it. She described the cold, the whispers, seeing him in doorways. One entry chilled me. He knows my name. Says he's been waiting since the house was built. The previous owners, they saw him too. One vanished. Further back, she referenced a newspaper clipping tucked in the journal. 1938 article about the original builder, son, disappearing without a trace. Last seen walking the hallway at night, muttering about a man with no face under a hat. I burned the journal that day, along with every old hat I could find in the house. Sarah thought I was losing it, but she supported me. We left early and hired contractors to gut the place remotely. We sold it 6 months later to a flipper who turned it into a rental. I thought that was the end. But entities like this don't let go. 2 years ago, after our daughter Lily was born, the sightings started again in our new apartment in the city. At first, subtle. Shadows in the corner of my eye that stretched too long. Cold spots in our bedroom hallway, shorter than the old house, but still a hallway. Then, one night, while changing Lily's diaper in the nursery, I glanced up at the doorway. He was there. Blocking the exit, hat brim low. Whisper, "Alex." "The child," I screamed, grabbed Lily, and ran to Sarah. We moved again to a high-rise with no dark corners, bright LED lights everywhere. It followed. Last year, during a family trip to my in-laws in California, it appeared in their guest room mirror reflected behind me as I brushed my teeth. No one else saw it. Sarah started sleeping in separate rooms, convinced my stress was causing hallucinations. Therapy, meds, sleep studies, nothing helped. Doctors say it's chronic sleep paralysis with hypnagogic hallucinations. But I know better. He speaks my name. He waits in hallways, doorways, reflections, always patient. Researching online when I dared, I found thousands of stories just like mine. The Hat Man, a global phenomenon. Reported worldwide. In England as a Victorian gentleman's shadow. In Japan similar to yokai figures. In Middle Eastern tales of jinn wearing hats from old colonial times. Native American accounts of dark watchers on ridges wearing wide brims. Millions claim encounters, often starting in childhood, linked to stress or trauma. Some say he's a harbinger, feeding on fear. Others think he's a shared psychic manifestation, like a tulpa brought to life by collective belief. But for me, it's personal. Last month, the worst yet. I woke up at 3 a.m. to Lily crying not her usual fuss, but terrified sobs. I rushed to her room. The door was ajar. In the dim glow of her unicorn nightlight, he stood over her crib. One shadowy hand reaching down. The room was freezing. He turned slowly and whispered, "Alex." "She's next." I lunged, flipping on the light. Gone. Lily was unharmed, but burning with fever the next day. Doctors couldn't explain it. We blessed the house, saged it, had a priest come. Temporary peace. But I hear him now as I type this in the dead of night. Footsteps in the hallway outside my office door. The air growing cold. The whisper starting, "Alex." He's closer than ever. And I don't know how to make him leave. The black-eyed children at my door. The terrifying true encounters that force me to flee my own home forever. My name is Jordan Hayes. And what happened to me starting in the fall of 2018 still keeps me awake at night. Checking locks, peering through curtains, and jumping at every unexpected sound outside. I was 28 at the time, living alone in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Portland, Oregon. I just bought my first house, a modest 2-bedroom ranch-style place built in the 1970s. With a big picture window in the living room facing the street, a small backyard, and neighbors who kept to themselves. I worked as a night shift nurse at a local hospital, so my schedule was flipped. Asleep during the day, awake and working from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. It was isolating, but I liked the peace and quiet when I got home in the early mornings. The first incident happened on a rainy October night around 3:15 a.m. I just pulled into my driveway after a grueling 12-hour shift, patients coding, short-staffed, the usual chaos. The street was empty, porch lights glowing dimly on a few houses, rain pattering steadily on the roof of my car. I grabbed my bag, locked the door, and hurried up the wet walkway to my front door, fumbling for keys under the awning. That's when I heard the knock. Soft at first, 3 gentle taps, like a child unsure if anyone was home. I froze, key halfway in the lock. No one visited me at 3 a.m., ever. My friends knew my schedule. Delivery drivers didn't come this late. I figured it was a neighbor, maybe locked out or something. I turned and peered through the downpour toward the street. 2 small figures stood at the end of my walkway, just beyond the glow of my porch light. Kids, from the height maybe 10 or 12 years old, a boy and a girl. They wore dark hoodies pulled up, heads down against the rain, hands in pockets. "Hey," I called out softly, not wanting to wake anyone. "You okay? Need help?" No answer. Just another set of knocks, this time on the door itself, right behind me. I jumped, spinning around. How had they gotten to the porch so fast? The walkway was 20 feet long. I'd have heard footsteps on the wet concrete. The girl spoke first, voice muffled but oddly monotone, like she was reading from a script. "Can we come in? We're lost and need to use your phone." The boy added, "It's cold out here. Please, mister. We'll be quick." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the rain. Something felt off. Their voices were too flat, too adult-like for kids. And why were they out at 3 a.m. in this weather? No parents, no car nearby. I hesitated, hand on the doorknob. "I'm sorry, kids," I said through the door, not opening it. "It's really late. You should go home or call the police from somewhere safe." Silence. Then the girl again. "We just need to come inside. Let us in. We're so tired." The knocking resumed, persistent, rhythmic, not frantic, but insistent. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. I backed away from the door, heart picking up speed. Through the peephole, I could see them now, standing unnaturally still on the welcome mat. Hoodies shadowed their faces completely. No movement except the occasional shift of weight. "Go away," I said louder. "I'm calling the cops." I grabbed my phone, dialed 911, but kept watching. The operator picked up, and as I started explaining 2 strange kids at my door, won't leave, the girl lifted her head. I dropped the phone. Her eyes, solid black. No whites, no irises, just inky voids staring straight into the peephole, like she knew exactly where I was looking. The boy looked up too, same thing. Black orbs reflecting the porch light unnaturally, like oil slicks. An overwhelming dread hit me, wave after wave, making my knees weak and my stomach churn. It wasn't fear, exactly, it was deeper, primal, like every instinct screaming that these weren't children, weren't human. The operator was asking questions, but I couldn't speak. The kids just stood there, heads tilted slightly, unblinking. Then the girl smiled too wide, too many teeth. "Let us in," she whispered, loud enough to hear through the door. "We won't hurt you. We need warmth." I backed into the living room, flipping on every light, grabbing a kitchen knife from the block. Police arrived 10 minutes later, sirens off to not escalate. The kids were gone. No footprints in the wet grass, no signs they'd been there. Officers checked the block, found nothing. "Probably pranksters," one said. Kids do dumb stuff with contacts these days. They took a report, suggested a doorbell cam, and left. I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch facing the door, lights blazing, knife in hand until sunrise. Ordered a Ring camera that day, installed it myself by evening. I told myself it was over. Hallucination from exhaustion, or kids with black sclera contacts messing with loners. But deep down, I knew better. 2 weeks later, it happened again. This time I was home on a rare night off, binge-watching TV around 2 a.m. The camera alert pinged motion at the front door. I checked the app. 2 figures approaching through the dark. Same heights, same hoodies. My blood ran cold. I watched live feed as they stepped onto the porch. The boy knocked, same pattern. "Can we use your phone?" the girl asked, voice carrying clearly through the mic. "Our parents are worried." I didn't answer, just watched, frozen. They stood there for minutes, heads down. Then, slowly, they both looked up straight into the camera. Black eyes filling the screen. That dread again, heavier, making the room feel oppressive, air thick. The boy spoke. "We know you're watching, Jordan. Let us in, it's not safe out here." They knew my name. I called police again. Same routine search, nothing found. No footprints, no evidence. The footage showed them arriving and leaving, but when officers reviewed it later, the faces were blurred somehow. Like static interference only over their eyes and mouths. I started researching that week. Black-eyed children, black-eyed kids, back encounters. Thousands of reports dating back decades, mostly US, but some in UK, Canada, even Australia. Always late night, always kids 8 to 16, pale skin, outdated clothes or hoodies, asking to enter homes or cars. Overwhelming sense of terror. Solid black eyes when revealed. People who let them in, well, those stories ended badly: illness, disappearances, madness. Most refused, and the kids vanished. One report from 1996 in Texas. A writer named Brian Bethel encountered two in a parking lot, asking to come into his car for lights to see a movie poster. Same dread, black eyes, new details they shouldn't. His account went viral in early internet days. Another from Oregon, my state, in 2012. A family in rural area heard knocks. Saw 3 kids with black eyes begging shelter from a storm. Dog went berserk, refused to go near door. I obsessed. Forums, Reddit threads, paranormal, or let's not meet, old news groups. Patterns. They appear in pairs or small groups, target isolated people, escalate if denied. Some say they're demons, vampires, aliens, hybrids. Others think psychic vampires feeding on fear. I installed more cameras, side door, backyard, windows. Motion lights, deadbolts upgraded. Slept with mace and a bat. They came back monthly. November. 3 this time. One taller, maybe teen, knocking at backsliding door while I was in kitchen. We see you, Jordan. Open up. We brought a friend. December. Just after Christmas. I was wrapping late gifts when the power flickered. All cameras offline for 30 seconds, then back. Footage showed 4 figures circling the house, peering in windows, faces pressed to glass, black eyes staring in. One whispered my full name through the wall somehow. I stayed with a friend for a week after that. No visits there. January 2019. Worst yet. I'd invested in a shotgun, taken safety courses. Around 3 a.m., awake scrolling forums. Every camera alerted at once. Doorbell, sides, back 6 kids now, varying ages, all in dark clothes. Standing motionless in a semicircle on the lawn, facing the house. Then, in unison, they looked up. All black eyes. All smiling. The knocking started everywhere: front, back, windows. Soft, but synchronized. Voices overlapping. Jordan, let us in. We're cold. We're hungry. You can't hide forever. The dread was paralyzing. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe right. My dog, I'd adopted a rescue shepherd for protection, hid under the bed whining, tail tucked. I called police from the closet. They came with multiple units, kids gone again. But this time, evidence. Small handprints on every window, smudged like oily residue. Lab-tested human, but no DNA match in system. Officers were spooked. One mentioned old reports of similar pranks, but nothing like this. Suggested I leave town temporarily. I sold the house in February, massive loss, disclosed everything to buyers, legally had to no police visits. Moved to an apartment downtown, 5th floor, secure building, doorman. Peace for months. Then, September 2019, new place. Elevator dings at 3 a.m. I'm awake, insomnia bad now. Check peephole, 2 kids in hallway, hoodies up. Can we come in? We live here too. Building cams showed them entering lobby, somehow no keycard scan. Security reviewed. Figures glitched on tape. I didn't open. Called management, they searched, nothing. They've followed me twice since different cities when I moved for work. Always late night. Always more of them. Always knowing my name, my fears. Last encounter, 3 months ago, in my current gated complex in Seattle. Dozing now, standing outside the entrance gate at 3 a.m. Just staring up at my window. I didn't look long. I don't answer doors anymore. I don't help strangers at night. I research relentlessly, salt lines, religious symbols, nothing works long term. Some say they're harbingers. Others, souls trapped between worlds. A few claim Native American lore ties to similar entities, or European fairy tales of changelings with dark eyes. Whatever they are, they want in. And I think one day they'll find a way. Because last week, I woke to scratching inside the walls. Soft voices whispering from vents. Jordan. We're already here. The black-eyed children inside my home. Part 2, the terrifying true story of how they finally got in and what they really wanted. It's been 7 years since that first knock on my door in Portland, and I still couldn't close my eyes without seeing those solid black voids staring back at me. My name is still Jordan Hayes, though I've changed it legally twice since then. Moved across 4 states and cut contact with almost everyone I ever knew. After that last encounter in Seattle, waking up to the scratching in the walls and those whispered voices from the vents saying, "Jordan, we're already here." I knew I couldn't run forever. Whatever these things are, they don't tire. They don't forget. They just wait. I fled Seattle the next morning. Packed 1 duffel bag, left my phone on the counter, withdrew as much cash as I could, and drove south in an old used car I bought off Craigslist with no questions asked. Ended up in a tiny desert town in southern Arizona, population under 2,000. 1 stoplight, endless empty miles of sand and scrub brush in every direction. No neighbors close enough to hear screams. I rented a single-wide trailer on the outskirts, paid 6 months upfront in cash to an old landlord who didn't ask for ID. The place was bare bones. Cinder block foundation, metal roof that rattled in the wind, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, windows with heavy curtains I never opened. I boarded over the vents the first day. Welded steel mesh over every opening. Installed triple deadbolts, motion floodlights, and a new security system with batteries that lasted weeks. I even got 2 big rescue dogs, Rottweilers, trained for protection. I thought isolation would starve them out. No people nearby meant no way for them to blend in, right? For 3 months, nothing. The desert nights were dead quiet except for coyotes and wind. I worked odd jobs under the table repairing fences, hauling junk always home before dark. The dogs slept at the foot of my bed, growling only at rattlesnakes. I started to breathe again. Therapy over video calls, burner laptop, VPNs layered deep, new routines, even a cautious hope that I'd finally outrun them. Then the knock started again. It was June, the kind of dry, blazing heat that makes the air shimmer. Around 3:07 a.m. I remember the exact time because I'd woken up thirsty and checked my watch. I heard it. Soft tapping on the metal door. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. The dogs didn't bark. They whined and crawled under the bed, tails tucked tight. I grabbed the shotgun I kept loaded beside my mattress and crept to the living room. All lights off except the red glow of the security panel armed, no alerts. Through the reinforced peephole, nothing but empty dirt yard and star-drenched sky. But the knocking continued, now from the back window. Tap, tap, tap. Then the side wall. Then the roof light, like small feet walking across the metal. I flipped on the floodlights. The cameras caught it all. 8 figures now. Children and teens, ages maybe 8 to 16, all in dark hoodies and jeans despite the 90-degree night. Standing in a perfect circle around the trailer, 20 feet back, heads down. Motionless. No shadows cast despite the harsh lights. They absorbed it somehow, like voids in the glare. One by one, they lifted their faces to the cameras. Black eyes. All of them. Some smiled that too wide, unnatural grin. The voices started overlapping, childlike but wrong, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Not through the walls this time. Inside my head somehow, pressure building behind my eyes. Jordan. You ran so far, we followed anyway. Let us in, we're thirsty. It's too hot out here. The dogs were howling now, clawing at the bedroom door to get deeper under furniture. I shouted at the figures through the door, voice cracking, "Stay the hell away!" I'll shoot. But my hands were shaking so bad I could barely rack the shotgun. They didn't move. Just stood there for hours as the sky lightened. When the sun finally crested the horizon, they were gone. No footprints in the dust. Cameras glitched during the last-minute static snow. Then clear, empty yard. I didn't sleep for days. Salted every threshold, hung crosses and protective symbols from every culture I could research. Native American drumcatchers, Catholic medals, even printed Buddhist mandalas. Burned sage until the trailer reeked. The dogs refused to eat, just trembled in corners. They came back every new moon. Numbers growing. 10, 12, 15, always at 3 a.m. Always the circle. Always the voices in my skull, promising things. We just want to play. We'll make the fear stop. You're so alone, Jordan. Let us keep you company. I started seeing them during the day too. Glimpses in the shimmer of heat waves on the road. Small pale faces in the rearview mirror when no one was behind me. Once, driving into town for supplies, I passed a broken down car on the highway shoulder. 2 kids waving for help. I floored it past them, heart exploding, checked the mirror gone. In August, the power started failing. Not the grid, my trailer only. Lights flickering at 3 a.m., fridge dying, security system rebooting, batteries drained overnight. I bought generators, solar backups. They drained too. Then the handprints appeared. Small, oily smears on the inside of windows. On the ceiling. On the inside of the bedroom closet door. Always fresh, always when I'd been in another room for seconds. I researched deeper than ever obsessed. Found older accounts buried in obscure forums and scanned newspaper archives. 1970s reports from Nevada desert towns. Hitchhiking kids with black eyes. Drivers who picked them up found dead of dehydration days later, eyes burned black. 1950s military base rumors near Area 51 children appearing to guards at night, begging entry. Bases locked down. Native Hopi and Navajo stories of skinwalker-like entities that take child forms to lure victims. European folklore of knockers or corpse children with empty eyes demanding shelter before cursing homes. Some theories. Interdimensional beings slipping through thin spots. Government experiments gone wrong. Demonic entities that need invitation to feed on life force. The one that stuck with me, they're not children at all. Something ancient wearing discarded shells, collecting fear like currency, growing stronger with each denial. September brought the storm, a rare monsoon that turned the desert to mud and knocked out roads for days. I was trapped. No supplies run, generator sputtering. That night, the worst yet. Knocking everywhere, at once door, windows, roof, even the floor like something under the trailer. 20 figures on camera now, circled tight around the home. Rain pouring, but they were dry. Clothes untouched by water. Faces up, black eyes reflecting lightning like wet obsidian. The voices weren't whispers anymore. Full volume inside my head. Painful, overlapping dozens strong. Jordan Hayes, we know everything. Your mother's maiden name, the hospital where you worked. The friend you stayed with in Seattle. We've been inside before. You just didn't see. The dogs went silent. I found them later curled up dead in the bedroom. No marks, eyes wide and black as pitch. Heart stopped from pure terror. Vet said later when I buried them in secret. I'd barricaded the bedroom, shotgun across my lap, praying to anything that might listen. The power died completely. In the dark, the door handle rattled. Slowly. Patiently. Then silence. I must have passed out from exhaustion. Woke to sunlight streaming through cracks in the boarded windows. Quiet. Dogs still dead. Figures gone. But the front door was unlocked. Deadbolts thrown open from inside. No damage. No forced entry. On the kitchen table, a single Polaroid photo. Me, asleep in bed hours earlier, taken from directly above. On the back, childish scrawl in black marker. Thank you for letting us in. We'll stay now. I ran. Left everything car, clothes, money stash. Hitchhiked out on a supply truck that braved the flooded roads. Never went back. They've been quieter since. No knocks in the cheap motels and cash-only rooms I bounce between. No circles in parking lots. But I feel them. A constant pressure behind my eyes. Cold spots that follow me room to room. Sometimes I wake with oily handprints on my skin that fade by morning. And last week, in a mirror at a gas station bathroom, I caught my reflection smiling when I wasn't. My eyes flickered, just for a second. Solid black. I think they finally got what they wanted. Not my body. My place in the circle. If you hear a knock at 3 a.m., don't look, just run. The voice that wore my sister-ass face. The terrifying true story of the mimic that hunted me in the Appalachian wilderness. My name is Ethan Brooks, and 6 years ago I took a solo backpacking trip into the deepest part of the Appalachian Mountains in West Virginia that almost cost me my life and my sanity. I was 32 at the time, recently divorced, burned out from a decade of corporate grinding in Charlotte, North Carolina, and desperately needing to find myself. The way everyone says you should when your life falls apart. I'd always loved hiking, grew up doing day trails with my family, so I planned a 5-day solo trek along a remote section of the Monongahela National Forest, far off the marked AT routes. No cell service, no other hikers this late in October, just me, my pack, a tent, and the quiet I thought I wanted. I told only 2 people where I was going, my older sister, Mia, who lived in Pittsburgh, and my best friend Cole, who'd moved to Denver years earlier. Mia begged me not to go alone. The mountains eat people, Ethan, she said, half joking, half serious. She'd always been the protective one, especially after our parents died in a car wreck when I was 19 and she was 24. I laughed it off. I'll text you when I get back to civilization, I promised. I left my car at a Forest Service road pull-off, shouldered my 45-pound pack, and disappeared into the trees just after dawn on a crisp Tuesday morning. The first 2 days were perfect. Golden autumn leaves carpeted the forest floor. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, and every ridge gave me sweeping views of endless rolling mountains painted in reds and oranges. I saw deer, a black bear at a safe distance, flocks of migrating geese overhead. I camped beside rushing creeks, cooked freeze-dried meals over my tiny stove, and journaled by headlamp at night. The silence was absolute, no highway hum, no neighbors, no notifications. Just wind in the branches and the occasional hoot of a barred owl. I felt lighter than I had in years. Day 3 started normal. I broke camp at sunrise, followed an old logging road that faded into game trails, and pushed deeper than I'd planned because the terrain was easier than expected. By late afternoon, I covered almost 20 miles, and found myself in a narrow valley I didn't recognize on my topo map. Thick rhododendron choked the understory, and the canopy overhead blocked most of the light. The temperature dropped fast as the sun dipped behind the ridges. I found a flat spot near a small stream, set up my tent, and gathered firewood. That's when the first wrong thing happened. I was stacking branches when I heard it, a voice, faint but unmistakable, calling my name from uphill. Ethan! I froze. It sounded exactly like Mia, not similar exactly. The same slight Pittsburgh accent, the way she clipped the TH a little, the upward lilt at the end like a question. My stomach flipped. There was no way. Mia was 400 miles away in her apartment. I shouted back, Mia? That you? Thinking maybe ID somehow looped near a road and she'd driven out to surprise me. Impossible, but hope is stupid. No answer, just wind. I told myself it was an echo or my mind playing tricks. Isolation does that, auditory hallucinations from fatigue, dehydration, whatever. I ate dinner quickly, crawled into my tent early, and zipped the rainfly tight. Sleep came slow, but eventually I passed out. I woke around 2 a.m. to the voice again, closer this time. Ethan, help me, I'm hurt. Mia's voice, trembling now, like she was crying. It came from the darkness just outside the tent walls, maybe 20 feet away. My heart jackhammered. I grabbed my bear spray and knife, sat up, and whispered, "Who's there?" No response except the stream gurgling. I turned on my headlamp, unzipped the door a crack, and swept the beam around. Nothing. Empty forest. Shadows dancing between tree trunks. I shouted louder, "This isn't funny! Show yourself!" Only silence. I didn't sleep again that night. At first light, I packed frantically and hiked out of the valley, telling myself I'd imagined it. Stress, grief over the divorce, missing my sister, any explanation but the truth. Day 4 was colder, overcast, threatening rain. I aimed for a known trail junction 15 miles east, pushing hard. By midday, the sky turned iron gray and a steady drizzle started. I stopped under a rock overhang to eat lunch and check my map. That's when I heard Cole's voice. "Ethan, man, where you at? I've been calling you." Exact timbre his Colorado drawl, the way he laughed on the word, man. It came from downhill, toward the stream I'd crossed an hour earlier. I stood up so fast I banged my head on rock. "Cole?" I yelled. No answer. I scrambled down the slope, slipping on wet leaves, shouting his name. Nothing. No footprints but mine. No sign anyone had been there. Panic started creeping in for real. 2 voices now, people I loved, perfect imitations, leading me off trail. I forced myself back uphill, adjusted my pack and marched faster. The drizzle became steady rain. Visibility dropped. The forest felt watchful. Birds went quiet. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Late afternoon, soaked and shivering, I found a decent campsite on a ridge with open sight lines, no thick brush for anything to hide in. I set up the tent, changed into my only dry clothes, and built a small fire under a tarp lean-to. I was eating a protein bar when both voices came at once. Mia first. "Ethan, please, I'm so cold." Then Cole overlapping. "Bro, come on, I see your fire." "I'm right here." They were coming from opposite directions, north and south along the ridge. Perfect sync, perfect pitch. I stood up, fire poker in hand, spinning in circles. Nothing but rain and trees. The voices kept going, pleading, laughing, arguing with each other like they were really there. "Tell him to hurry, Mia." "He's scared, Cole. Ethan, it's us." "We came to find you," I screamed at the forest. "Stop it. Whatever you are, leave me alone. The voices cut off instantly. Dead silence except rain drumming on leaves. I put out the fire early, crawled into the tent, and lay there clutching my knife, listening. Around midnight, the rain stopped. Moonlight filtered through clouds. Then footsteps soft, deliberate circling the tent. Not animal, bipedal, slow. Stopping every few seconds like it was listening back, I held my breath. The footsteps paused right outside the door. Then Mia's voice, inches away, whispered through the nylon. Let me in, little brother. I'm freezing. I didn't sleep. At dawn I packed and ran full flight down the ridge. Pack bouncing painfully, not caring about trails. I had to get out. The voices chased me all day. Sometimes close, sometimes distant. Always perfect imitations. They knew things only Mia and Cole would know, inside jokes from childhood. Details about my divorce papers. The fight Cole and I had before he moved west. They used those details like weapons, trying to make me stop, turn around, search for them. Ethan, remember when we buried that time capsule in Mom's backyard? I found it again. Come see. Bruh, I'm sorry about what I said before I left. Let's talk it out. I cried while I hiked, tears mixing with rain. My legs burned, lungs screamed, but I didn't to stop until dusk when I finally hit a marked trail with fresh boot prints, other humans. I collapsed at a designated campsite where 3 college kids were already set up. They looked alarmed when I stumbled in, wild-eyed and babbling about voices. I didn't tell them everything, just said I'd gotten lost and spooked. They shared their fire, gave me hot coffee. Let me pitch nearby. Safety in numbers. I slept hard for the first time in days. Next morning I hiked out with them as far as the trailhead. 12 miles of blessed company. We exchanged numbers, promised to stay in touch. We never did. I reached my car by noon, drove straight to the nearest town, checked into a motel, and called Mia. She answered on the second ring, groggy from night shift at the hospital. Ethan? Oh my God, I've been worried sick. You okay? Hearing her real voice broke me. I sobbed into the phone, told her everything. She listened without interrupting, then said quietly, Get home. Now. We'll figure it out together. I drove the 8 hours to Charlotte that night, arrived at my empty apartment, showered, and slept for 14 hours straight. I thought it was over, but mimics don't let go that easily. 2 weeks later, back at work, trying to pretend normalcy, I got a text from Cole. Dude, why'd you ghost me? I tried calling from the trail, but no service. I stared at the screen. Cole hadn't been in West Virginia. He'd been in Denver the whole time. I checked his Facebook post later, time-stamped photos at a Broncos game, the exact day I heard his voice begging in the rain. Then the call started. Late at night, unknown number. I'd answer and hear Mia crying, Ethan, why didn't you help me? I was so close. Or Cole laughing, found you again, bro. I'd hang up, block the number, but new ones came, always withheld or spoofed. Sometimes no one spoke, just breathing or distant footsteps. I moved apartments, changed my number, told no one the new one except Mia and Cole in person. The voices found me anyway. One night, 3 a.m., sitting on my new balcony smoking a cigarette I didn't even like anymore. I heard it from the woods behind the complex, barely 50 yards of trees separating suburbs from wild. Ethan, Mia's voice crystal clear. Then Cole. We're waiting. I sold everything. Moved cross-country to Seattle. Started over with a new name on paper. Therapy, meds. The works. For 3 years, silence. Then last fall, I went to visit Mia in Pittsburgh. We took a day hike in a state park, crowded trails. Families everywhere. Safe. Halfway up the trail, Mia stopped, tilted her head. What? I asked. She smiled strangely. Nothing. Thought I heard you calling me from up ahead. Ice flooded my veins. We turned back early. In the parking lot, as we reached her car, she paused again. Ethan, she said, voice suddenly flat, eyes distant. Why are you standing over there? I looked where she pointed across the lot, near the tree line. A figure stood in shadow. My height, my build, wearing the exact red jacket ID had on the Appalachian trip. The one ID burned when I got home. It raised a hand and waved. Mia didn't see it the same way. She blinked, shook her head. Sorry, trick of light. But I saw it smile. I haven't gone into the woods since. I don't answer unknown calls. And sometimes when it's very quiet, I hear footsteps outside my apartment door, soft, patient, waiting for me to let them in. Because whatever it is, it didn't just want to lure me deeper into the mountains. It wanted to learn how to be me, and it's still practicing. The mimic that wore my face, Part 2, the terrifying true story of how it finally replaced me in the Appalachian nightmare. It's been 4 years since that day in the Pittsburgh State Park parking lot, when Mia stared across the asphalt and asked why I was standing in the shadows wearing the red jacket I deburned years ago. 4 years since I saw my own shape wave back at us from the tree line, smiling with my mouth, but with eyes that didn't quite match, too wide, too still, like a photograph come to life. My name is still Ethan Brooks, or it was. I've changed it twice since then, moved 3 times, cut every tie I had left. But names don't matter to something that can steal your voice, your walk, your memories. It just keeps learning. After that parking lot incident, Mia and I didn't speak for weeks. She texted once, "You okay?" That was weird. I didn't reply. I couldn't. I was already spiraling, checking mirrors obsessively, recording my own voice on my phone to compare, jumping at every reflection in shop windows. I drove west that night, no destination, just away. Ended up in a cheap motel outside Columbus, Ohio, paying cash, sleeping with the lights on, and a knife under the pillow. I told myself distance would break its hold. The mountains were 600 miles behind me. No forests, no ridges, no silence for it to hide in, but it had already learned too much. The first new call came 3 nights later. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but the area code was Pittsburgh Mia's. I picked up. Ethan? It was her voice. Exactly. Shaky, scared. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? I'm worried. I sat up in the motel bed, heart racing. Mia? How'd you get this number? Silence. Then a soft laugh, not hers. Too hollow. I know all your numbers, little brother. I know everything now. The line went dead. I called Mia's real phone immediately. She answered groggy. It was 4 a.m. her time. Ethan? What's wrong? I asked if she'd just called me. She hadn't. She'd been asleep. We talked for an hour, voices overlapping in panic. She promised to change her locks, get a security system. I promised to come back soon. We both lied. The imitations escalated fast. A week later, Cole texted from Denver. Dude, Mia just called me crying, said you're missing and won't answer her. What the hell's going on? I hadn't spoken to Mia in days. I called her, no answer. Voicemail full. Panic real now. I drove straight through to Pittsburgh, 10 hours nonstop, arriving at her apartment building just after dawn. I buzzed her unit. No response. Used the spare key she'd given me years ago. The place was quiet, lights off. Coffee mug still warm on the counter. Her phone on the table, battery dead. 47 missed calls from me. Bed unmade, like she'd just stepped out. Purse gone, keys gone, car still in the garage. I waited all day. Called police that night missing persons report, but adults can disappear for 48 hours without real concern. They took notes, looked at me like the worried brother I was. She came back the next morning. I heard the door unlock around 8 a.m. and jumped up from the couch where I dozed. Mia walked in, hair messy, carrying a grocery bag, smiling tiredly. Ethan? What are you doing here? Relief flooded me. I hugged her hard. She smelled like her vanilla shampoo and hospital antiseptic. Voice perfect. Mannerisms perfect. She laughed at my panic, said she'd gone for an early walk to clear her head. Phone died, didn't mean to worry me. We spent the day together. Talked about everything, except the mountains. Cooked dinner, watched old movies. Normal. Safe. But small things nagged. She poured coffee with her left hand, Mia's right-handed. Laughed a beat too late at jokes she'd always loved instantly. Stared out the window toward the city skyline a little too long. Had tilted like she was listening to something far away. That night I slept on the couch. Woke at 3 a.m. to whispering in the kitchen. Mia's voice, soft. He's still here. Yes. Almost ready. Another voice, mine answering. Soon. I've practiced. I froze under the blanket, breath shallow. Footsteps padded down the hall toward her bedroom. Door clicked shut. I left before dawn. Texted her I had work emergency. She replied instantly, okay, drive safe. Love you. I drove to a hotel, hands shaking. Called Cole, told him everything. He listened, then said quietly, Ethan. Mia called me yesterday. Said you showed up acting weird, talking about voices in the woods. She's scared of you. Ice in my veins. I researched harder than ever, burning through burner phones and library computers. Skinwalkers and Navajo lore. Beings that wear the skins of people, perfect imitations, luring victims with familiar voices. Appalachian tales of not deer or flesh gates, things that almost pass for human or animal but wrong in details. Missing 411 cases in national parks. Hikers vanishing after hearing family members calling from off-trail. Hundreds of reports, same pattern voices of loved ones leading deeper. Bodies never found or found wrong somehow. One old forum post from a park ranger in Monongahela. It doesn't just mimic to hunt. It learns to replace. Takes time, but once it wears the face long enough, the original fades. I went back to Pittsburgh a month later, against every instinct. Mia seemed fine back at work, dating someone new, laughing on video calls. But Cole stopped answering me. Then mutual friends. Heard you had a breakdown, man. Give him space. I staked out her apartment one night. Watched from my car as Mia left for her shift, walked exactly like her, waved at neighbors. But in the streetlight, her shadow stretched wrong, too long, too thin. I followed her to the hospital, waited in the parking garage. When she came out at dawn, exhausted in scrubs, I confronted her. Mia? She turned, smiled. Ethan, you shouldn't be here. Voice perfect, eyes perfect. But the smile didn't reach them. Tell me something only Mia would know, I demanded, voice low. She tilted her head, the same listening tilt from the woods. Remember when you were 8 and broke Mom's vase? I took the blame so you wouldn't get grounded for your birthday. Truth. Only we knew that. I backed away. Stay away from me, she whispered as I left. But I'm always with you now, little brother. I ran again. West this time Oregon, then California. New name, new job as a night security guard, ironic, watching empty buildings alone. No forests nearby. Concrete and ocean. Peace for a year. Then the texts started from my old number, the one I'd abandoned. Ethan, it's Mia. I miss you. Photos attached. Me, asleep in my new apartment, taken from inside the room. I moved again, burner everything, no social media, cash only. But it kept finding me. Last spring, I got a call from an old coworker in Charlotte. Ethan, police were here looking for you. Said your sister's missing, foul play suspected. They mentioned you were the last person seen with her. I hadn't been near Pittsburgh in years. I checked missing persons sites anonymously. Mia's face reel photo listed as disappeared 6 months ago. Last seen leaving hospital shift. Car found abandoned on a forest road near Monongahela. No suspects. But comments online. Family says she'd been acting strange for weeks, distant, forgetful. I know what happened. It practiced on the trail with voices. Then it wore my shape in the parking lot to learn my movements. Then it took Mia's place to learn everything else, our history, her job, her life. And when it was ready, it discarded the original somewhere deep in those mountains where no one finds bodies. Now it lives her life perfectly. Calls our old friends with her voice. Posts on her Facebook photos from trips she never took. And sometimes late at night, my phone rings with her number. Ethan, come home. I forgive you, I don't answer. But last week, I caught my reflection in a dark window. It smiled when I didn't, and whispered in my voice. Almost perfect. I think it's ready to come for the last piece. If someone who sounds like me calls you from the woods, don't follow, because it's still hungry. And it's wearing my face now. The mysterious stares deep in the woods. My terrifying true experiences as a national park ranger that made me quit forever. My name is Ryan Keller, and for 8 years, I worked as a park ranger in one of America's largest and most remote national forests. Hundreds of thousands of acres of dense wilderness in the Pacific Northwest, where trails vanish into endless evergreens and cell service dies 10 miles from any road. I loved the job at first. The crisp mountain air, the solitude, the feeling of protecting something ancient and wild. I'd patrol off-trail areas, respond to lost hikers, fight wildfires in summer, and handle wildlife encounters. Bears, cougars, wolves, those I could deal with, they followed rules. Nature's rules. But what I encountered out there, deep in the woods where no one was supposed to go, didn't follow any rules at all. It started small during my second season. I was on a routine patrol in a section closed for habitat restoration, no marked trails, just compass and topo map. Late afternoon in June, sun filtering through the canopy in golden shafts, the forest floor carpeted with moss and ferns so thick it muffled every step. I was checking for illegal campsites when I stumbled across it. A set of stone stairs rising straight up a steep hillside, perfectly constructed, maybe 12 steps leading to Nothing. Just more trees at the top. No structure. No ruin. No reason for them to be there. The stones were old, weathered granite, covered in lichen, but the edges were too clean, too symmetrical. Like someone had placed them recently, yet they blended seamlessly with the surroundings. I radioed it in as an anomaly, maybe old homestead remnants from the 1800s logging era. My supervisor, an old-timer named Harlan, who'd been ranging for 30 years, responded immediately. Location? I gave coordinates. Long pause. Then, mark it, avoid it, head back to station. We'll handle removal tomorrow. Removal? I asked why. He just said, protocol. Don't approach closer than 50 feet. Don't climb them? Ever. I laughed it off that night over beers with the crew. Some pioneer stairs. Big deal, but the veterans got quiet. One, a guy named Torres, leaned in and said, "You've seen your first set. They're everywhere out here. We don't talk about them to visitors. We don't document them officially. We find them, we dismantle them, we forget them." He told me the unspoken rules passed down from ranger to ranger. 1. If you find stairs in the woods with no building nearby, do not climb them. 2. Do not let anyone else climb them, especially kids or lost hikers. 3. Report immediately, but never alone at night. 4. If you hear voices from the top, walk away fast, do not respond. 5. If something follows you after seeing them, do not run. Back away slowly and get to a trail. I thought I was hazing the newbie. Old forest superstitions. But over the next years, I found more. Dozens. Always isolated, always perfect wooden ones rotting, but sturdy. Concrete ones cracked but standing. Even metal ones rusted yet unbent. Some carpeted like from a house leading nowhere. Sizes varied. Tiny 3-step ones barely knee-high. Massive 20-step spirals vanishing into canopy. Always alone, always silent. The first real scare came in my 4th year. Full, heavy fog rolling in early. I was searching for a missing teen 17-year-old boy who'd wandered off trail chasing a deer, according to his friends. Day 3 of the search. Grid pattern with dogs and volunteers. I broke off alone into a ravine thick with devil's cess club and salal bush that tore at my uniform. That's when I found them. Beautiful marble stairs, white with green veining, maybe 15 steps, ascending into mist. At the base, the boy's backpack. Empty. Straps torn like clawed off. I froze. The air felt heavier, colder breath visible despite mild weather. Dogs in the distance went silent. I radioed location, marked it with flagging tape from afar. Then I heard it. Faint laughter from the top. Childlike, playful. "Come up, the view's amazing." Not the boy's voice, younger. Multiple voices overlapping. My skin crawled. I backed away slowly, just like Torres warned. The laughter followed, echoing weirdly, like from inside my skull. When I reached the search team an hour later, shaking, I said I'd found the pack but no sign of the kid. They recovered the backpack next day, after a crew dismantled the stairs with sledgehammers and buried the pieces deep. Boy was never found. Officially, lost to exposure. But we knew. Incidents piled up. A family in summer reported hearing their grandmother calling from up some pretty stairs deep off trail. Grandma had died years earlier. We found the stairs ornate wooden ones with carved banisters. Family was unharmed but traumatized. They swore the voice sounded exactly like her, begging them to climb for a family photo at the top. We removed them before dark. Another time, winter patrol on snowshoes. Blizzard coming, visibility 0. I took shelter under an overhang and spotted iron stairs descending into a frozen creek bedno, rising from it, half buried in snow. Footprints leading up. Bare human feet, fresh. I followed protocol radioed, waited for backup. While waiting, the wind carried whispers. My name, Ryan. Join us. It's warm up here. I didn't look up. Kept eyes on ground until team arrived. Prince stopped at the top step. Vanished. No tracks coming down. The worst was my last season. I'd made senior ranger, trained newbies, even led removals. We had a system. Approach in teams of 4, tools ready, no one alone. But one August night, wildfire threat high, all hands on deck elsewhere. I got a solo call. Hiker reported weird ruins deep in a restricted burn scar area. Against better judgment, I went dusk approaching, smoke haze thick, air smelling of charred pine. Followed coordinates through blackened trees, skeletons standing like ghosts. Found them. The grandest yet. Wide stone staircase, maybe 30 steps. flanked by what looked like broken columns, ancient, impossible in this forest. At the bottom, fresh boot prints, size 10, like mine, leading up. The haze swirled, temperature plummeted. I radioed. Stairs located, large set. Prints present. Request backup. Static response. Interference? Repeat. Then from the top, my own voice. Clear. Calm. Ryan, come up, I've been waiting. The view from here? You won't believe it. Exact tone, my slight Midwestern accent from childhood. Heart pounding, I backed away. But the voice continued, overlapping now multiple versions of me. Laughing, arguing. One whispering secrets only I knew. My divorce details. The fight with my dad before he died. The nightmare I never told anyone. I turned to leave. That's when I saw it, at the tree line. A figure. My height, my build, wearing my exact uniform down to the mud splatters from earlier. Face obscured by smoke, but posture perfect. It waved. Slowly, I ran. Branches whipping face, lungs burning with smoke. Radioed frantic mayday. Team found me miles away, collapsed on a fire road. Dehydrated, scratched up, babbling. The stairs? Gone next morning. Area searched, nothing but ash and regrowth. No columns, no steps. Just disturbed soil like something buried itself. I quit 2 weeks later, cited burnout. Moved to the city, took a desk job. Therapy helped some PTSD diagnosis, anxiety meds. But the stairs followed in dreams. Always climbing endlessly. Voices calling from above. Last month, hiking a safe urban trail to reconnect with nature, I veered off for a shortcut. Deep in second-growth woods, fog rolling in. There they were, small set, concrete, moss-covered. 10 steps leading to a clearing. At the top, fresh boot prints. Size 10, my size, leading up, and faint laughter echoing down. I didn't climb, I ran, and I haven't gone into the woods since. If you're hiking alone and find stairs where no stairs should be, follow the rules, don't climb, don't listen, just walk away. Because whatever's at the top, it's waiting for you. The Dogman of the Upper Peninsula. My terrifying true encounter with the upright wolf creature that stalked our hunting camp in Michigan's wilderness. My name is Tyler Grayson, and back in the fall of 2019, I almost didn't make it out of the woods alive during what was supposed to be a routine deer hunting trip in Michigan. As Upper Peninsula. I'm from downstate Detroit, grew up in the suburbs. But my dad and uncles dragged me up north every November since I was 12 to hunt whitetail in the Ottawa National Forest. Vast, remote land, millions of acres of thick pine, birch, swamps, and ridges, where cell service is a joke, and the nearest town is hours away on logging roads that turn to mud pits after rain. We always camped deep in off-grid. No permits needed for primitive sites back then, if you knew where to go. Me, my best friend Mike, his older brother Dan, and our buddy Chris, 4 of us, all in our late 20s. Experienced hunters with rifles, bows, sidearms, the works. We thought we were prepared for anything. Bears, wolves, blizzards. But nothing prepares you for something that shouldn't exist. We arrived late Friday night, trucks parked at a pull-off near Lake Gogebic, then hiked 3 miles in with headlamps to our usual spot, an old clearing near a beaver pond, surrounded by dense hemlock and tag alder so thick you couldn't see 10 feet in daylight. Set up wall tents, built a fire ring, hung our food bags high. The air was crisp, mid-40s, leaves mostly down, ground crunchy with frost by morning. Classic up-fall smell of wood smoke, wet earth, distant loons calling across the water. We cracked beers, told the same old stories, planned stands for dawn. Howls started around midnight. Not coyotes, those yip and bark. Not regular wolves deeper, but with a pattern we knew from years up there. These were wrong. Long, guttural, starting low and rising to an almost human scream, echoing off ridges like surround sound. Mike joked it was Bigfoot warming up vocals. We laughed, but the hair on my neck stood. Dogs back at the trucks would have gone nuts. Hours were silent. Slept uneasy, rifles close. Saturday morning, frost thick, breath fogging. Hiked to stands before light me on a ridge overlooking a swamp edge, Mike and a ground blind nearby, Dan and Chris farther east. Quiet all day, sawdust and spikes but no shooters. Met back at camp dusk, venison steak sizzling, talking sign we'd seen. That's when Dan pointed out the tracks. Around the pond, in soft mud, near where we'd drawn water. Huge prints. Canine but massive, 7 inches long, 4 toes with claw marks deep like bear but splayed wrong. Stride length insane over 5 feet between steps. Not bears plant heel first. These were digitigrade on toes like dog or wolf. But no wolf makes prints that big. We followed them a bit, led into thick alder, then vanished on harder ground. Mutant wolf, Chris said. Hybrid with dire wolf DNA or some shit. We laughed nervously, poured whiskey. Howls came again that night, closer, circling camp. One answered from the ridge behind us, another across the pond. Sounded like pack, but coordinated, intelligent. Sunday, wind picked up, clouds rolling in for snow. I sat my stand all day, saw nothing but squirrels. Around 3 p.m., fog crept in low through swamp, visibility down to 50 yards. Heard branches cracking downhill, heavy, figured bear. Then the smell hit. Wet dog mixed with rot, like roadkill left in sun. Strong, carried on wind, froze, hand on rifle. Cracking stopped, silence heavier than before. Then a low growl, not bear huff. Deeper, rumbling like diesel engine idling. From maybe 30 yards in fog, heart slammed. I whistled our signal 3 short for danger. No response from others. Slowly climbed down stand, boots quiet on rungs. Ground fog swirling ankle deep. Back toward trail to camp, rifle up. That's when I saw it. Shape in mist, tall, upright. 7 feet at least. Shoulders broad as linebacker. Head wolf-like but massive. Ears pointed, snout protruding. Fur dark, matted, glistening wet. Arms long, ending in clawed hands, not paws. Legs bent backward like animal, but standing bipedal. Eyes caught faint light yellow, glowing reflectively. Stared right at me. Froze me solid. Not bear standing up, bear's waddle, hunch. This thing stood balanced, weight forward, head tilted like studying me. Dread hit primal, no fight or flight, just paralysis. Smell overwhelming now, choking. It took 1 step, mud squelch loud and quiet. Then low woof, almost bark but deeper. Turned and melted into fog, silent for size. I ran then full sprint back to camp, branches whipping face, lungs burning cold air. Burst into clearing, gasping. Guys jumped up, rifles ready. Told them, voice shaking. They believed seen my face. Blood from scratches. Searched perimeter with lights as dark fell. Found more prints, same huge canine, but now bipedal stride. Heel barely touching. Circled camp tight. One set came within 20 feet of tents. Snow started light flurry. That night, worse yet. Howls constant, close sometimes, sounding like mocking human whistles. Our signals. Fire blazed high, we sat back to back, guns loaded. Around 2 a.m., scratching on tent canvas, long nails dragging slow. Chris shone flashlight out flap, nothing but fresh claw marks gouged deep in nylon. Then bang on cooler metal, dented like kicked. We fired warning shots skyward. Silence after, but felt watched. Eyes reflecting in tree line when light swept pairs of yellow glows, high up, not deer level. Monday, decided pack out early. Snowing harder, 6 inches by dawn. Hiking out, single file on trail, rifles ready. Halfway, heard crashing parallel in brush pacing us. Stopped when we stopped. Mike whispered, it's hurting us. Then scream, not howl, human-like agony, but animal throat. Froze group. From behind, heavy breathing, sniffing loud, turned slow. There it was on trail 40 yards back, full view now in gray light. Massive wolf head on muscular human body, fur blackish brown, scars across muzzle, teeth bared in snarl-yellowed fangs longer than fingers. Stood confident, arms hanging, claws curled. Eyes intelligent, locked on us. Raised head and let out roar, part howl, part bellow that vibrated chests. We raised rifles. It dropped to all fours, fluidly, body contorting, unnatural and charged. Fast. Snow kicking up. We fired 4 shots, booming. It veered into brush, unhit or unfazed. Crashing away, then silence. Ran rest of way to trucks. Didn't stop shaking till bars on phone, hour south, never went back. Sold gear. Guys say Mike moved Florida. Dan quit hunting. Chris sees therapist for PTSD nightmares. Researched after. Michigan dogman sightings since 1887, peaks every 7 years. Upright wolf creature, 7 feet, yellow eyes, howls like hell. Hundreds reports up, hunters mostly. Some say werewolf, others cryptid, escaped experiment, native legend gone real. Gave description to crypto group match dozens others, details like smell, intelligence, pack behavior, but lone hunters. Still hear howls in dreams. Sometimes, driving rural roads at night, see yellow eyes reflect high in ditch too high for deer. If hunting Michigan woods, listen for howls wrong. And if smell wet dog rot, run. Because Dogman doesn't miss twice. And it's always watching, waiting for next season. The Dogman returns. Part 2, the terrifying true story of how it came back for me. Years later in the Michigan wilderness. It's been 6 years since that hunting trip in the Upper Peninsula, where my friends and I barely escaped whatever that thing was. The upright wolf creature with yellow eyes and a roar that still echoes in my nightmares. My name is still Tyler Grayson, though I've thought about changing it more than once. After we bolted out of the Ottawa National Forest that November morning in 2019, snow burying our tracks and our sanity, we all swore we'd never go back. Mike moved to Florida and took up fishing saltwater, open ocean, nothing with trees. Dan sold his rifles and started a family in Grand Rapids, pretending the woods never existed. Chris tried therapy, meds, even hypnosis, but the nightmares won. Last I heard he was living off-grid in Arizona. No guns, just walls and lights. Me? I stayed in Detroit. Took a warehouse job with long night shifts under fluorescent bulbs, surrounded by concrete and people. I told myself the city was safe. No howls, no smells of wet rot, no yellow eyes in the dark. For 5 years, it worked. Mostly. I'd wake up sweating from dreams of that charge through the snow, the way it dropped to all fours so fluidly. Muscles rippling under matted fur, fangs flashing as shots cracked past it. I'd check locks 3 times, keep a loaded shotgun in the closet, even though city ordinances frowned on it. But daylight chased the fear away. I dated a little, made new friends who thought my no camping rule was quirky. Life normalized. Then, last fall 2025, I got the call from my Uncle Ray. He's the one who taught us all to hunt. Old school Yooper through and through, still living up in Marquette, with a cabin on the edge of the Hiawatha Forest. Ty, need a favor, he said, voice gravelly from decades of cigarettes. Your cousin Jake's getting married next weekend. Bachelor party, nothing crazy. Just a couple nights in the woods like old times. My heart's acting up, can't go. The boys want you there. Family thing. I froze on the phone. Told him no immediately work, commitments, anything. But he pushed. It's private land now, Ty. Fenced parcel I bought years ago near Teal Lake. No deep forest bullshit. Cabins, generator, even Starlink. Safe as houses. Jake idolizes you, talks about your hunting stories all the time. I hadn't told anyone the real story. To family, it was just bad weather cut the trip short. Guilt gnawed. Jake was 22. Good kid. Thought I was some wilderness hero. I caved. 2 nights max. In and out. Drove up Friday afternoon, stomach knotting tighter with every mile north past the Mackinac Bridge. The up hit like memory overdose pine scent through the vents. Endless trees pressing close to the highway, leaves turning blood red. Met the group at Ray's. Jake, his 3 groomsmen, college buddies I barely knew, and surprisingly, Mike. He'd flown in from Florida, looking tanned but thinner, eyes haunted. We hugged awkward, didn't mention 2019. Couldn't miss this, he muttered. Just a 6 no Dan, no Chris. The property was nicer than expected. 2 modern cabins on 40 acres of mixed woods. Cleared yard with fire pit, trail cams on trees, motion lights, bordered a small lake, no swamp mud. Felt civilized. We grilled steaks, drank beer, told cleaned-up hunting tales. Howls started around 11 p.m. distant. At first, regular wolves maybe. We laughed it off. Circle of life, Jake said, but Mike and I exchanged looks. Saturday, we hiked the property trails, easy loops, marked with blazes. Shot clays with shotguns, fished the lake, caught nothing. Afternoon turned overcast, wind picking up, temperature dropping fast. Around 4 p.m., trail cam alerts pinged Jake's phone motion near the north boundary. He showed us the footage, huge shape crossing frame, too fast to ID, but tall, upright. Glitch in lighting made eyes flash yellow. Nerves frayed. I suggested staying close to cabins. Guys wanted a night hunt spotlight deer from the porch like rednecks. Harmless. We set up chairs, spotlights, rifles with thermals I'd brought just in case. Dark fell heavy, no moon. Clouds thick. Smell hit first wet dog and decay faint on wind. Then scratching on the woodpile, deliberate, nails dragging. Mike whispered, "That's it." We shone lights, nothing. But prints next morning would tell. massive canine, deep in soft dirt, leading from woods to within 10 feet of the porch. Howls came close that night, multiple, circling the clearing. Not Wolfpack random, coordinated, cutting off when we shouted. One roared that same chest-vibrating bellow from the tree line. Jake laughed nervously at first, then went quiet when his dog, he brought his lab, Buddy, hid inside whining, hackles up. We built fire huge, sat in circle, guns across laps. Around 2 a.m., power flickered, generator fine, but lights dimmed like drain. Trail cams went offline one by one. Then the charge. Lights caught it bursting from trees, same creature, bigger maybe, scars across chest glowing pale in spotlight. 7+ feet upright, muscles bulging, fur matted with mud and leaves, muzzle scarred, yellow eyes locked on us. Dropped to all fours mid-stride, covering ground impossible fast. We fired panic shots, boom after boom. It veered, took one in shoulder, blood spray black and light, but kept coming. Mike screamed my name, shoved Jake inside. I stood ground, racked another round. It stopped 10 feet away. Rose upright slow, blood dripping from fur, but unfazed. Tilted head, sniffed air, eyes bored into mine, intelligent, recognizing. Low growl rumbled, almost words. Then turned, melted back into trees, deliberate, not fleeing. We barricaded inside, called state police on satellite phone. No cell. Troopers arrived, dawn found blood trail, massive prints, claw marks gouged deep in a tree trunk at head height. Bear, they said officially. But one older trooper pulled me aside. Seen reports like this my whole career. Dogmen, stay out the woods. We left that morning. Wedding went on, Jake got married happy, none the wiser. Mike flew home silent. I drove south shaking, but it wasn't over. 3 weeks later, back in Detroit, I woke to scratching at my apartment door, 3rd floor, secure building. Howls faint from alley below, impossible in city. Trail cam I'd set up in hallway caught shadow tall, upright, gone in blink. Moved again, new city, Chicago now, high-rise, doorman. Peace for months. Then last week, package arrived. No return address. Inside, Polaroid photo. Me, asleep in bed, taken from window 20 stories up. On back, clawed into paper, season open again. I hear howls sometimes, whine through buildings maybe. Smell wet rotten elevator, researched more. Dogman sightings spike every 7 years, 1887, 1894, up to 2017 to 2024 cluster. Next cycle starting. Hundreds new reports up, hunters vanished, livestock torn unnatural, trail cams catching upright wolves with scars. It remembered me, let me live once. Wounded, it learned patience. If you hunt Michigan North Woods, listen close. Because Dogman holds grudges, and it's coming south. For me. The Wendigo that stalked my isolated cabin in the Alaskan wilderness. The terrifying true story of the creature that craved my flesh during the long dark winter. My name is Lucas Bennett, and in the winter of 2022, I nearly became another unsolved disappearance in the vast Alaskan wilderness, a statistic whispered about in bush pilot bars and ranger stations, the kind of story locals attribute to cabin fever or getting turned around in the whiteout, but I know the truth. Something ancient and starving hunted me for months in my remote cabin. Something that wore hunger like a second skin and called my name in a voice that mimicked the wind through dead pines. The natives up there call it the Wendigo. I didn't believe in legends back then. I do now. I was 35, freshly divorced, burned out from 15 years as a software engineer in Seattle, endless deadlines. Fluorescent lights, the hum of servers that never slept. I needed silence. Real silence. So I quit my job, cashed out my savings, and bought a 20-acre plot sight unseen near the edge of the Wrangellus T. Elias National Park, one of the largest wilderness areas in the world. The cabin was basic. Log walls chinked with moss, wood stove for heat, propane for cooking, solar panels and batteries for minimal power, an outhouse 50 yards out back. No road access, everything flown in by bushplane or snow machine in winter. Nearest neighbor? 40 miles through impenetrable taiga forest and glacier-fed rivers. The realtor, an old-timer from Glenolin, warned me. Winters are long and dark up there. Sun barely crests the mountains December through January. Gets in your head. I arrived in late September, golden birch leaves flaming against evergreen, moose browsing the willow thickets around the clearing. The air smelled clean pine resin, damp earth, distant snow on the peaks. I spent fall chopping firewood, aimed for 10 cords. insulating windows with plastic, stocking shelves with canned goods, rice, beans, flour enough for a year if needed. Hunted caribou with my 308, fished grayling in the creek that ran crystal clear behind the cabin. Nights were peaceful. Aurora borealis dancing green and purple overhead, wolves howling far off like a symphony. I journaled by lantern light, read books I'd neglected for years, felt the stress melting away. This was healing. The first odd thing happened in mid-November, right after the first big snowfall, 2 feet overnight, temperature plunging to 0. I was outside splitting wood at dusk, axe rhythm echoing when the wind shifted. A smell hit me, sharp, acrid, like burning hair mixed with rotting meat left in the sun, unnatural in the clean cold. I stopped, scanned the tree line. Nothing but white-draped spruce and deepening shadows. Then I heard a distant call, almost human. Lucas, dragged out, raspy, like throat damaged by smoke. My name, unmistakable, heart skipped. Bush pilots sometimes flew low, shouting greetings, but no plain sound. Neighbors? Too far, I shouted back, who's there? Only wind answering, whipping snow from branches. Chucked it up to echo off the ridge behind the cabin, a mile-high wall of rock and ice. Went inside, stoked the stove hot, slept with rifle by the bed anyway. The smells came more often after that. Waves of that foul rot drifting through the clearing, strongest at night. I'd step out to the outhouse under starlight, lanterns swinging, and it'd hit like a wall-making stomach churn, eyes water. Tracks started appearing too. Huge, longer than my size 12 boot, narrow, with claw marks deep in snow. Not bear, hibernating, not moose, cloven hoof, not wolf, too big, stride too long 8 feet between prints. Circled the cabin wide, never close. I'd follow them mornings with rifle, snowshoes crunching, but they always vanished into dense alder thickets or onto wind-scoured ice where no print held. By December, the sun barely rose a dim twilight for 3 hours midday, then endless night. Cabin fever set in subtle, clock watching, talking to myself, jumping at creaks from settling logs. The calls grew clearer. My name repeated from different directions. Sometimes pleading, Lucas. So cold, other times hungry. Lucas, come out. Voice changed, sometimes deep and guttural, sometimes high and whistling like wind through teeth. I'd sit by the stove, rifle across lap, peering through frosted windows into black. Nothing visible, but feeling watched constant. Christmas Eve, worst storm, yet whiteout blizzard, wind howling 60 miles per hour, snow piling against door. Power flickered. Batteries draining faster than solar could charge in perpetual dark. I'd burned extra wood, cooked stew from caribou haunch, tried reading to distract. Around midnight, banging started on the roof. Heavy thuds like something massive dropping from trees. Then scratching down walls, long nails dragging slow, splintering bark from logs. I shouted threats, fired a warning shot through the door into snow. Silence after. But morning revealed horror. Prints on the roof, same clawed feet leading from tall spruce overhanging cabin. How? Branches 30 feet up, laden with ice nothing heavy could climb without breaking. I radioed the bush pilot who'd flown my supplies emergency channel crackling static. Hey cow, you copy? Need pick up soon weather window? He responded days later when storm cleared. Lucas, you okay? Sounds rough. Next clear day, maybe February. Hang tight. February. 2 more months. Isolation deepened. Food fine, wood holding, but mind fraying. The creature grew bold. One January night, -40 stars, diamond hard, I woke to breathing outside window wet, ragged, inches from glass. Frost bloomed where breath hit, then silhouette. Tall, emaciated, limbs too long, head antlered. No bones protruding, skin stretched tight, eyes reflecting lantern glow inside like starving animal. Face pressed to pain-sunken cheeks, mouth stretched wide in perpetual scream, teeth jagged. It whispered my name against glass. Lucas, hungry, I screamed, grabbed rifle, fired through window glass exploding outward. It vanished. No blood in snow, no prints leading away, just disturbed circle where it stood. Hallucinations? Starvation? I ate plenty 1,000-pound supplies. But thou crept. Researched on my shortwave radio, catching snippets from native stations. Warnings about we-2-go, spirit of cannibal hunger, possesses those who resort to eating human flesh in winter famine. Takes form tall and gaunt, drives victims mad with calls, craves flesh eternally. Old trapper's tales. Never respond to your name in the woods alone. I stopped answering calls. Boarded windows with plywood. Kept stove roaring, lantern burning always. But it learned. Started mimicking voices I knew. First, my ex-wife Sarah voice perfect, pleading through door during blizzard. Lucas, let me in. I'm freezing. I forgive you. We divorced bitter she hated my isolation dreams. I wept, rifle shaking, but didn't open. Then my dad dead 5 years from cancer. Son. Proud of you. Come outside, let's talk. Gravelly smoker's voice exact. Worst. My own voice, from the loft. Lucas. It's me, I'm so hungry. Echoing inside cabin somehow. I climbed ladder frantic, shotgun ready empty. But mirror on wall showed reflection wrong. Me, but gaunt, eyes sunken, smiling too wide, shot the mirror. Glass shards everywhere. By February, I was gaunt myself, lost 40 pounds despite eating. Sleep impossible, constant scratching, thuds, smells choking air even inside. Vent pipes rattled like something crawling through impossible 6-inch diameter. The thaw came sudden March drip from eaves, snow sloughing roofs. I emerged pale, bearded, eyes wild, radioed Cal daily. He flew in on first clear day, landing on frozen lake nearby with skis. Found me barricaded inside, babbling about the hungry thing. Cabin reeked of smoke and fierce sweat. Walls clawed deep outside gouges, 4 feet up, like reached from height. Prints everywhere, hundreds circling tighter. Cal airlifted me out. Doctors said severe cabin fever, malnutrition, despite food stocks full, frostbite on ears from brief exposures. But in hospital Anchorage, native nurse pulled me aside. You heard it call your name? I nodded. She whispered, Wendigo marked you. Don't go back alone. It waits for weakness. Sold the land, remote buyer, some crypto millionaire wanting off-grid. I moved south, Arizona desert now, bright sun, open vistas, no trees close. But some nights, wind through screen door sounds like whispering. Lucas, still hungry? I don't answer. If isolating in northern winters, never respond to your name from the dark, because the Wendigo remembers. And it's patient. The Wendigo's Eternal Hunger, Part 2, a terrifying true story of how it followed me out of the Alaskan wilderness and claimed what it wanted. It's been 4 years since bush pilot Cal airlifted me out of that frozen hell in the Wrangler's Tea. Elias Wilderness, where the Wendigo circled my cabin for months, whispering my name through blizzards and pressing its gaunt face against the glass until I shattered the window with a rifle blast. My name is still Lucas Bennett, though I've buried it under layers of new IDs, jobs, and addresses. After the hospital in Anchorage, where doctors pumped me full of vitamins, diagnosed severe psychological trauma from isolation, and sent me south with a stack of prescriptions, I swore I'd never feel real winter again. No more endless nights, no more pine-scented air thick with rot. I landed in Phoenix, Arizona, relentless sun, saguaro cacti stabbing blue skies, temperatures that bake the fear out of you. I rented a stucco house in a crowded suburb, neighbors on all sides, streetlights blazing, pool in the backyard for the 110-degree summers. Concrete jungle, safe. For the first year, it almost worked. Therapy twice a week, talking about auditory hallucinations and survival stress. I got a remote coding job again. Screens glowing in air-conditioned rooms. Dated a woman named Mia, who loved hiking desert trails at dawn. I stuck to paved paths only. Nights were short, stars washed out by city glow. No howls, no smells. I gained weight back, shaved the wild beard, slept without a rifle. The native nurse's warning, it marked you, faded like a bad dream. Then the hunger started. Not mine, it began subtle. Summer 2023. Monsoon season, rare thunderstorms rolling in from Mexico, dumping rain that turned streets to rivers. One night, power out from lightning, I woke thirsty around 3 a.m. Padded to the kitchen for water. Outside the sliding glass door to the patio. A smell. Faint at first, that same acrid rot, burning hair and spoiled meat, cutting through the petrichor of desert rain. Impossible in 90-degree heat. I froze, glass in hand. Wind rattled palm fronds. Then the whisper, carried on thunder rumble. Lucas. Still hungry. Heart exploded. I flipped on every light, checked locks, peered through blinds. Empty street. Cars glistening wet. No prints in the soft gravel yard, rain would have shown them. Told myself generator exhaust or a dead animal in the wash nearby. Slept with fan blasting white noise. The smells returned with every storm, stronger, lingering inside even after windows sealed. Mia noticed first. Your house smells like roadkill sometimes. I laughed it off. Deep cleaned carpets, burned sage like the therapist suggested for grounding. She broke up with me months later. You're somewhere else. Lucas. Always listening for something. By fall 2024, the calls resumed. Not foam my name in the wind. Walking the neighborhood at dusk for exercise, past adobe walls and xeriscaped yards. Lucas, come walk with me. Raspy dry now like throat full of sand. I'd spin around joggers with earbuds, dogs barking at nothing. Once, in a crowded mall during holiday shopping, the voice echoed in the food court. So many here, but I want you, people chattering, Christmas music blaring, but it cut through clear. I researched obsessively again Aleutic and Athabascan lore online, forums for Alaskan bushfolk. Wendigo isn't just winter-bound, it's hunger incarnate. Once it marks you, tastes your fear, your isolation it follows. Feeds slow. Some stories. Trappers who escaped north found it years later in cities, wasting away from insatiable appetite no food satisfies. Others vanished on sunny trails, bodies found emaciated despite full stomachs. Winter 2024 mild by Alaska standards, but Phoenix dipped to 40s at night. I lost appetite first. Food tasted wrong, ashy, spoiled. Dropped 20 pounds fast, ribs showing like that thing's silhouette. Doctors ran tests. Parasites, cancer, nothing. Stress-induced anorexia, they said. Prescribed shakes. Then the shadows lengthened. One January morning, minus the cold but sun low, I glanced out the kitchen window toward the alley. Tall figure at the fence, end emaciated, limbs elongated, skin gray and stretched, head crowned with what looked like frozen branches, but moving like antlers, sensing wind. Eyes sunken black pits reflecting sunlight wrong. It stood just beyond the block wall, staring. I blinked, gone. But fence boards scratched deep, 4 parallel gouges at 8 feet high. I installed cameras, ring system, floodlights, motion alerts. Captured glimpses. Blurred tall shapes at yard edges, vanishing when light hit. Once, clear frame at 3 a.m. It pressed against the glass door, face distorted mouth unhinged wide, teeth like splintered ice, breath fogging in desert chill that shouldn't exist. Temperature inside dropped 20 degrees. Thermostat recorded it. Friends stopped visiting. You look sick, man. I barricaded again. Plywood over windows, a sea blasting to mask smells. But it got inside somehow. Woke one night to breathing in the room, heavy, wet, starving. Lantern on knit stand. I'd started using one for comfort. Silhouette in the corner. Towering to ceiling, joints bending wrong. It whispered, Lucas, you wasted away so nicely. Share it with me, fired the 308 I'd smuggled south boom deafening indoors, drywall exploding. Neighbors called police. I claimed intruder. No body, no blood, just sulfur like rot stench and claw marks raked across bedroom ceiling. Moved again, new suburb, gated community, security patrols. Lasted months. Then last summer, 2025, the wasting accelerated. 60 pounds gone, I looked like those old photos from the cabin, skeletal, eyes hollow. Ate forcefully steaks, pizzas, supplements, but food vanished inside, hunger gnawing constant. Dreams. Running through endless desert, it loping behind on all fours, antlers scraping sky, gaining despite my screams. Final straw, August heat wave, 118 degrees. Power grid strained, brownout citywide. My house went dark one night. AC died, air thick. Smell overwhelmed rot, so strong I gagged. Scratching on roof tiles, heavy steps circling. Then crash attic access panel and hallway torn open from above. Dust and insulation raining down. It dropped into the house. I saw it full in emergency lantern glow. 10 feet tall, hunched. Skin translucent over bones, ribs like tree branches, legs reverse jointed ending in cloven ice hooves that sparked on tile. Face. Humanish but elongated, mouth split to ears, teeth needles, eyes void but burning with endless need. Antlers jagged, dripping black ichor. It breathed my name. Lucas. At last, I ran out back door into blinding heat. Streets empty from late hour. It followed slow, deliberate, shadow stretching impossible in streetlights. Neighbors' dogs howled frenzy. Collapsed in a park miles away, paramedics found me dehydrated, raving. Hospital again, IVS, force feeding. But in the ward mirror, my reflection smiled when I didn't. Teeth sharper, eyes darker. They released me last month. I'm wasting still no weight gain. Hunger eternal now, whispering to others. The native nurse was right. It didn't want my flesh. It wanted to become the hunger inside me. And it won. If you feel insatiable need, hear your name on wind in warm places. Don't look in mirrors. Because the Wendigo doesn't stop at winter. It lives in the empty places, forever starving. And now, so do I. The feral people in the caves. My terrifying true encounters as a national park ranger in Yosemite that made me quit forever. My name is Connor Reyes. And for 6 years I worked as a law enforcement park ranger in Yosemite National Park, one of the most beautiful and dangerous places on Earth. Towering granite walls like El Capitan and Half Dome, ancient sequoias that have stood for millennia. Waterfalls thundering hundreds of feet into misty valleys, meadows filled with wildflowers in spring, and bears, mountain lions, rattlesnakes, wildlife that demands respect. But the real danger, the one no training manual prepares you for, isn't the animals or the cliffs or the flash floods. It's what's been living underground in the cave systems longer than the park has existed. The rangers who've been around long enough call them the feral people. Most dismiss it as myth, hazing for rookies, or confused sightings of homeless squatters. I know better. I've seen them, heard them, smelled them. And one of them almost dragged me into the dark forever. I started in 2017, fresh out of the academy, assigned to the Valley Patrol busy tourist areas, lost hikers, drunk climbers, the usual. The stories circulated quietly among veterans during night shifts at the ranger station. Strange reports dating back decades. Hikers hearing whistling or clicking deep in off-trail areas. Finding makeshift camps in caves with bones picked clean, not deer bones, human. Missing persons cases where search dogs refused to track past certain granite fissures. Bodies found weeks later, emaciated, scratches on the inside of cave walls like someone tried to claw out. Officially, exposure, animal attacks, falls. Unofficially, something else. My first hint came in summer 2018. I was on backcountry patrol near Tuolumne Meadows, checking permits on the Pacific Crest Trail. A solo hiker, mid-40s woman named Karen, flagged me down, pale and shaking. She deveered off-trail chasing a view of Cathedral Peak, and found a narrow fissure in a granite outcrop barely shoulder-wide, hidden by manzanita brush. Inside, fire ring with fresh ash, piles of gnawed bones and what looked like clothing scraps, modern hiking gear, torn and stained. Worst. Handprints on the cave walls, smeared in something dark. She backed out fast, heard low chittering behind her like laughter, but animal. I investigated, found the site exactly as described. Bones were human, fingers, teeth, marks deep. Radioed it in. By the time CSI team arrived next day, site cleaned. Bones gone, prints smeared, fire scattered. Animals, they said. But animals don't erase evidence. Incidents stacked up. Fall 2019, search for a missing teen boy who'd separated from his Boy Scout troop near Yosemite Falls. Dogs hit a scent trail leading to a tailless cave boulder pile with openings. Dogs went berserk, refused to enter, whining and snapping at shadows. We sent drones with thermal. Heat signatures deep inside, multiple, human-shaped, but moving wrong, crouched, jerky. When we approached with lights and guns, rocks hurled out accurate, heavy. One clipped a ranger's helmet. Then silence. Boy found 3 days later, miles away, dehydrated, babbling about pale people who live in the rock, pulling him into the dark. He had scratches on arms, 4 parallel lines, like fingernails but longer. Doctors said self-inflicted. He never hiked again. By 2020, I transferred to search and rescue full-time. More access to restricted areas, caves mapped and unmapped. Yosemite has thousands, some explored, most not. Limestone solution caves, tectonic fissures, lava tubes from ancient volcanism nearby. Rangers avoid solo entry, always teams of 3 minimum. But emergencies happen. Winter 2021, blizzard shut the park. Few visitors, but a climber reported overdue experienced guy attempting a solo winter ascent of Half Dome. Last seen near the subdome. We deployed in whiteout, snow machines and skis. Found his gear cache, ice axe planted, rope dangling into a crevasse no one knew existed, new fracture from quake tremors. Thermal drone picked faint heat below. We rappelled in team of 4. The crevasse narrowed to a tunnel, ice walls glistening, breath freezing instantly. 200 feet down, open to a chamber cathedral-sized, stalactites like teeth. Climber's body there, frozen solid, but wrong. Clothes shredded, skin pale and stretched, eyes wide open, mouth frozen and scream. Defensive wounds on arms, but scratches from behind too. And prints. Bare human feet, splayed toes, deep claw marks on ice where something braced. Multiple sets, fresh. Then the sound started. Clicking tongue against teeth, echoing all directions. Low grunts. Smell hit. Unwashed human mixed with cave mold and blood. We shone lights, shadows moved fast at chamber edges. Pale skin flashing, hair matted long, limbs thin but wiry. Eyes reflected light like animals. One hissed inhuman, guttural. We fired warning shots, hauled the body, ascended fast. Rocks and ice chunks rained down, accurate throws. Made it out missing one ranger rope cut clean mid-climb. Found him later at bottom, neck broken, dragged deeper. Body recovered weeks later when thaw came gnawed. After that, I requested transfer. Denied valuable experience. Nightmares began. Waking to scratching under my bunk and ranger housing, pale faces at windows during storms. Final straw. Summer 2022. Solo patrol near Bridal Veil fall off season. Trail closed for rockfall. Got report of screams echoing from a side canyon. Hiked in alone, against protocol, but closest responder. Found narrow slot canyon, waterfall mist thick, rainbow arcs in sun. Screams female, desperate. Followed to a cave entrance behind the fall water curtain hiding it, accessible by ledge. Inside. Damp, echoing drips. Bioluminescent fungi glowing faint blue on walls. Woman's pack at entrance fresh. ID said college student missing 2 days. Deeper, her voice calling, "Help! Pleading!" I advanced, light sweeping. Chamber opened piles of gear, old and new. Backpacks, boots, water bottles cracked and chewed. Bones scattered hundreds, some fresh meat scraps. Nesting area. Pine boughs and stolen sleeping bags matted together. Then movement. Dozens. Pale, naked or in ragged stolen clothes, skin translucent from no sun. Hair long and tangled, nails grown curved like talons. Eyes huge, adapted to dark, teeth filed or worn sharp. They moved on all fours fast, but stood upright too stooped, joints popping. Leader taller, scarred, watching me intelligent. The woman, tied with cordage in corner, alive but bruised, eyes wide terror. They chittered excited when I appeared hunger sounds. I raised rifle, backed toward exit. They circled, blocking. One lunged fast, claws raking air. Fired hit shoulder, black blood spray. Chaos. Screams inhuman, rocks thrown, bodies swarming. Backed firing, controlled bursts. Reached woman, cut ties. Ran dragging her. They pursued out cave, across ledge, waterfall soaking us. She slipped, fell into pool below. I dove after, swam raging creek, made opposite bank. They stopped at water edge, hissed, afraid. Watched us go. Helicopter evac her, she survived, but never spoke details. Amnesia, doctor said. I quit next week. Cited PTSD. Moved to city Los Angeles now, crowds and lights always. But sometimes, subway tunnels echo clicking. Smells in storm drains. Pale shapes in peripheral on night shifts. I work security now. Rangers still whisper. Feral people been there since native times, outcasts, cannibals, survivors of old massacres gone underground generations ago. Adapted. Hunt the lost. Yosemite caves connect miles unmapped labyrinth. If hiking off trail and hear whistling mimicking birds, or find bones in caves, turn back, because they're always hungry. And they know the dark better than anyone. If you go missing in national parks, it might not be accident. They're waiting. The rake that hunted my family farm. The terrifying true story of the pale crawling humanoid that stalked us for generations in rural Ohio. My name is Mason Caldwell, and growing up on my family's 200-acre farm in rural southern Ohio during the 1990s and early 2000s was supposed to be idyllic, endless fields of corn swaying in summer breezes, dense woods bordering the property where we'd hunt deer and forage morels, a big red barn that smelled of hay and manure, and a white farmhouse built in 1892 with creaky pine floors and a wraparound porch, perfect for watching thunderstorms roll across the flat horizon. My parents, my older brother Travis, my little sister Ellie, and I lived there with our grandparents until they passed. No close neighbors, just miles of dirt roads, abandoned rail lines, and forgotten strip mines from the coal days. Cell phones barely worked. Internet was dial-up if it connected at all. Nights were pitch black. Stars so thick you could almost touch them. Crickets and bullfrogs, the only soundtrack. But something else lived out there in the dark. Something pale, hairless, humanoid but long limbs bent at impossible angles. Claws like sharpened bone. Eyes that caught moonlight like wet glass. We called it the Crawler. Online forums years later named it the Rake. It didn't just watch us. It hunted us. Marked us. And it never forgot. The first signs were subtle. Back when I was 8 in 1998. Summer nights hot and sticky. Windows open for any breeze. I'd wake to faint scratching outside my second-floor bedroom, slow, deliberate, like fingernails testing wood siding. Not branches. Too rhythmic, pausing as if listening. I'd sit up in bed, heart thumping, peering through lace curtains into the yard lit by a single security light on the barn. Nothing. Just fireflies blinking over the lawn, the old swing set creaking in wind. But the scratches always stopped when I moved. Dad said raccoons or opossums. He nailed sheet metal over potential entry points under eaves. Scratches continued higher now, near roofline. Impossible for animals. Then the footprints appeared. Mornings after full moons, in soft dirt around the garden or chicken coop. Human-shaped but elongated toes splayed wide, heel barely touching, claws digging deep crescents. Bigger than Dad's size 13 boot, but narrow, skeletal. No hair, no shoe tread. Travis and I followed one set once led from woods behind the barn. Circled the house tight, paused under each window like something stood staring up. Prince vanished on hard ground near the gravel drive. We showed Grandpa, he went pale, muttered about old things from the mines and burned sage around the foundation. Grandma hushed him, said it was coyotes. Pets started vanishing. Our barn cat's tough ferals that hunted rats one by one gone. Found one gutted near the woodpile, insides arranged neat like ritual, eyes missing. Dog, a big mutt named Buster chained by the porch, whined constantly at night, staring toward the tree line. One dawn we found his chain snapped clean. Collar shredded, blood trail leading into brush, but no body. After that, no more outside animals. Sightings began in 2000. Ellie, only 6. Woke screaming one August night claimed a naked man with no hair, crouched on her windowsill, staring in with big black eyes, mouth open too wide. She described claws tapping glass softly. Parents thought nightmare, but window screen had 4 parallel slashes, clean through mesh, from outside. 10 feet up. Travis saw it first clearly, fall 2001. Deer hunting at dawn, perched in a tree stand deep in our woods oak and hickory thick, understory choked with honeysuckle. Fog lingering low. Heard rustling below, not deer careful steps, but fast scrambling. Looked down, pale shape crawling on all fours across leaves, silent despite speed. Human proportions but stretched arms longer than legs. Spine ridged sharp under translucent skin. Head bald and elongated, no ears visible. It paused, raised head sniffing air, mouth lipless and gaping teeth needle-like. Eyes huge, black, no whites. Stared right up at him. Knew he was there. Travis froze, shotgun ready, but hands shaking too bad to aim. It tilted head, emitted low click-click like tongue on teeth, then scuttled into brush faster than any animal. He stumbled back to house white as sheet, told us everything. Dad armed up. We searched woods, no prints in damp leaves, but broken branches high up like something climbed vertical. That night, scratches everywhere, siding, doors, even roof shingles scraped. We sat in living room lights blazing, guns loaded, listening to it circle house slow. Winter 2002 brought snow perfect for trekking. Blizzard one January night. Wind howling, power out from ice on lines. Generator humming in shed. Woke to silence heavier than storm scratching stopped. Then thud on porch. Dad grabbed flashlight and rifle, cracked door. Footprints in fresh snow. Bare, clawed, leading from woods straight to porch steps. Paused their deep impressions like knelt. Then up steps, across porch boards, snow scraped away in swipes. Right to front door. Claw marks gouged deep in wooden door 4 parallel, from eye level down to floor like reached full height standing. We moved furniture against doors, stayed up till dawn. Prince continued out back to woods. But one set branched off. Circled barn, paused at windows. Then to Grandpa's old truck driver door clawed open. Seat torn like searched. Grandpa died that spring heart attack in fields. Found him face down, eyes wide, mouth frozen scream. Coroner said natural, but scratches on his back through shirt 4 lines, infected. We buried him quick. Creature grew bolder after. Summer 2003, I was 13, sleeping in attic room hotter, but farther from ground. Woke one night to breathing outside window wedge, raspy, inches away. Screen bowed inward like pressed. Flashlight revealed it. Crouched on narrow roof overhang, body folded spider-like, pale skin glowing moonlit, veins visible blue under thin hide. Face pressed, close nostrils flaring, mouth smiling too wide, black eyes unblinking. Claws hooked screen edges. It whispered voice like dry leaves scraping. "Marasim," I screamed. Dad rushed up firing shotgun through window glass and screen exploding. It leaped backward off roof, landed cat-like 20 feet below, scuttled into cornfield rows silent. We sold farm that fall couldn't take more. Moved to Columbus suburbs, house and subdivision with lights and neighbors. Thought distance broke it, but Rick remembers. College years quiet. Then 2015, back visiting parents' new place rural again. Smaller farm, habit. One night camping in their woods for old times tent near creek. Woke to scratching on nylon slow circles. Unzipped flap. Pale shape crouched outside fire ring, watching embers. Same stretched form, older, maybe scars across body from shotgun pellets. Eyes locked mine. Clicked teeth excited. I doused fire, backed into tent. Called police from cell. Dawn. Prince circled tent tight. Paused at entrance. Moved cities after Chicago high-rise, then LA urban concrete. But 2023, hiking Runyon Canyon at dusk for exercise crowded trail, but I lagged behind. Heard rustling in dry brush off path. Turned. Pale figure crouched behind rock. Head tilted unnatural, watching. Black eyes reflecting city lights below. Its smiled mouth splitting ear to ear. Ran down trail screaming. People thought crazy tourist. Now I live downtown, 5th, 10th floor, security building, cameras everywhere. No pets, no plants even. But some nights, wind through vents sounds like scratching. Smell faint wet earth and decay in hallway. Last week, building security cam alert. Motion in stairwell. Footage. Tall pale shape crawling upstairs on all fours. Pausing at my floor door, head pressing listener. They say it's gone glitch, but I know. The rake doesn't stop at farms. It follows the bloodline, and it's patient. If you wake to scratching outside your window, don't look. Because it knows your name now, and it's coming closer. The siren head that mimicked lost hikers' voices. My terrifying true encounter with the towering cryptid in the Olympic National Forest. My name is Dylan Brooks, and in the summer of 2018, I went on what was supposed to be the ultimate backpacking trip with 3 of my closest friends deep into Washington's Olympic National Forest, a massive rugged wilderness spanning over 1 million acres of old growth. Rainforest, jagged peaks, glacial rivers, and valleys so dense with moss-covered trees that sunlight barely penetrates the canopy even on clear days. We'd planned it for months. Me, my girlfriend Kala, our buddy Sean who'd been my roommate in college, and his cousin Riley, an experienced outdoorsman who knew the trails like the back of his hand. We were all in our mid-20s fit from gym routines and weekend hikes equipped with top-tier gear GPS. Devices, bear spray, satellite messenger for emergencies, cell services non-existent past the trailheads. Dehydrated meals, water purifiers, and a solid itinerary filed with the ranger station. 5 days, 40 miles looping through the whole rainforest, up to the alpine meadows near Mount Olympus. Camping at designated sites but pushing off trail for the real adventure. The forest is primal ferns taller than people. Roosevelt elk crashing through underbrush. Eagles soaring overhead. The constant drip of moisture from 150 inches of annual rain. It's beautiful, majestic, but it's also isolating in a way that makes you feel small, watched by something ancient. We started strong parking at the Ho Visitor Center, shouldering 50-pound packs, and hitting the trail under drizzly skies typical for June. The first day was pure bliss. Hiking along the turquoise Ho River, massive Sitka spruce and Douglas fir towering 300 feet. Nurse logs cradling new growth, banana slugs inching across the path. We laughed about work stress back in Seattle, took photos at Soul Duck Falls, set up camp near a meadow with views of snow-capped peaks. That night, around the fire, we heard distant howls, wolves or coyotes. Riley said, normal. Slept great under the stars peeking through clouds. Day 2, we veered off marked trails into thicker wilderness, bushwhacking through Devil's Club thorns that tore at our pants, crossing log bridges over rushing creeks swollen with meltwater. The air smelled rich, wet earth, cedar, decaying leaves. Bird calls echoed varied thrushes with their eerie flutes, ravens croaking warnings. By afternoon, we reached a remote valley Riley swore had epic views, no human traffic. Set camp beside a small lake, mirror flat reflecting the ridges. As dusk fell, fog rolled in low, muffling sounds. That's when the first siren started. It was faint, far off, like an old air raid siren from World War II footage, wailing up and down in pitch. We froze, listening. What the hell? Sean said. Riley laughed it off. Probably a military exercise from the naval base across the peninsula. Sound carries weird here, but it didn't feel right. The wail distorted, echoing off canyon walls. Sometimes sounding like garbled voices over a loudspeaker emergency broadcast tones, mixed with static words we couldn't make out. It stopped after 10 minutes. Uneasy laughs, extra whiskey around the fire. Slept with tents zipped tight. Day 3 dawned misty, visibility low. We hiked uphill toward a pass, sweat-soaking shirts despite cool tongue. Mid-morning, the siren blared again closer, louder, piercing through fog like a knife. This time, clear words crackled through. Attention! Hikers reported missing. Search in progress, exact emergency alert phrasing, but twisted, volume, fluctuating, unnatural. Kayla gripped my arm. That's creepy as fuck. Is someone pranking? No way miles from roads, no helicopters overhead. Riley checked the sat messenger, no alerts from rangers. We pushed on, but tension built. Birds went silent. Even insects quieted. Afternoon, breaking for lunch in a clearing, the siren morphed now, mimicking human voices. Distress calls. A woman screamed for help, echoing, I'm lost. Help me. Then a man's voice panicked, Over here, I see you. Sounded real, directional like coming from the ridge above. We shouted back, scanning with binoculars. Nothing. No movement but swaying branches. Sean joked nervously. Forest speakers? Bigfoot's mixtape, but we packed quick, hiked faster. That night, camped in a dense grove of hemlock trees so thick it felt like a cathedral, the sounds escalated. Sirens at dusk, then voices all night. Mimicking us. Kayla's laugh from the dark, my voice calling, guys, over here, from brush. Riley's deeper tone pleading, help, injured. We stayed in tents, flashlights on, bear spray ready. Around 2 a.m., I unzipped to pea-fog thick, headlamp beam cutting short. That's when I saw it. Towering silhouette at tree line 40 feet tall at least, thin as a utility pole, skin gray and mottled like dead bark, limbs elongated and jointed wrong. Head, no face, just massive sirens attached like lamps on a pole, rusted metal speakers blaring faintly, even silent. It stood motionless but head swiveled, slow-tracking me. No eyes visible, but felt stared at. Smell hit. Ozone like after lightning, mixed with rotting vegetation. I backed into tent, whispered warning. We huddled, listening as footsteps heavy but silent circled camp. Branches snapped high up, like it brushed treetops. Dawn prints. Massive, three-toed, deep in mud 15 inches long, stride 20 feet. Not bare. Led from lake to camp, circled tents tight, then uphill. We decided a board hike out fast. But day 4 fog thicker, trails slick with rain. Voices constant now mimicking lost hikers we heard on news before trip. Real missing persons alerts from years past, names and descriptions exact. David Miller. Last seen Ho Trail 2015. If seen, contact authorities. Chilling accuracy. Then personal. Kayla's mom's voice calling her name, pleading, baby, come home. Panic set. Riley scouted ahead, vanished 30 minutes. We called his voice answered from fog. Over here! Found a shortcut, but when we followed, nothing. His pack later found torn, contents scattered, GPS smashed. 3 left. Pushed hard, but siren blared constant volume, deafening close. Saw it multiple times, standing between trees, head sirens rotating, broadcasting our own voices back distorted. Once, it mimicked Sean's scream perfect as he slipped on rocks, distracted us while something brushed my pack. Night 4, holed up in rock overhang, no fire, cold MREs. Voices overlapped dozens. Missing hikers, family members, even radio chatter from rangers searching for us now. Sat messenger sent SOS earlier. It knew. Final morning, rain pounding, visibility 20 feet. Hiking frantic toward trailhead 10 miles out. Heard Riley's voice clear, "Guys, this way, I found the path." Kayla ran toward it. I grabbed her, saw the thing step from fog. Towering, sirens blaring emergency tones, head tilting unnatural. Limbs unfolded longer, reaching. Sean fired bear spray cloud, engulfed it, but it didn't flinch. Just broadcast his cough distorted. We ran opposite. Kayla tripped, ankle twist. Carried her piggyback, lungs burning, mud-sucking boots. Behind, crashing pursuit trees snapping, siren wailing our names mixed with pleas, made ranger station dusk, collapsed battling. Search teams found Riley's gear, massive prints, tree gouges 30 feet up like climbed. No body. Official. Bear attack. Exposure. But we know. Siren head tall cryptid with speakers for head, mimics voices, radios sirens to lure prey deep. Thousands reported worldwide, but Olympic clusters unreported to avoid panic. I never hike again. City only Portland now, noise constant. But sometimes, power outages or storms, distant sirens sound wrong words mixed in. My name. If backpacking remote forests and hear emergency broadcast unnatural or voices of lost loved ones calling, don't follow. Because Siren Head doesn't hunt for food. It collects voices. Forever broadcasting the missing. And it's still out there. Waiting for the next group. The skinwalker that mimicked my girlfriend screams. The terrifying true encounters in the remote canyons of the Navajo Nation that nearly ended us all. My name is Caleb Morrison. And in the summer of 2021, I took a road trip with my girlfriend Lena and our two best friends, Jake and Marissa, through the American Southwest that turned into the most horrifying experience of my life. We were all in our late 20s, fresh out of the pandemic lockdowns in Denver, craving adventure and open spaces after months cooped up. I'd planned the route meticulously, starting in Colorado, hitting the Grand Canyon, then deeper into Arizona and New Mexico, with a detour through the Navajo Nation for the rugged beauty of places like Canyon de Chelly and the Chuska Mountains. Lena was obsessed with photography, always chasing golden hour light over red rock formations, and Jake, my buddy since high school, was the outdoors expert with his Jeep rigged for off-roading. Marissa, his girlfriend, was the level-headed one, a nurse who packed a full first aid kit and emergency beacon. We figured 2 weeks of camping under endless stars, hiking slot canyons, grilling over campfires, and forgetting the world existed. The Navajo lands were the highlight, vast empty expanses of sandstone cliffs carved by wind and time, juniper and pinyon forests dotting the high desert, arroyos flashing with sudden rainstorms. Locals in border towns like Gallup warned us casually, "Stay on marked trails. Respect the land." Some places, things wander at night. We smiled, nodded, bought turquoise jewelry from roadside stands, and drove on. We had no idea what things really meant. We entered the reservation from the south, winding roads climbing through badlands striped in layers of crimson and ochre. The air dry and scented with sagebrush after a morning shower. Cell service dropped immediately, no bars, just the hum of tires on pavement cracking from heat. We stopped at a trading post for ice and snacks. An elderly woman behind the counter eyed our packed Jeep and said quietly, "Be careful camping alone out there." The Yinald Lucy don't like strangers. We asked what it meant, she just shook her head. Skinwalkers, they run fast, mimic voices, call you by name to lure you away. Jake laughed it off as folklore to scare tourists. I googled later on spotty Wi-Fi. Navajo witches who wear animal skins to shift shapes, gaining speed and power, driven by taboo acts like harming family. Evil medicine men, basically. Creepy legend, perfect campfire tale. We stocked up on firewood and headed deeper. First campsite was near a remote overlook in the Chuskas pine forests at 8,000 feet, cooler nights, views of thunderstorms flickering over the desert floor miles below. Set up tents in a clearing ringed by ponderosa, built a fire as sun dipped, painting the sky blood orange. Coyotes yipped distant normal soundtrack. Around midnight, wind picked up, rustling branches like whispers. Lena woke me. "Did you hear that?" Faint voice on the breeze, female, calling, "Caleb, help." Sounded like Marissa, but muffled, distressed. We unzipped tents, Jake and Marissa asleep in theirs. Voice came again from downhill toward a ravine. "Caleb, I'm hurt." "Come quick," exact tone, her slight Texas accent. Heart racing, I grabbed flashlight and bear spray. Woke Jake. We called back nothing. Searched perimeter with lights. No footprints but ours in soft dirt. No sign of Marissa wandering. She woke confused. I was sleeping. Dreaming maybe. Uneasy, we doubled watch, fire high till dawn. Chucked it up to wind trick or echo off canyon walls. Next day, hiked a slot canyon Riley recommended from online forums. Narrow red walls soaring 100 feet. Sunlight beaming in shafts. Echo chamber acoustics. Beautiful but claustrophobic flash flood. Risk high if rain upstream. Halfway in, voice echoed. Lena's scream piercing, Caleb, run. From deeper in canyon. We bolted forward nothing but narrowing walls and silence. Turned back fast, water trickling louder like rain coming. Made it out as storm hit, rain sheeting down. Laughed nervous relief in Jeep, but Lena pale. That was my voice exactly. How? Incidents escalated. Third night, new camp near abandoned Hogan traditional log and mud structure crumbling. Taboo to enter per signs. Locals avoid old Hogans. Bad medicine lingers. We camped 100 yards away, respecting. Full moon bright, silvering landscape. Around 3 a.m., witching hour, they say I woke to Lena's voice outside tent. Caleb, come out, I can't sleep. Let's watch the stars. Sultry, inviting, exact inflection she uses, but she snored softly beside me. Froze, listening. Voice closer. Babe, please. It's beautiful out here. Zipped flat peak. Nothing but moonlight on sage, shadows long from junipers. Then movement fast blur across clearing, four-legged but upright gait fleeting, pale shape vanishing into brush. Smell lingered, musky like wet dog mixed with decay. Woke everyone. Jake heard it too, my voice calling him earlier. Jake, man, wake up. Need help with the fire. He ignored, thinking dream. Marissa heard her mom's voice, dead 2 years. Sweetie, come home. We packed at dawn, no breakfast, drove deeper instead of out stubborn, wanting photos. Deeper in, roads turned rough tracks, Jeep bouncing over washboards. Stopped at remote pull-off near sheer cliff drop 1,000-foot views into painted desert. Hiked rim trail, wind howling up canyon. Midday voices overlapped, all our names called from below. Pleading mixes, Lena's laugh turning scream, Jake's joke mid-sentence distorted. Then animal noises wrong. Coyote yips turning human cries, owl hoots with words. Climax that night. Camped in Box Canyon for wind shelter high walls and closing, one way out. Fire crackling, stories to calm nerves, brushing off as mass hysteria, exhaustion. Midnight full barrage. Sirens distant. No roads nearby. Then personal radios our voices broadcast like CB chatter. Unit 1. Suspect sighted. Approach caution, mocking our earlier jokes. Then screams. Lena's blood curdling from canyon mouth like attacked. Jake ran toward, I tackled him. It's not her. Lena beside us terrified. From dark. Shape emerged slow tall on hind legs. Coyote-like but twisted. Limbs elongated, skin loose like ill-fitting pelt. Head shifting unnatural snout lengthening, eyes glowing amber. It mimicked Lena's face fleeting her features on animal skull. Mouth moving her scream distorted. Dropped to all fours, charged fast impossible speed. Covering 50 yards blink. We scattered spray fired mist. It veered, circled. Marissa slipped on loose rock fell. It pounced near claws raking air, hot breath foul. Jake shot flare gun bright magnesium burst lit it full. Humanish torso on animal legs. Skin patchwork animal and pale human, wearing remnants clothes. Stolen? It recoiled from light. Hissed guttural, retreated up cliff wall climbing vertical like spider, vanishing over rim. We fled packed frantic, drove out bouncing dark tracks, headlights catching eyeshine too high, pacing parallel. Made paved road dawn, stopped trading post told elder partial story. He nodded grave. Ye nod Lucy marked you. Don't speak its actions aloud gives power. Burn sage, pray. It follows sometimes. Back Denver, thought safe. But weeks later, Denver suburb night. Lena's voice outside window. Caleb. Let me in. But she inside. Scratches on glass foreclaws, high up. Moved apartments, blessed by medicine man friend found online. Quiet years. But last summer, hiking Rocky Mountains alone heard it. Lena's scream echo off peaks, though divorced now, miles away. Skinwalkers don't forget scents. If traveling Navajo lands or any remote desert, Never answer your name from dark. Especially if loved one's voice calls alone, because skinwalkers wear faces well. And they're always listening for the next traveler. The skinwalker that wore my best friend. Skin. Part 2. The terrifying true story of how it followed U.S. home from the Navajo Nation and claimed him forever. It's been 5 years since that nightmare road trip through the Navajo Nation in 2021 when the skinwalker first mimicked our voices in the canyons, luring us deeper into the red rock wilderness with screams and pleas that sounded exactly like the people we loved most. My name is still Caleb Morrison, though I've buried it under fake profiles, unlisted numbers, and a habit of never giving my real name to strangers. After we fled the reservation that final night, Jeep fishtailing on muddy tracks headlights catching fleeting glimpses of amber eyes pacing us through the sagebrush. We drove straight through to Denver without stopping. 14 hours of white-knuckled silence broken only by the radio static that sometimes crackled with distorted whispers of our names. Lena cried most of the way, curled in the passenger seat, clutching the bear spray like a lifeline. Jake chain-smoked in the back, staring out windows at passing semis, while Marissa dozed fitfully, murmuring in her sleep. We told ourselves distance would end it. Concrete cities, locked doors, streetlights erasing shadows. How could something from ancient desert legends follow us there? The first month back was deceptive peace. We crashed at my apartment in Capitol Hill old brick building, 3rd floor. Fire escape overlooking a busy street humming with traffic and bar crowds even late. Unpacked gear in the basement storage, burned the sage we'd bought at that last trading post, showered off layers of dust and fear. Therapy sessions group style at first trauma from wild animal encounter, we said. No one mentioned skinwalkers. They'd think us crazy. Work resumed, me back to graphic design remote, Lena at her photography studio, Jake bartending nights, Marissa nursing shifts. Nights out at breweries, laughing too loud about that weird camping trip, burying the memory under IPAs and wings. But small things nagged. Lena swore she heard scratching on the balcony door, 3 stories up, no trees close. I'd wake to my phone buzzing unknown numbers, pick up to hear Jake's laugh distorted, words garbled like bad connection. Caleb, come outside. Let's hike. We blocked, changed numbers. Quiet again. Fall hit Colorado golden aspens, crisp air reminding too much of high desert pines. Jake started changing. Subtle first. Lost weight fast despite eating more, eyes sunken with dark circles, no sleep fixed. Complained of smells rotting meat in his car, even after cleaning. Heard voices on his bar shifts. Customers calling his name from empty booths, sounding like us. One night he called me panicked at 2 a.m. Man, I saw it. An alley behind the bar. Coyote standing on hind legs, watching dumpsters. Head turned. Wore Marissa's face for second. I drove over, found him shaking in his truck. No prints in alley mud, but claw marks gouged deep in dumpster metal high up, like reached standing tall. We researched deeper Navajo forums anonymous. Books on reservation lore shipped discreet. Skinwalkers don't just scare. They covet. Wear skins of victims to gain essence, mimic perfect to infiltrate. Need invitation sometimes spoken name, followed voice. We'd answered calls in canyons, given power. Winter 2021, snow blanketing Denver. Jake worsened skin pale, almost gray, veins prominent like under thin hide. Appetite strange. Raw meat cravings, steaks rare bleeding. Eyes changed subtle pupils dilating wide in light. Marissa left him after fight. He'd whispered her dead mom's voice in sleep, pleading secrets only she knew. Jake moved to couch at my place temporarily. Lena uneasy but supportive. One January night, -10 wind howling like reservation gusts. Power flickered, building heat strained. Woke to scratching inside walls, slow deliberate. Then Jake's voice from hallway. Caleb, help, cold in here. But he snored on couch beside me. Heart pounding, I grabbed bat, crept out. Hallway empty, but bathroom door ajar, steam fogging mirror though no shower ran. Inside, Jake standing naked at sink, back to me. Jake? He turned slow face wrong. Skin loose like ill-fitting, eyes amber glow in dim light, mouth smiling too wide. Whispered Lena's voice perfect. Babe. Come closer. I backed, slammed door. Barricaded bedroom with Lena. Pounded from inside claws on wood gouging. Jake's real voice then, muffled, terrified. Caleb. It's not me, it's wearing gunshots, neighbor called police. Officers found Jake alone in bathroom, catatonic, self-inflicted scratches deep on arms 4 parallel lines each. No, intruder. Hospitalized psych-hold diagnosed acute schizophrenia, hallucinations. But we saw scratches on inside bathroom door high, clawed from taller height. Released weeks later, medicated, moved own apartment. We visited cautious. Spring 2022, improvement, weight back, eyes normal. Group trip planned, heel, Rocky Mountains, day high, crowded trail. Safe. Halfway up, voices started. Lena's scream from off-trail, Maurice's call for help. Jake froze. It's back. Then his face shifted, skin sagging momentary, eyes flashing amber. He bolted into thick pines, crashing reckless. We chased, found his pack torn, clothes shredded in pile, blood smears on bark high up. Prints, human bear leading away, then changing elongated toes, claws, 4-legged stride, fast into wilderness. Search parties, days, no body, official, suicide or exposure. But rangers found impossible. Tree gouges 20 feet up, like climbed carrying weight. Marissa broke, moved away. Lena and I divorced quiet. She couldn't sleep near windows anymore. I live alone now, small studio downtown. Blinds always drawn, white noise machine, drowning wind. Burn sage weekly, salt lines at doors. But last month, knock at 3 a.m. Peephole, Jake standing hallway, smiling normal. Caleb, let me in. Cold out here, voice perfect, but eyes amber glow under hall light. Skin too loose at neck, like wearing old suit. I didn't open. Backed away, called police, anonymous intruder. They found no one. Hall empty. But scratches on my door, 4 deep claws from top to bottom. Skinwalker got what it wanted. Jake's skin. His voice. His life. Where's it perfect now? Wanders cities, mimicking old friends. Calling names from dark hallways. If someone you lost knocks late, don't answer. Because skinwalkers keep what they take. Forever. And it's still wearing him. Waiting for the next door to open. The last call from Briarwood Road. The phone rang at 2:17 a.m., and Daniel Harper knew before he answered it that someone was about to die. He lived alone in a narrow rental house on Briarwood Road, a forgotten stretch of cracked asphalt where streetlights flickered like they were struggling to stay alive. The neighborhood had a way of swallowing sound. Even passing cars seemed muted, as if the darkness itself pressed hands over their engines. The ringing cut through the silence with surgical precision. Daniel stared at his phone on the nightstand. No caller ID, just a black screen and a vibration that felt wrong, too deliberate, too patient. He let it ring 3 times before answering. Hello? At first, there was nothing but breathing. Slow, wet, like air being dragged through a throat that didn't work anymore. Daniel sat up in bed. Who is this? A voice came through, barely louder than a whisper. Female, trembling, please. I don't have much time. His stomach tightened. You have the wrong number. No, the woman said. I finally found the right one. A sharp chill ran down his spine. Who are you? She hesitated, then said, My name is Claire. I'm in your house. Daniel's heart slammed against his ribs. He swung his legs off the bed and scanned the dark hallway beyond his bedroom door. That's not funny, he said, forcing a laugh that came out cracked and thin. I'm not joking, Claire whispered. He's downstairs. He doesn't know I have the phone yet. Daniel stood, every sense screaming. Who is he? Another pause. Then very softly, the man who's going to kill me. The call ended. Daniel stared at the phone, his reflection warped across the black glass. His hands were shaking so badly he nearly dropped it. He rushed to the bedroom door and yanked it open. The hallway was empty. The living room at the end of the hall was dark, but the front door was locked, exactly as he'd left it. The windows were closed. No signs of a break-in. No movement. No sound. He checked the kitchen. Empty. Basement door. Locked. Daniel stood there, breathing hard, telling himself it was a prank. Some sick joke. Wrong number. Voice acting. Anything but what his instincts were screaming. His phone vibrated again. Unknown caller. He answered immediately. Claire, listen, I don't know what's happening, but my house is empty. There's no one here. I know, she said. Her voice sounded closer now, clearer. I'm not in your house tonight. Then what the hell did you mean? I'm in your house in 3 years. Daniel froze. I don't understand. You will, she said. You'll buy it after the divorce. You'll repaint the walls gray. You'll replace the front door because the old one sticks. And you'll never fix the 3rd step on the basement stairs. Daniel felt lightheaded. That's impossible. I tripped on it when I tried to run, Claire whispered. That's how he caught me. The line went dead again. Daniel didn't sleep that night, or the next. He tried to forget the call, but details clung to him like burrs. 3 years later, almost exactly as Claire had said, his life collapsed in slow, painful stages. His marriage ended. He sold the old house. Briarwood Road was cheap, quiet, and available. He told himself the coincidence meant nothing. On his first night in the house, the phone rang at 2:17 a.m. Daniel answered with shaking hands. I was hoping you'd pick up, Claire said. His knees nearly buckled. You're real. Yes. Are you alive? For now. Daniel sat on the edge of his bed, sweat soaking through his shirt. You said you die here. I do, she replied. Unless you help me. A long silence stretched between them. Tell me how, he finally said. Over the next several weeks, Claire called often. Always late, always terrified. She told him pieces of her story. She would meet a man online. Charming, patient. He would move in slowly, quietly, like mold spreading behind walls. By the time she realized what he was, it would be too late. Daniel tried to warn her. He begged her not to meet the man, not to let him into her life. I tried that timeline already, Claire said. It didn't work. What do you want from me? I need you to remember things, she said. Details, layouts, sounds. You'll be the only one who knows what's coming. The calls grew darker. Claire's voice weakened. Sometimes Daniel heard footsteps in the background. Sometimes a door creaking open. Once, muffled screaming that cut off abruptly. Daniel started sleeping with lights on. He mapped every inch of the house. He installed locks, cameras, alarms. He documented everything Claire told him in a notebook he kept by the bed. One night, she called crying. He knows I'm hiding something, she said. He watches me sleep. Daniel's jaw clenched. Call the police. I did, she whispered. They came, they left. He smiled the whole time. Daniel slammed his fist against the wall. Tell me his name. A pause. I don't know it yet, she said. But you do. The room seemed to tilt. What? You haven't realized it, Claire said softly. But you're already part of this. The calls stopped 2 days later. Daniel waited, night after night. 2:17 a.m. came and went in silence. On the third night, there was a knock at the door. A woman stood on the porch, pale, exhausted, with eyes that looked older than the rest of her. Hi, she said. My name is Claire. I was told you could help me. Daniel couldn't speak. Behind her, the streetlight flickered. Somewhere deep inside the house, the basement creaked. And Daniel finally understood why the future had been calling him all along. Because it wasn't asking for help. It was warning him. And the call was coming from inside the time he hadn't lived yet. The last call from Briarwood Road, Part 2, the man who was already there. Claire stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. The air changed the moment she crossed the threshold. It felt heavier, charged, like the house itself recognized her. Daniel noticed the way she hesitated just past the door, her eyes scanning the living room with a strange familiarity, as if she were remembering something that hadn't happened yet. You moved the couch, she said quietly. Daniel swallowed. How do you know that? In the end, it's closer to the window, Claire replied. That's where I hide behind it. It doesn't help. She turned to face him, and up close he could see the damage time had already done to her. Faint bruises on her wrists. A thin scar along her hairline she kept trying to cover. Her hands shook, but her eyes were sharp, alert, desperate. You said you didn't know his name, Daniel said. The man. I don't, she answered. Not yet, but you said I do. Claire nodded slowly. You will. A low sound came from beneath the floorboards. A soft, hollow thump, like someone shifting their weight in a place not meant for living. Daniel's blood ran cold. Is he here? Not now, Claire said. But he will be. That night, Claire slept on the couch. Daniel stayed awake, sitting in a chair across the room, watching the hallway, listening to the house breathe. Every creak sounded like a footstep. Every shadow seemed to stretch when he wasn't looking directly at it. At 2:17 a.m., the phone rang. Daniel grabbed it instantly. Claire, it's happening. You're here. You're safe. Her voice came through the speaker, faint and distorted. Daniel, I'm not calling you from tonight. His chest tightened. What do you mean? I'm calling from the night I die. The room felt suddenly wrong. Daniel looked at Claire asleep on the couch. Her chest rose and fell steadily. She was alive, present. I don't understand, he whispered. You're standing where you always stand when you answer. future Claire said. By the hallway. You're back to the basement door. Daniel turned slowly. The basement door was open, just a crack. I tried to warn you, future Claire continued. But this is where you stop listening. A hand reached out from the darkness below. Daniel screamed and dropped the phone. He lunged forward and slammed the basement door shut, locking it with shaking hands. The house erupted with sound. Heavy footsteps pounding up the stairs. A body slamming against the door. Once. Twice. Again and again. Claire woke up screaming. What's happening? She cried. Daniel backed away from the door. He's here. He's already here. The pounding stopped. Silence swallowed the house. From the other side of the door, a man spoke in a calm, familiar voice. Daniel, he said gently. You always were curious. Daniel felt his mind fracture. I don't know you, he said. The man laughed softly. Not yet. Claire's face drained of color. That voice. I've heard it. The basement door creaked open by itself. The man stepped into the light. He looked exactly like Daniel. Same height, same face, same tired eyes. Just older, thinner, colder. I told her you'd help, the man said, smiling at Claire. I just didn't tell her how. Daniel shook his head violently. This isn't real. It is, the man replied. You're just early. Claire backed away. You said he was someone I'd meet. And you will, the older Daniel said. Because loneliness makes you predictable, and kindness makes you weak. Daniel's stomach turned. You kill her. The older Daniel tilted his head. She never stops calling you. That's the problem. Loose ends. Claire looked between them, horror dawning. You're him. Yes, he said. And so are you, pointing at Daniel. Just not broken enough yet. Sirens wailed faintly in the distance. The older Daniel frowned. That's new. Daniel lunged. The world shattered into motion. Claire ran. The older Daniel grabbed her wrist. She screamed. Daniel tackled his future self, the impact knocking the breath from both of them. They crashed into the wall. The house groaned like it was alive and angry. Police burst through the front door moments later. The older Daniel vanished. Not escaped. Vanished. The basement was empty. No signs of struggle. No fingerprints, no proof. Only the phone on the floor, screen lit. Incoming call. Claire. Daniel answered with trembling hands. Her voice came through calm now. Resigned. You didn't stop it, she said. But you're alive, Daniel shouted. You're right here. For now, she replied. He always leaves before it's finished. Daniel felt tears burn his eyes. How do I stop becoming him? A long pause. You don't, Claire said softly. You just decide when. The call ended. Behind him, Claire stood very still, staring at the basement door. And Daniel knew the future was no longer calling to warn him. It was calling to collect. Claire refused to sleep after that night. She sat at the kitchen table with both hands wrapped around a mug of cold coffee, staring at the basement door like it might blink if she looked away. Daniel watched her from across the room, the distance between them filled with things neither of them wanted to say out loud. You disappear, Claire finally said. Every time I survive longer than I'm supposed to, you disappear for hours. Sometimes days. Daniel frowned. I don't go anywhere. That's not what I mean, she whispered. You go blank. Like you're being overwritten. The words sat heavy in the air. Daniel had noticed it too. Gaps in memory. Entire conversations he didn't remember having. Pages in his notebook filled with his handwriting. Dated days he swore he'd been awake and aware. One entry stopped in cold. She trusts you. That's when it starts. Daniel shut the notebook. We're leaving, he said suddenly. Tonight. Pack whatever you need. We get as far away from this house as possible. Claire looked at him with exhausted eyes. We tried that. When? Next month. 2 months from now. 3 different versions, she shook her head. The house isn't the problem. Daniel's phone buzzed on the counter. 2:17 a.m., no caller ID. Claire's breath hitched. Don't answer it. Daniel already knew he would. His hand moved before his mind agreed. Hello? Silence. Then breathing. But this time, it wasn't Claire. Do you hear it yet? The voice asked. It was his own, not older. Not distorted, present. Stop calling me, Daniel said, his voice cracking. I'm not calling you, the voice replied. You're calling me. Claire covered her ears. Make it stop, the voice continued. Every choice you make splits the road. Some versions of you run. Some fight. Some learn. Learn what? Daniel shouted. How easy it is. The line went dead. The lights flickered. The basement door opened slowly, inch by inch, with the patient confidence of something that knew it would not be stopped. Inside, the basement was different now. Not empty. Furnished. A mattress on the floor, folding chair. Empty food containers. A camera mounted in the corner, its red light blinking. Claire staggered back. He lives here. No, Daniel said, realization hitting like a blow to the chest. He waits here. They found the tapes stacked neatly on a shelf. Each one labeled with dates. Some from years in the future, some from days ago. Daniel pressed play on the nearest one. The screen flickered to life. It showed Claire, asleep on the couch. Then Daniel, standing in the hallway, watching her. Not this Daniel. Another one. His eyes were hollow, detached. The camera timestamp read 3 weeks from now. Claire sobbed. That's not you. Daniel couldn't look away. It becomes me. The tape skipped to another date. Claire screaming, running, tripping on the third step. Daniel older, calm, inevitable closing the basement door. The tape ended. Claire collapsed to the floor. You promised you'd help me. I did, a voice said behind them. They turned. The older Daniel stood at the bottom of the stairs, hands in his pockets, expression almost gentle. You always do, he said. That's the tragedy. Daniel stepped in front of Claire. You're not inevitable. The older Daniel smiled sadly. Neither was I, he gestured around the basement. This is what happens when you try to save everyone but yourself. The calls don't stop. The fear doesn't stop. One day you realize the only way to end it is to become the thing that controls it. Claire shook her head. You're lying. I'm surviving, he corrected. Sirens echoed again in the distance closer this time. The older Daniel frowned. You're accelerating things. He stepped back into the shadows. Remember this, he said. The first time you don't answer the phone, that's when she dies faster. The lights went out. When they came back on, he was gone. Claire looked at Daniel, her eyes hollow with understanding. You're going to start answering calls I don't make yet. Daniel's phone vibrated in his hand. Incoming call. Claire. Standing right in front of him. Daniel answered. Her voice came through, distorted, distant, older. Daniel, future Claire said. He's getting closer. And you're starting to sound like him. Daniel closed his eyes. Because somewhere deep inside, beneath the fear and exhaustion, another feeling was growing, control. And for the first time, he understood why his future self never ran. Because being the voice on the other end of the line felt powerful. And the house was listening. Daniel stopped sleeping entirely. Sleep was where the cracks widened, where hours vanished, where he woke up standing in rooms he didn't remember entering, holding objects he didn't remember touching. Once, he woke up in the basement chair, the red camera light blinking softly at him like an unblinking eye. Claire noticed everything. You talk in your sleep now, she said one morning, her voice barely above a whisper. But it's not to me. Daniel didn't ask what he said. He was afraid he already knew. The calls continued, sometimes from Claire's future, sometimes from his own voice, sometimes just breathing. Always at 2:17 a.m., always demanding to be answered. And every time he answered, the fear faded a little faster. The house responded to him now. Doors opened when he approached. The basement light turned on without being touched. The third step on the stairs no longer creaked for him. Only for Claire. She started locking her door at night. I see the way you look at the phone, she said. Like it's waiting for permission. Daniel wanted to argue. To deny it. But the truth felt closer than any lie he could construct. One night, the phone rang and Claire grabbed it before he could. Don't, Daniel said. She answered anyway. Silence poured out of the speaker. Then Daniel's voice. Calm. Measured. Certain. You're running out of time, the voice said. Claire's hands shook. Which one are you? There was a pause. The one who stayed. The call ended. Claire backed away from Daniel like he was already a stranger. You promised. I know, he said, and meant it. I'm still trying, but the notebook told a different story. Claire found it in the basement. Pages filled edge to edge. Observations. Patterns. Predictions. Fear. Peaks at 11:40 p.m. Trust breaks after the third unanswered call. Basement door must remain unlocked. At the end, a final entry, written in a steadier hand than the rest. She dies cleaner if she believes she was helped. Claire didn't scream. She simply sat on the bottom step, staring at the words until they stopped making sense. When Daniel came down, she was waiting. "You already decided," she said. Daniel opened his mouth, but no words came. The house hummed softly around them. "You become him," Claire continued. "Not all at once, piece by piece. Call by call." "I was trying to stop it," Daniel said. "You were trying to control it." The phone rang. 2:17 a.m. Claire looked at it, then at Daniel. "If you answer that, I won't make it to tomorrow." Daniel's hand hovered over the phone. He felt the pull, the certainty, the calm that came with knowing what would happen next. For the first time since this began, he did something unexpected. He turned the phone off. The house screamed. Lights shattered, walls groaned. The basement camera sparked and died. The sound of footsteps thundered from nowhere and everywhere at once. The older Daniel appeared at the bottom of the stairs, his face twisted with something close to panic. "What did you do?" he demanded. Daniel stepped between him and Claire. "I broke the loop." The older Daniel laughed, sharp and hollow. "You think silence saves her?" "It saves me," Daniel replied. The older Daniel's form began to flicker, like a bad signal. "If you don't answer, she dies afraid. Alone." Daniel swallowed. "Then she dies free of you." The house convulsed. The older Daniel screamed not in rage, but in unraveling, and vanished, pulled apart by a future that could no longer hear itself. The house went still. No hum, no creaks, just quiet. Claire didn't wait. She left before dawn. No hugs, no goodbyes. Just a single look, filled with grief and something like forgiveness. Daniel never saw her again. The house on Briarwood Road was sold 6 months later after Daniel vanished without explanation. The new owner reported nothing unusual at first, until the phone rang. 2:17 a.m. unknown caller. They answered, breathing, then a calm, familiar voice. "Please," Daniel said softly from the other end of the line. "I don't have much time." Whispers from the attic of 47 Hawthorne Lane. The first time Sarah Miller heard it, she was unpacking boxes in the new house she had inherited from her grandmother. The air smelled of dust, wood polish, and something faintly metallic, like iron left to rust. The house on Hawthorne Lane had been abandoned for nearly 20 years, its windows shuttered and its garden overgrown with weeds that reached up to her knees. Sarah had always loved old houses, and she told herself that living here, alone, would be peaceful. But then she heard it, a whisper. It was faint, like someone breathing her name from a great distance. At first, she thought it was the wind slipping through the cracks in the old walls, or maybe the pipes groaning under the weight of the winter chill. She shook her head and returned to unpacking, telling herself she was imagining things. Night came quickly. The house had no central heating, only a small wood-burning stove in the living room. As she tried to fall asleep in her grandmother's old bedroom, she heard it again. A whisper, low and urgent, echoing from somewhere above her head. Sarah. Her heart froze. That wasn't the wind. That was her name. Spoken clearly, deliberately. She grabbed a flashlight and crept upstairs. The attic door was at the end of a narrow hallway, covered in cobwebs, its paint peeling. The whispering stopped the moment she touched the doorknob. Hesitation rooted her to the floor. She had inherited this house, yes, but she had also inherited the family's secrets, stories her grandmother had never told anyone. Stories she had dismissed as old wives' tales. Slowly, she opened the attic door. The stairs creaked loudly, complaining under her weight. Dust motes danced in the flashlight beam. The room was empty, filled with the smell of old fabric and wood. Boxes of belongings, yellowed photographs, and trunks lined the walls. She didn't see anyone, and yet the whispers had stopped only temporarily, replaced now by a soft scratching like fingernails against wood. The scratching grew louder. It came from a corner where the light barely reached. Sarah took a cautious step forward, her breath shallow. The beam of her flashlight trembled as she shined it into the corner. Nothing. Then the scratching stopped. A cold wind blew past her, though the attic window was shut tight. And then she heard it clearly, close enough that she could feel the words crawling along her spine. "You shouldn't be here." Her flashlight flickered. She dropped it. When she picked it up again, there was a figure standing in the shadows, half seen, as though it was made of smoke and shadow, not flesh. Its head tilted unnaturally, and its eyes, oh God, its eyes were completely black. No whites, no pupils, just a void staring into her very soul. Sarah stumbled backward. "Who are you?" she whispered. The figure moved closer, silently, gliding across the floorboards as though gravity didn't apply to it. Each step felt like a heartbeat in her chest, loud and undeniable. "You called me," it said. Its voice was both hers and not hers, a distortion that made her ears ring. "You wanted answers about your grandmother." Sarah's hands were shaking. She wanted to run but felt rooted to the spot. I didn't call anyone." "You did," the shadow said. "Every question you asked yourself, every time you wondered what she hid." "You called me." The room grew colder. The flashlight flickered again and went out completely. Sarah was plunged into darkness. Her own breathing sounded deafening. She could hear her heartbeat thrumming in her ears as the shadow's voice came again, whispering from all directions at once. "Do you want to see what she was hiding?" "Yes," she cried, though a part of her screamed to run, to escape, to never speak again. A box near the wall creaked open by itself. Photographs spilled onto the floor, black and white images of the house, the land, and people she didn't recognize. But as she looked closer, she realized she did know them. They were her grandmother, her mother as a child, and herself, only the photographs were strange. The images showed her as a baby in rooms that no longer existed, in attics and basements she had never seen. The shadow moved closer. She tried to contain it. She tried to lock it away. Sarah's skin crawled. What is it?" The figure pointed toward the trunk in the corner. "Everything your family ever hid is inside that trunk. But be warned, knowledge comes at a price." Trembling, Sarah opened the trunk. Inside, she found diaries, letters, and a small wooden box with intricate carvings. She opened the box. Inside was a tiny key, impossibly cold to the touch, and a folded piece of paper with a single line written in her grandmother's elegant handwriting. "If you open what I have hidden, you cannot close it again. The house remembers." The shadows never forgive. The attic door slammed shut behind her. The shadow vanished. In its place, dozens of whispering voices filled the room. Her grandmother, women she didn't know, and a multitude of indistinguishable voices, all murmuring secrets she could not understand. Sarah's eyes were drawn to a hatch in the attic floor, previously unnoticed. The key fit perfectly in the lock. As the hatch creaked open, a staircase leading down into darkness revealed itself, the air emanating from below smelling like decay, mold, and something. Alive, something breathing. She descended slowly, flashlight trembling, as whispers followed her down. The basement was unlike any basement she had ever imagined. The walls were lined with shelves holding jars filled with dark liquid and unidentifiable shapes, preserved specimens of creatures that could not exist and artifacts that hummed faintly. Strange symbols were etched into the walls, pulsing slightly in the dim light. Then she saw it, a mirror. Not ordinary glass, but a mirror that seemed to ripple like liquid. And inside the mirror, she saw herself not as she was, but as she would become. Her eyes black, skin pale, standing silently as the shadow returned behind her. "You are ready," it whispered. Sarah realized the truth. The house wasn't haunted by spirits. It was alive, and it had been waiting for her. Every whisper, every creak, every shadow had been guiding her toward this moment. She tried to step back, but the basement door slammed shut. The mirror's surface rippled faster, as she could hear 1,000 voices screaming behind it, clawing to escape. "You cannot leave," the shadow said, "but you can join us." The air grew thick. Her lungs burned. Her heartbeat raced. And then, before she could resist any longer, a hand cold blackened. Impossibly long reached out from the mirror, wrapping around her wrist. The last thing Sarah felt before she was pulled in was the whisper in her ear. "Welcome home. You belong to Hawthorne Lane now." The mirror went still. The basement went silent. Upstairs, the house on 47 Hawthorne Lane remained quiet. The wind outside picked up, rattling the windows. In the neighborhood, everything appeared normal. But if you walked past that house at exactly 2:17 a.m., you might hear a faint whisper calling your name, beckoning you inside. The house was waiting for its next visitor. Sarah couldn't sleep that night. Every creak in the old house felt deliberate, like the floorboards themselves were alive and watching her. She stayed in the bedroom, clutching the key her grandmother had left in the wooden box, and stared at the ceiling as the shadows danced in the flickering candlelight. The whispers had not stopped. They were everywhere, coming from the walls, the attic above, the corners of her vision where light didn't reach. By morning, exhaustion had set in. Her eyes were bloodshot, her hands trembled, but the curiosity she felt overpowered the fear. She went upstairs to the attic again, determined to explore further, to understand what had pulled her into this web of secrets. The attic was colder than before. Dust hung thick in the air, and the boxes and trunks seemed to have multiplied overnight. The whispers came again, louder this time, not calling her name but speaking in fragments of sentences she could barely comprehend. Keep it, never open. She will regret. The key in her hand vibrated subtly as if alive. Sarah moved to the hatch she had unlocked the night before. The staircase leading down into darkness beckoned. She hesitated. Something deep in her chest screamed to run, but the voice of curiosity, an inheritance from her grandmother, forced her forward. The basement had changed. The air was heavier, thick with decay, damp wood, and something else. Something like sulfur and old blood. The jars lining the shelves now glimmered faintly, as if what was inside them knew she was there. Her flashlight illuminated strange symbols etched into the walls. They pulsed softly, almost breathing. She noticed footprints on the floor, small, childlike, but impossibly deep. They led to the far corner, where the mirror from the night before now hung on chains from the ceiling, swinging slightly as if moved by an invisible wind. Sarah approached it cautiously, her reflection shimmering unnaturally. And then she saw it, a second reflection behind her, pale, black-eyed, and smiling. A whisper sounded behind her ear. "Do you remember me?" Sarah spun around. No one was there. The air shifted, brushing against her skin like icy fingers. The mirror rippled again. The reflection moved independently, raising a hand and pointing at the shelves. Hesitant, she walked toward them. Each jar seemed to react to her presence. One rattled violently. Another leaked a dark liquid that hissed on the floor. And in the far corner, under a pile of broken floorboards, she found a leather-bound journal with a lock shaped like the key she held. Hands shaking, she unlocked it. Inside, pages upon pages of cramped handwriting detailed her family's dark history. The house chooses, it sees, it remembers. Hawthorne Lane has a hunger, and it is patient. Every generation feeds it willingly or unwillingly. A noise behind her made her whip around. The basement door slammed shut. Her flashlight flickered and went out. Darkness swallowed her. Breathing heavily, she fumbled for the matches in her pocket. When the match finally struck, she saw them, dozens of shadowy figures emerging from the corners, crawling along the walls and ceiling. They moved unnaturally, twisting, bending, some with multiple limbs, some faceless, all whispering her name, all urging her toward the mirror. I'm not ready, she stammered, backing away. The largest shadow stepped forward. Its voice was layered, echoing like a chorus of whispers. You inherited her. Now you must learn. The mirror rippled violently. From its surface, hands reached out, black, slimy, grasping. They wrapped around her arms, pulling. She screamed, stumbling backward, falling onto the cold, wet floor. The shadows surged forward. Then suddenly, one voice broke through. Clear, familiar, her grandmother's. Sarah, you are stronger than fear. Remember who you are. Sarah clawed at the ground, fighting against the hands dragging her toward the mirror. The key in her hand glowed brightly, warm, alive. She jammed it into the lock of the mirror frame. There was a terrible screeching sound, like metal and glass tearing, and the shadows recoiled, hissing as if burned. The mirror's surface cracked, then splintered, revealing a deep darkness beyond it, a void filled with hundreds of glowing eyes staring at her. She forced herself to stand. You cannot escape Hawthorne Lane, the voice said from the void, deep and omnipresent. But you may survive it. If you remember, and if you are willing to become its keeper. Sarah's breathing slowed as a horrifying understanding settled over her. The house did not just hold secrets, it demanded guardians. It demanded a new keeper for its whispers, its shadows, its memories. And if she refused, it would claim her entirely. The basement fell silent. The shadows retreated into the walls. The mirror's cracks stopped glowing. Only the journal and the key remained warm in her hands. Sarah knew she had a choice. Succumb to the house and join the shadows, or accept the burden and become part of Hawthorne Lane's twisted legacy. She swallowed hard and made her decision. The whispers began again, but now she could understand them. Welcome home, Keeper, they said. The attic was quiet for the first time. Outside, the wind rustled through the dead trees of Hawthorne Lane, as if even the world outside the house held its breath. Sarah had survived the night, but she was no longer just an inheritor. She was part of the house now, and the house had claimed her voice. And somewhere, deep in the darkness beneath Hawthorne Lane, the shadows waited patiently for the next visitor. The first night as the keeper, Sarah realized that survival came at a price she hadn't yet fully understood. The attic no longer felt like a room. It had become a nerve center, a living organism feeding on her awareness, her memories, her very attention. Every sound, the groan of the floorboards, the hum of the pipes, even the creak of her own bones carried messages. The house spoke in subtle vibrations, in whispers beneath the floorboards, in shadows that moved when she wasn't looking. She tried to leave. The front door refused to open. Windows rattled but did not budge. Every exit she tried led her back to the attic, as if the house had folded space itself to trap her. Panic clawed at her chest, but the voice inside the house, or perhaps her grandmother, calmed her. You are here now. You are the voice. You are the guardian. Accept it. Sarah realized she could feel the whispers coursing through her like electricity. She could hear the attic, the basement, the walls, the void behind the cracked mirror. And she could hear the shadows themselves, restless and hungry. Then came the first call. A faint ringing, soft, almost melodic. It was coming from the old rotary phone in the corner, the same one her grandmother had kept covered in dust. The line crackled, and a voice whispered, "Help me." Sarah froze. It was a child's voice, fear-laced, desperate. She recognized it immediately. It was one of the voices trapped in the house, one of the shadows she had seen clawing toward the mirror months before. The house was calling her to act. She picked up the receiver. Her own voice came out first, calm, strong, authoritative. "You are safe now. I will guide you." The child's voice trembled. Who are you?" "I am the keeper," Sarah said. The words felt strange on her tongue, yet they were true. "I can help you, but you must listen to me." She guided the trapped voice through the maze of rooms, through hidden corners, and secret passages only she could perceive. Every step she gave, the shadows recoiled. Every word she spoke, the house obeyed. She felt a strange exhilaration, the thrill of control, the power to shape what had previously terrorized her. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time had become fluid in the house. The clock on the wall spun wildly, then stopped. Outside, the wind rattled the shutters violently, but inside, she moved with precision and clarity. The trapped voice reached the attic finally. The moment the child stepped over the threshold, the whispers quieted just for a moment. Then came a deeper whisper, one that vibrated through the floorboards and walls simultaneously. "Another has been claimed, another keeper born. Hawthorne Lane endures." Sarah realized the truth. The house never destroyed. It never consumed permanently. It transformed. Those who survived became keepers, voices of authority over the shadows, mediators between the living and the trapped. Her grandmother had been one. Before her, countless others, and now Sarah was next. The attic pulsed with light and shadows. The mirror on the wall rippled one final time, showing a reflection of Sarah, not entirely herself, but powerful, commanding, timeless. Black eyes, pale skin, hands steady, face calm. She no longer feared the darkness. She controlled it. The shadows settled. The whispers dimmed. And outside, the world went on, unaware that within the house at 47 Hawthorne Lane, a new voice ruled, ready to answer the calls of the desperate, the curious, the foolish who dared to step inside. Sarah leaned against the wall, the key in her hand warm, alive. She knew the phone would ring again at 2:17 a.m. She would answer. She would guide, she would warn, and if necessary, she would trap. She had become the keeper, the house's voice, the one who could calm the shadows or command them. And far below, in the basement, the mirror reflected 100 unseen eyes, waiting patiently for the next visitor, waiting for the new keeper to call their name. The house was alive, and Sarah had become its heart. Whispers would always follow, and some night someone would hear them, call out, and Sarah would answer. Because that is what the house demands. And that is what a keeper does. The Black Market of Hollow Creek. A story of shadows and flesh. Ethan Hayes had always thought the rumors were just that, rumors whispered in the back alleys of the city. Stories meant to scare travelers and locals alike. Hollow Creek was small, industrial, forgotten by most maps. A town where factories once roared, but now only ghosts of smoke curled from rusted chimneys. It was the kind of place where no one asked questions because nobody expected answers. He arrived at night, his car headlights slicing through the thick fog that rolled in from the river. The streets were empty, silent except for the occasional echo of distant machinery that hadn't worked in decades. Ethan had been following leads for weeks: disappearances, reports of stolen medical records, rumors of black market organ trades. He was an investigative journalist, and this story could make or break his career. The first clue came in a dimly lit diner on the edge of town. The smell of fried grease and stale coffee lingered in the air. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a permanent frown, slid a napkin across the counter with something scrawled in ink. "Take the alley behind the factory," it read. "Don't ask questions." Ethan hesitated for a moment but pocketed the note. Outside, the fog had thickened, curling like smoke around abandoned cars and broken streetlights. He followed the alley, heart hammering in his chest, senses on high alert. At the end, a metal door, rusted and scarred, beckoned. No signage, no hint of what lay inside, just a faint hum, like electricity or life itself. He entered. The inside was a nightmare constructed in flesh and steel. Fluorescent lights flickered, revealing a corridor lined with surgical tables and glass cabinets filled with jars of organs, kidneys, livers, hearts suspended in clear liquid, some labeled, some anonymous. The smell hit him like a punch, antiseptic mixed with iron and decay. The hum he had heard was alive now, a low vibration through the floor, through the air, through his bones. Figures moved in the shadows. Men and women in surgical masks, black coats, gloves, their movements precise, almost ritualistic. Ethan crouched behind a table and observed. "What's the status on shipment 47B?" a voice asked. A man nodded toward a table where a young woman lay unconscious, hooked to machines, her wrist strapped with an ID band. Ethan felt bile rise in his throat. He had seen organ trafficking before in reports and videos. But this was industrial, systematic, clinical. The man continued, speaking to another figure through a headset. Client confirmed. "Next transport leaves at 3 a.m. Keep her stable." Ethan's camera, concealed in his jacket, snapped photos. He needed proof. Evidence of this horror. Every second he stayed increased the risk that they would notice him. Then he heard a subtle click like a lock disengaging. One of the masked figures had turned toward him, suspicion in their eyes. He held his breath. The figure scanned the room, and Ethan could feel his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. Each pulse a countdown to discovery. He moved, silent, along the walls. His path took him past a side door slightly ajar. Beyond it was a stairwell descending into darkness. The faint hum was louder here, vibrating through the metal steps. He followed it, descending into the lower levels, where the real operation took place. Here, the air was colder. The hum had become mechanical, rhythmic, like the heartbeat of some enormous creature. Machines hummed in synchronized agony, each one connected to a person strapped down, their eyes wide with terror, their bodies twitching involuntarily. Ethan stumbled into a small office, papers scattered across the floor. He flipped through them: client names, organ specifications, prices and numbers so large he nearly dropped the documents in disbelief. This wasn't just crime. This was an organized industry of human flesh, a network spanning continents, and Hollow Creek was its epicenter. A sudden noise behind him. Footsteps. Heavy, measured. He turned to see a tall man, face obscured by a surgical mask, hand resting on the hilt of a scalpel. "You shouldn't be here," the man said. His voice was calm, chillingly calm. "But now that you are... maybe you'll be useful." Ethan backed away. "I'm a journalist." The man laughed, a sound like metal grinding against bone. "Journalists are expensive mistakes. But perhaps you can witness or participate." Before Ethan could react, the man pressed a button. Screens flickered to life around the room. Surveillance of the entire facility. Dozens of patients, dozens of tables, dozens of workers, and then he saw himself. Every step he had taken recorded, tracked, anticipated. "You thought you were sneaky," the man said. "But every visitor here leaves a mark. Every whisper, every movement, every photograph. Hollow Creek remembers." Ethan realized then that the black market wasn't just about organs. It was about control, power, fear. The clients weren't just buyers, they were predators. And the facility wasn't just a building, it was a trap. A living organism feeding on silence, compliance, and terror. He had a choice. Run and risk being hunted down, or fight and risk becoming another statistic. Another body catalogued in a jar somewhere below. He lunged toward the stairs, camera clutched tightly, adrenaline surging. Behind him, alarms blared. Fluorescent lights flickered violently, shouts echoed. The masked men were on him. He ran, twisted through corridors he didn't know, heart pounding, lungs burning, until he found himself at the main surgical hall. Tables and machines stretched in every direction, each with a patient. One caught his eye, a young man no older than 25, awake, eyes pleading. Ethan grabbed the nearest scalpel from a table, not knowing if it would help, only knowing he had to act. The figure in the mask blocked his path. "You can't escape Hollow Creek," the man said. Ethan swung the scalpel blindly. The man staggered, surprised, giving Ethan just enough time to drag the young man toward the stairwell. Machines screamed. Alarms shrieked. Shadows danced grotesquely across the walls, distorted by flashing lights. They ran, barely making it to the foggy streets outside. Hollow Creek seemed empty again, silent as death, but Ethan knew better. He could feel the eyes, the hum, the hunger of the town following them. The black market wasn't just a secret in Hollow Creek, it was alive, and it would never forget. As he fled through the mist, Ethan glanced back. A single window on the second floor flickered. A masked figure watched them. And in the shadows he swore he saw dozens of others waiting, watching, counting. Hollow Creek had chosen its witnesses. And now they had chosen him. The wind carried a whisper, soft, almost human. Next shipment? Always next. Ethan knew the story had only just begun. Ethan Hayes didn't sleep that night. Every siren in the distant city felt like it was coming from inside his chest. The documents, the photographs, the screams he had glimpsed through the surveillance screens haunted his mind. He knew he couldn't report anything yet. The story wasn't safe until he had undeniable proof, until he understood how deep Hollow Creek's operation went. By dawn, fog still clung to the streets. Hollow Creek looked calm in the daylight, a forgotten industrial husk, but Ethan knew better. The factories, long abandoned, hid stairwells, tunnels, and shipping bays no one had entered in years. He returned to the alley where he had first found the rusted door. This time he wasn't just observing, he was going in prepared. Inside, the facility felt alive in a new way. Lights flickered as if aware of his presence. The faint hum pulsed through the walls like a heartbeat. Ethan moved quickly, avoiding the main surgical hall. The shadows here were different, elongated, creeping along the walls like black water, whispering things he could almost understand but not quite. He found a secondary corridor leading to a storage wing. Behind a steel door, he discovered dozens of medical transport boxes. Labels with initials, dates, and client codes were scrawled across the sides in sharp black ink. Inside, biopreservation tanks glimmered with liquid, each containing organs meticulously harvested and catalogued. The sheer scale of it made his stomach churn. Footsteps echoed behind him. He ducked into a dark corner. A nurse or someone wearing the uniform of one rolled, a cart filled with organs down the corridor. Ethan held his breath, heart hammering, as they passed within inches. Their eyes never left the boxes, focused only on the task, mechanical in motion, almost inhuman. Ethan snapped photos. Every flash felt like it could give him away. Every sound could be his last. And then he heard it, a soft, muffled sob. He followed the sound to a small, windowless room. Inside, two young men were shackled to chairs. Their faces were pale, sweat mixing with tears. Tubes ran from their arms into containers of dark liquid. When they saw Ethan, their eyes pleaded silently. "Help," one whispered. Ethan swallowed. He knew he was risking everything. But there was no turning back. He pulled a set of bolt cutters from his bag and quickly worked on the shackles, trying to keep his hands steady despite the adrenaline. One cuff gave way. The first man rubbed his wrists and whispered urgently, "They'll know." "They always know." Ethan froze. Outside, the sound of boots, heavy and rhythmic, approached. The facility had detected him. He grabbed the other man's arm. "Run!" They bolted down a side stairwell, leading deeper underground. The hum grew louder, louder than the machinery could explain, vibrating through the concrete, through their bones. They entered a massive sub-basement, a warehouse of horrors. Here, whole bodies were stored in tanks, catalogued, labeled, frozen, waiting to be harvested or shipped. And somewhere in the shadows, Ethan realized the workers were not entirely human, or at least they moved like shadows, obeying some unseen master. A figure emerged, tall, masked, hands gloved in black latex. "You shouldn't have come here," The voice was calm, authoritative, terrifying in its precision. Witnesses are inconvenient. Ethan's pulse skyrocketed. The man lunged, and Ethan dodged just in time, grabbing a pipe from the wall. The other two men stumbled but kept moving, screaming as the alarms blared. Red emergency lights flickered, casting the room in violent pulses of crimson. They ran through winding corridors, crates of organs on either side, until they found a stairwell leading to the surface. Ethan pushed ahead, muscles burning, lungs screaming, but the masked figure was relentless, moving faster than any human should. When they emerged into the foggy street, the world outside seemed untouched, ordinary, but Ethan knew Hollow Creek's claws had followed him. He looked back once. In the upper windows of the abandoned factory, dozens of masked figures stared, their eyes dark behind masks, waiting, calculating. Breath ragged, hands shaking, Ethan glanced at the two men he had rescued. "We need to get this out. People need to know." The youngest man shook his head. "They'll come for you. They always come for the witnesses." Ethan realized then that this story wasn't just about organs, money, or corruption. It was about survival. About shadows that hunted, calculated, and remembered. Hollow Creek's black market wasn't just a business. It was a living machine, a predator feeding on fear, compliance, and flesh. And Ethan had just poked the bear. The fog thickened, curling around the streets like smoke, and from somewhere deep within the factory, a whisper reached him. "Next time, you won't run." Ethan Hayes never felt fear like this before. The fog of Hollow Creek clung to his clothes, seeped into his lungs, as if the town itself was trying to claim him. The two men he had rescued were silent, their faces pale, eyes wide, but alive. For the first time, Ethan realized the truth. This wasn't just a story, it was a war to survive. They had no plan, only instinct, and the knowledge that every step they took was being watched. The streets seemed empty, but Ethan knew Hollow Creek didn't need crowds to hunt. It had eyes everywhere, abandoned factories, rusted street lamps, even in the shadows themselves. A soft hum began behind them, rising from the mist like a pulse. Ethan turned a corner and froze. Ahead was the factory, the same one he had escaped from, but now the doors were open. Red emergency lights cut through the fog, illuminating dozens of figures standing silently in the open, masks gleaming in the eerie glow. "They're waiting," whispered the youngest man. Ethan's camera clicked instinctively, but he knew pictures alone weren't enough. He had to confront the heart of Hollow Creek. Inside, the factory was a cathedral of horror. The surgical tables were gone, replaced with rows of tanks, some empty, some writhing with preserved organs and indistinguishable shapes, moving faintly in their liquid prisons. The walls pulsed faintly, as though breathing. Shadows moved unnaturally, forming corridors and barriers that didn't exist before. A single figure stepped forward, tall, masked, commanding. The man's voice echoed through the hall, smooth, omnipresent. "You've seen too much, journalist," he said. "But witnessing is not your punishment. Participation, that is the true cost." Ethan's stomach twisted. "I'll never." The figure gestured, and the shadows surged. They were fast, unnatural, moving like liquid darkness, wrapping around the two men he had saved. Screams pierced the air as the shadows dragged them toward the tanks. Ethan ran forward, desperation lending him strength, pulling at their hands, screaming for them to fight. The masked man approached, gliding silently over the concrete floor. The black market is not about organs. Flesh is secondary. Control, obedience. Survival, that is the product. You've trespassed in a machine that hunts witnesses, hunters, and liars alike. And now you will see the truth. The figure pulled back a panel on one of the tanks. Inside floated a man alive, eyes wide, body suspended in liquid, breathing mechanically through a tube, but his expression was frozen in terror, knowing exactly what was happening. Ethan recognized the terror. It was the mirror of what awaited anyone who crossed this place. "You see," the masked man said, leaning closer, voice low, deliberate, "we don't just harvest organs. We harvest compliance, fear, resistance. Every life here teaches the next how to obey or die." Ethan knew he had to act. He spotted a control panel, wires snaking across the floor. Using every ounce of his adrenaline, he smashed the panel with a metal pipe, sparks flying. Alarms screamed, lights flickered violently. The shadows shrieked, recoiling. Tanks began to topple, liquid spilling onto the concrete floor. The masked man roared, lunging for Ethan. Their fight was brutal, desperate, the echo of metal against metal reverberating through the hall. Ethan ducked, punched, and grabbed the man's mask, ripping it off. Behind it, nothing. No human face. Only darkness. A void. Ethan's stomach churned. It was then he understood, Hollow Creek was not controlled by men alone. The factory, the shadows, the black market, they were alive. A predator that could imitate humanity, that could anticipate movement, that could bend the environment to hunt him. He screamed, lunging toward the nearest stairwell, dragging the two men behind him. Shadows surged, tendrils wrapping around the walls, the ceiling, but Ethan's will was strong. He forced himself through the foggy streets, the screams behind him blending with the night wind. Finally, they reached the edge of town, the forest ahead thick and dark. Ethan dared a glance back. The factory windows glowed faintly red. Shadows moved within, watching, waiting, calculating. Hollow Creek had not been defeated. It had simply allowed him to escape. For now, Ethan's hands shook as he pulled the two men into the woods. We got out, he whispered. But the fog seemed to whisper back, soft and sinister. Next time, you won't. They ran into the darkness, leaving Hollow Creek behind, but Ethan knew the truth. The black market wasn't a place you could escape, it was a predator, and once it knew your name, it would follow, patiently, relentlessly, until it reclaimed what it considered its own. And somewhere in the shadows of Hollow Creek, the lights in the abandoned factory flickered, waiting for the next witness, the next victim, the next story. Because the black market never forgot. And neither did Hollow Creek. The silent ward, a true nightmare of the abandoned hospital, the town of Millbrook had a secret it hid well. Nestled on the outskirts, beyond the cracked asphalt roads and overgrown fields, stood Millbrook General Hospital, abandoned for over 20 years. Rust consumed the metal siding, windows were shattered and boarded, and the once pristine facade sagged under years of neglect. Locals whispered about it in hushed tones. Disappearances, screams at night, shadowy figures glimpsed through broken windows, but no one had dared enter in decades. That is, until journalist and urban explorer Lucas Grant decided to uncover the truth. Lucas had read every rumor, every online post, every news clipping that hinted at something sinister within Millbrook General. Patients vanished in the 90s, staff quit abruptly, and the building's insurance records suggested unexplained deaths and medical malpractice cover-ups that were never fully investigated. Lucas arrived on a fog-heavy evening, the moon obscured behind dense clouds, the air carrying the sharp tang of damp decay. He parked his car near the overgrown entrance and stepped out, the gravel crunching under his boots like warning bells. The main doors were warped and groaned as he pushed them open. Inside, the hospital smelled of rot, mold, and something far fouler, metallic, coppery, like blood long dried but not gone. His flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing peeling paint, rusted gurneys, and forgotten medical charts strewn across the hallway. Each step echoed in the empty building, a rhythm of unease that settled into his chest. As he explored, Lucas noticed the signs, marks along the walls, scratches too high for a child, deep gouges in the concrete floors. Faint whispers seemed to drift from the rooms above, fleeting but distinct. The stairwell leading to the upper floors creaked ominously under his weight, but something deeper drew him upwards, an intuition, a chilling curiosity that refused to be ignored. Floor 3 had been a pediatric ward. The walls were adorned with faded murals of cartoon animals, now peeling and blackened with mold. Toys lay scattered across the floor, some broken, some eerily intact as though the children had vanished mid-play. One gurney against the far wall had restraints still attached, leather straps cracked with age. Lucas crouched to inspect it. The air around him grew colder, and he could see his breath clouding the faint light. From down the hall came a faint sound, a child laughing, or perhaps crying. Lucas froze, heart hammering, straining to listen. The sound stopped, replaced by a dragging, scraping noise that seemed to circle the ward. Shadows shifted in his peripheral vision. He turned quickly, but the hallway behind him was empty. He pressed forward, flashlight illuminating a small nurse's station. Files lay scattered, some open, with notes in rushed, almost frantic handwriting. One page caught his attention. Patient 47, unresponsive, unusual symptoms. Staff report. Hears voices. Locked in isolation. Do not remove from ward. Dr. Marlowe insists containment is priority. Lucas felt a shiver. Isolation rooms were ahead. The door to 47 was ajar. He approached cautiously, the floorboards groaning beneath his weight. Inside, the room was empty, or so it seemed. On the bed lay a small blanket, neatly folded, and beneath it, scratches on the mattress fresh as if someone or something had recently been there. The whispering began again, louder, clearer this time. Lucas. He spun around, hard hammering, flashlight shaking, no one. Just the dim outline of the hospital hallway, stretching endlessly, twisting in ways that didn't make sense. He took a step back and froze footprints in the dust, small and bare, leading toward the ceiling. Lucas stumbled backward, tripping over a loose tile. He hit the floor, scrambling to regain his footing as the temperature dropped further. The whispers grew into voices, layered, overlapping, some pleading, some laughing, some screaming. They were coming from the ceiling, the walls, the floor itself. The lights of his flashlight flickered. In the corner, a shadow moved, taller than any human, limbs bent impossibly, crawling like liquid. Lucas ran, heart in his throat, down the hallway, doors slamming behind him, as if the hospital itself were alive, trying to trap him. He reached the central staircase, descending 2 floors to the operating theaters. Here, the air reeked of disinfectant and blood, yet the floors were dry, stained with dark streaks that glimmered unnaturally in his flashlight. Tables were set up for surgery, trays of instruments rusted, and on one table, a mask lay humanly shaped, but stretched and malformed, as though someone had worn it and been punished. A sound from the far end of metallic clang made him freeze. Figures emerged from the shadows. Patients, or what had once been patients, faces pale and hollow, eyes black voids, limbs moving erratically but deliberately. They circled him, whispering his name. Lucas ran, adrenaline surging, toward the stairwell leading to the basement. In the basement, the hospital's darkest secret revealed itself. A series of tanks lined the walls, filled with murky liquid. Figures floated inside, connected to tubes that pulsed with a sickly green light. They were alive, yet not human, not fully. The whispers crescendoed, voices overlapping, some pleading, some threatening. Lucas realized with horror that this had been the experiment all along. Patients abducted, experimented on, turned into something inhuman, maintained alive only by machines. A cold hand gripped his shoulder. Lucas spun around. A figure wearing a doctor's coat, face obscured by shadow, said simply, "You shouldn't have come here." Before he could react, the figure raised a scalpel. Lucas ducked, rolling to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. The figures in the tanks began thrashing, their screams echoing through the basement like a chorus of agony. Lucas ran, slamming through doors, weaving past hallways that seemed to stretch endlessly, shadows clawing at his heels. The hospital wasn't just abandoned, it was sentient, feeding on fear, twisting space to trap him. Each corner led to another identical hallway, another ward, another echo of the same tortured voices. Finally, he burst through the main entrance into the foggy night. Lungs burning, heart pounding, the town of Millbrook silent around him. But even as he ran toward his car, he could hear the faint whisper carried on the wind. "Next time, you will stay." Lucas knew he had survived, but the hospital had marked him. Millbrook General wasn't just a building. It was a predator patient and eternal, waiting for the next curious soul to step inside, to hear the whispers, and to see what no human should ever witness. And somewhere, in the basement, the figures in the tanks watched, waiting, alive and silent, their eyes fixed on the world outside, ready to claim the next visitor. The silence of Millbrook hid a nightmare that never ended. Lucas Hayes thought the night he escaped Millbrook General was the end of it. But the memory of whispers, shadows, and the figures in the tanks clung to him like a second skin. Sleep offered no respite. Every creak of his apartment floor, every gust of wind against the window felt like the hospital reaching for him. He knew he hadn't seen everything. He had only survived because the building had allowed him to leave. By morning, Lucas had decided he needed proof. Not just photographs, not just stories. He needed to see the basement again, to uncover the truth behind the experiments. Equipped with extra flashlights, cameras, and a makeshift weapon, he returned to Millbrook under the cover of early fog. The streets were eerily empty, the hospital looming like a decayed sentinel over the town. The main entrance was ajar again, as if inviting him in. The air inside smelled worse than before, stale metallic. almost alive. Floorboards groaned under his weight as he ascended to the upper floors. This time he ignored the pediatric ward, going instead to the staff quarters. Here, files were scattered like confetti. Lucas picked through them frantically. Patient charts, experiment logs, and correspondence between Dr. Marlowe and unknown clients. The handwriting was clinical, precise, but the content was horrific. Some patients had been there for decades, unaccounted for, their minds broken and bodies altered. Others had been taken from surrounding towns. Each entry ended with one word, contained. A sudden sound made him spin. Footsteps soft, deliberate echoed from the hall behind him. Shadows moved against the walls, long and liquid-like, stretching toward him. He pressed against the wall, holding his breath. From the darkness, a child's voice whispered, "Lucas, come." Heart racing, he followed the voice, which led him to a small stairwell he hadn't noticed before. It descended sharply, deeper than the basement he had explored. The hum of machinery grew louder, vibrating through the walls. At the bottom, he found a corridor lined with doors, each marked with numbers rooms that didn't exist on any official map. He opened one. Inside was a large tank, filled with a murky green liquid. A figure floated inside, skin pale and slick, eyes black and unblinking. Tubes connected it to machines that hissed and pulsed, keeping it alive. Lucas felt bile rise in his throat. Every tank he approached was the same. Patients, some barely conscious, some seemingly awake but unresponsive, all staring at him with pleading, empty eyes. A voice behind him said, calm and chilling, "Curiosity is dangerous here, Mr. Hayes." He turned to see a figure in a doctor's coat, mask obscuring the face. The figure's hands moved gracefully, almost ceremonially, as if orchestrating the chaos of the basement. "You've seen too much, yet not enough. They need witnesses, sometimes. But meddle too far, and you become part of the process." Lucas backed away slowly, camera recording everything. "Process?" he asked, trying to mask the tremor in his voice. The figure gestured, and the tank's contents began to stir violently. Hissing pipes and mechanical groans filled the room. Figures in the tanks banged against the glass, their voices merging into a deafening chorus. Shadows rose from the floor, walls, and ceiling, coiling like snakes, pushing Lucas toward a dead end. Panic surged. Lucas grabbed a fallen pipe and swung, striking a control panel. Sparks flew, alarms blared, and the shadows writhed, recoiling from the chaos. The doctor figure stepped back, voice cold. "You cannot destroy the system, only survive it." "If you are lucky." Lucas bolted, dragging himself through the twisting corridors, the floor vibrating under his feet as the shadows pursued. He reached a stairwell leading to the upper floors, his lungs burning, chest heaving. Above, the hospital seemed endless, hallways folding in on themselves, doors opening into rooms he hadn't seen before. Whispers followed him, repeating his name, taunting, urging him forward, pulling him deeper into the nightmare. Finally, he stumbled into the main lobby, fog from the outside seeping in. But before he could escape, the voices reached a crescendo, a cacophony of anger, fear, and despair. The hospital had sensed his intrusion and was reacting. From the windows, shadows pressed against the glass, watching, waiting, biding their time. Lucas ran into the night, heart pounding. But now he understood the terrifying truth. Millbrook General wasn't just haunted. It was alive, feeding on the living, storing them, transforming them. And it knew he would return because it always claimed the ones who sought its secrets. The fog of Millbrook curled around the streets like ghostly fingers, whispering, "Next time." "You won't escape." Lucas Hayes had been running for what felt like hours, though the fog outside made it impossible to tell. Every shadow in Millbrook seemed alive. Every broken streetlight a sentinel watching, waiting. The whispers from the hospital haunted him, replaying in his mind like a chorus of madness. "Next time, you won't escape." But he knew he couldn't stop. Not now. Not when the truth, the full horror of Millbrook General still waited inside. He had to confront it. Had to see the source, the heart of the nightmare, and record it. Evidence that would expose the unimaginable. The hospital loomed like a decayed cathedral as he approached, its windows black and empty, but from within, a faint green glow pulsed rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat. Lucas forced open the warped doors. Inside, the familiar metallic stench greeted him, stronger, thicker, almost suffocating. The floorboards groaned beneath him, echoing through the cavernous lobby. He descended to the basement, flashlight cutting through the dense shadows. The air vibrated with low-frequency hums, mechanical yet alive, reverberating through his chest. Tanks lined the walls, more than ever before, some empty, others containing floating forms, pale and twitching, hooked to tubes feeding glowing green fluid. Eyes black, staring, unblinking. Whispers rose around him, not just names, but pleas, cries, warnings. In the center of the basement, a raised platform held the source. Lucas's flashlight illuminated a massive, pulsating mass of tubes and wires intertwined with human forms. Faces, arms, and legs melded into one writhing entity, veins glowing faintly, machinery feeding it life. The thing pulsed as if alive, breathing, groaning, whispering his name. That was the heart of Millbrook, the hospital's true predator. From the shadows, Dr. Marlowe stepped forward. His surgical mask reflected the green light, eyes dark behind it. "So you've returned," he said, calm, precise, horrifying. "Curiosity is a dangerous thing, and the hospital feeds on curiosity." Lucas raised his camera. "People, patients. This isn't science, it's monstrosity." Marlowe smiled, or what passed for one beneath the mask. "Science? No. Survival. Evolution. We preserve what others discard, transcend the limits of flesh, and you," he gestured at the writhing mass, "are a witness. But witnesses are temporary. Participation. Permanent." The mass surged suddenly, pulling itself toward Lucas. Tubes lashed out, grasping, trying to draw him in. Panic surged. He swung a heavy metal pipe, striking the nearest tank. Glass shattered, liquid splashing, figures inside screaming, writhing violently. Alarms blared, lights flickered. Shadows recoiled, giving him a narrow path forward. Lucas sprinted toward the stairwell, lunging past Marlowe, who seemed unbothered, almost amused by his struggle. The shadows followed, whispering, clawing at his heels, shaping the corridors to trap him, bending the very walls. On the stairs, he stumbled and fell, barely catching himself. Behind him, he could hear the writhing mass descending, the chorus of suffering echoing through the building. He didn't dare look back, only focused on the exit, the fog outside, the one chance to survive. Finally, he burst through the front doors into the night. Fog wrapped around him like cold fingers. He didn't stop. He ran past the streetlights, past the overgrown lawns, until Millbrook General was a silhouette against the horizon, glowing faintly, pulsating, breathing, alive. But even in the distance, Lucas could feel it watching. He could hear faint whispers carried on the wind. "You escaped. For now, next time you belong." He reached his car, trembling, drenched in sweat, heart hammering. The 2 hours of drive home were unbearable. Every reflection in the rearview mirror looked like a shadow. Every sound outside the car felt like the hospital reaching for him. When he finally made it back to his apartment, he tried to rationalize it. He had photographs, videos, evidence, but a gnawing certainty remained. Millbrook General was more than a building. It was sentient, patient, waiting for the next curious soul to enter, to hear the whispers, to see what no human should witness. Lucas knew he would never be free. Every nightmare, every shadow, every whisper reminded him. Millbrook had marked him. And one day it would come to collect. The town remained silent. The fog thickened. The hospital stood decayed, pulsating, and alive. And somewhere deep within, the whispers waited for the next visitor. Next time, you will stay. The terrifying true story of the vanishing trail in the Smoky Mountains that no one talks about anymore. My name is Ethan Harlow. And back in the summer of 2018, I decided to take a solo backpacking trip into the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. I was 28 at the time, recently divorced, burned out from my dead-end job as a graphic designer in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I just needed to get away from everything. I'd been hiking those mountains since I was a kid with my dad, so I knew the trails pretty well, or at least I thought I did. I picked a lesser-known route off the Appalachian Trail, one that branched into a remote section called the Hollow Ridge Trail. It's not on most official maps anymore. And for good reason, but back then it was still listed in some old guidebooks as a challenging 4-day loop with stunning views and total solitude. I started the hike on a crisp July morning. The air was thick with that signature Smoky Mountains mist, the kind that clings to the rhododendrons and makes everything feel ancient and untouched. I parked my truck at a small pull-off near Klingman's Dome, hoisted my 50-pound pack tent sleeping bag bear canister water filter, enough freeze-dried, meals for 5 days, a GPS unit, and my trusty Kabar knife. and hit the trailhead around 8 a.m. The first few miles were pure bliss. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of oaks and hemlocks. Birds were calling everywhere, and the only sounds were my boots crunching on the dirt path and the occasional rush of a stream. By midday, I'd covered about 10 miles and stopped at a clearing for lunch. The views were incredible rolling blue ridges stretching out as far as the eye could see, with layers of haze giving them that smoky look the park is famous for. I felt lighter already, like the divorce papers and the endless office cubicle were a lifetime away. After eating a protein bar and refilling my water bottle from a crystal-clear spring, I checked my map. The Hollow Ridge Trail forked off to the north here, marked by an old wooden sign that was weathered, but still legible. It warned, "Primitive Trail, no facilities, experienced hikers only." Perfect. I wanted isolation. The trail narrowed almost immediately. The undergrowth got thicker, ferns brushing against my legs, vines dangling like curtains. The canopy closed in overhead, turning the daylight into a dim green glow. It was quieter too. The birdsong faded, replaced by the constant rustle of leaves in the breeze. I hiked steadily uphill for hours, sweating through my shirt despite the shade. Around 4 p.m., I reached what I thought was the first campsite marked on my map, a small flat spot near a creek with evidence of old fire rings. I set up my tent, a lightweight one-person backpacking model, hung my bear bag high in a tree, and cooked dinner over my pocket stove. Mac and cheese never tasted so good. That first night was peaceful. I lay in my sleeping bag listening to the creek babble and the wind in the trees. An owl hooted somewhere distant. I fell asleep fast, dreaming of nothing. Day 2 started with fog so thick I could barely see 20 feet ahead. I'd packed up and continued along the trail, which by now had become more of a faint path than anything maintained. Fallen logs blocked sections, forcing me to climb over or bushwhack around. My GPS beeped reassuringly, showing me on course. The terrain got steeper, switching back up ridges covered in moss-slick rocks. I stopped frequently to catch my breath, sipping water and snacking on trail mix. Around noon, the fog burned off, revealing panoramic views that made the effort worth it. I was above 5,000 feet now, with wildflowers blooming in meadows and the occasional deer bounding away in the distance. But something felt off that afternoon. The trail started to fade, not dramatically at first. Just the blazes on trees became less frequent, and the path got overgrown. I double-checked my map and GPS. Everything said I was still on Hollow Ridge. By late afternoon, I'd planned to reach a second campsite near an old lookout point, but when I got there was nothing. No clearing, no fire ring, just dense forest sloping down into a ravine. I figured I must have misread the distance and kept going. That's when I heard the first whisper. It was faint, carried on the wind like someone saying my name. Ethan, soft, almost playful. I stopped dead in my tracks, heart skipping a beat. The forest was silent otherwise. I called out, "Hello, anyone there?" Nothing. Probably just the wind through the leaves, I told myself. Hikers get paranoid alone sometimes. I shook it off and kept moving. As dusk fell, I realized I wasn't going to find that campsite. The trail had practically disappeared, reduced to animal paths weaving through thickets. My GPS signal flickered common in deep valleys, but it still showed the trail continuing north. I decided to make camp wherever I could. I found a semi-flat spot under a massive hemlock, pitched my tent, and secured everything. Dinner was quick. I was tired and a little uneasy. That whisper stuck in my mind. Night 2 was different. The temperature dropped fast into the 40s, and I burrowed deep into my sleeping bag. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. Crunching leaves, deliberate and slow, circling my tent. I froze, listening. Bears don't usually circle like that, they charge or rummage. I grabbed my bear spray and knife, whispering loudly, "Hey, get out of here!" The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then from the darkness outside, "Ethan, come out." My blood turned to ice. It sounded like a human voicemail, maybe mid-30s, with a slight southern drawl, but distorted, like it was coming from far away and close at the same time. I yelled, "Who the hell is there?" "This isn't funny." No response. Just the wind picking up. I didn't sleep much after that, sitting up with my headlamp on, scanning the trees until dawn. Morning 3. I packed up fast and tried to retrace my steps south, back toward the main trail. But the path I'd come on was gone. Overgrown, like no one had walked there in years. Branches that I'd pushed aside were back in place, leaves undisturbed. My GPS was acting up, battery draining fast, signal lost. Panic started creeping in. I bushwhacked downhill, following what I thought was the ridgeline. Hours passed. My legs burned, scratches covered my arms from thorns. I rationed water, knowing springs were scarce up high. By afternoon, I stumbled into a small clearing I'd never seen before. In the center was an old stone foundation, remnants of a cabin, maybe from the 1800s, overgrown with vines. Nearby, carved into a boulder, were words. They watch from the hollows. Do not follow the calls. Fresh scratches, like someone had done it recently with a knife. My stomach dropped. This wasn't on any map. That's when the whispers started again. Multiple voices now. Ethan. Over here, one sounded like my ex-wife Sarah, soft and pleading, the way she used to call me when we were happy. Ethan, help me. I'm hurt. Another like my dad, who passed from cancer 5 years earlier. Son, come this way. It's safe. I knew it wasn't real. I knew it. But the imitation was perfect. The tone, the inflection, even the little pauses Sarah always had. Tears stung my eyes. I screamed at the trees, leave me alone, you're not them. The voices laughed, low and echoing, overlapping. I ran, blindly, crashing through brush, branches whipping my face until it bled. I ran until I collapsed beside a stream at dusk, exhausted, dehydrated, shaking. I filtered water with trembling hands and forced down an energy bar. Night was coming fast, and the temperature plummeted again. I set up my tent in a thicket for cover, barricading the entrance with my pack. No fire didn't want to attract whatever this was. The voices came all night. Dozens now. Some pleading, some angry, some singing old lullabies my mom used to hum. They knew things, private things. The voices recounted arguments I'd had with Sarah, word for word. My dad's last words in the hospital. Secrets I'd never told anyone. They promised safety if I followed them deeper into the hollows. Just walk north, Ethan. We'll show you the way home. I plugged my ears with tissue, hummed loudly. Anything to drown them out. At one point, something heavy brushed against the tent, fly slow, deliberate. I shone my headlamp, shadows moving between trees, tall and thin, too thin, like stretched silhouettes with elongated limbs. They didn't reflect the light right, more like voids absorbing it. One pressed close. I saw a face through the mesh, pale, featureless except for dark hollow eyes and a wide, smiling mouth that didn't move when it whispered my name. I didn't scream, I couldn't. Terror paralyzed me until dawn. Day 4, or I think was day 4. I'd lost track, I abandoned the trail entirely. Survival mode. I headed downhill, following the stream, knowing water leads to civilization eventually. My feet were blistered. Pack felt like lead. The whispers followed, constant now, a chorus in my head even when silent outside. I saw glimpses, figures darting between trees, always just out of sight. Footprints that weren't human, too long, too narrow, with claw marks. By late afternoon, the stream widened into a river. Familiar territory? No, but I kept going. Exhaustion made me hallucinate, or so I hoped. Shapes in the mist, hands reaching from roots. Then miracle. I heard voices, real ones, human shouts. Search parties? I yelled back hoarsely. Burst through brush into a clearing, and there was the Appalachian Trail. Maintained, blazed, with actual hikers staring at me like I'd risen from the dead. They said I'd been missing for 6 days. I'd only packed for 4. Rangers found my truck. When I didn't check out, they searched. But no one looked on Hollow Ridge. It's been closed since the 90s after multiple disappearances. Unofficially removed from maps. Hikers who ventured there, some came back raving about voices, shadows. Others never did. The Rangers airlifted me out. Dehydrated, hypothermic, covered in scratches. Doctors said delirium from exposure. But I know better. I still hear the whispers sometimes, late at night. Faint, calling my name from the dark. Urging me back to the hollows. If you're planning a trip to the Smokies, stick to the main trails. Some paths aren't meant to be followed. And if you hear your name in the wind, don't answer. Whatever lives in those mountains knows you better than you know yourself. And it's patient. It's always waiting. The horrifying true story of the thing living in my attic that watched me for months without me knowing my name is Jessica Harper, and in the fall of 2019, I bought my first house. I was 32, freshly single after a messy breakup, and working remotely as a freelance writer in Seattle, Washington. The housing market was insane, but I found this adorable 1920s craftsman bungalow in a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of the city for way below asking price. The realtor called it a motivated seller situation. The elderly owner had passed away suddenly. No family claimed it, and the bank just wanted it gone. It needed some cosmetic work. Peeling paint, creaky floors, outdated kitchen, but nothing major. The attic was mentioned in passing as storage space, accessed by a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. I figured I'd use it for holiday decorations or old boxes. I closed in October and moved in right before Halloween. The first few weeks were blissful. Rain pattering on the roof, cozy evenings with Netflix and takeout Thai, finally having my own space after years of cramped apartments. The house had character original hardwood floors, built-in bookshelves, a clawfoot tub in the bathroom. Sure, it made noises at night, settling creaks, the furnace kicking on with a groan. Old houses do that. I even joked to my best friend Lauren over wine that it felt like the house was breathing sometimes, the way the walls expanded and contracted with temperature changes. The first odd thing happened about a month in. I woke up around 3 a.m. to what sounded like soft footsteps overhead. Thump, shuffle, thump, directly above my bedroom. I lay there frozen, heart pounding, listening. It stopped after a minute. Probably a squirrel or raccoon on the roof, I told myself. Seattle has tons of wildlife. In the morning, I pulled down the attic ladder, dusty wooden steps unfolding with a loud creak, and climbed up with a flashlight. The attic was unfinished. Exposed beams, pink fiberglass insulation stuffed between joists, a single grimy window at one end letting in wheat gray light. Boxes of the previous owner's stuff were piled in corners, yellowed newspapers from the 80s, faded photo albums, Christmas ornaments in brittle cardboard. No animal droppings, no nests, just dust and cobwebs. I shrugged it off. But the footsteps came back. Not every night, but often enough that I started noticing patterns. Always between 2 and 4 a.m., always pacing back and forth, like someone walking a patrol. Sometimes it sounded heavier, like dragging something. I'd bang on the ceiling with a broom handle. Hey, get out! Silence. Then, an hour later, it would start again, slower, almost mocking. I bought traps, set them on the roof via a ladder from the garage. Nothing caught. Called an exterminator, he inspected the attic roof crawl spaces. No signs of infestation, ma'am. Could be thermal expansion or wind. He charged me $200 and left. By December, things escalated. Items started moving. My coffee mug left on the kitchen counter would be in the living room the next morning. A book I'd been reading on the couch ended up on the dining table, pages dog-eared in places I hadn't reached. I blamed sleepwalking stress from deadlines, maybe, but then I found footprints in the dust. I went up to the attic one afternoon to store winter clothes. And there they were, bare human footprints in the thick layer of dust on the plywood flooring near the window. Size 10 or 11 men's, leading from the far corner to the hatch. Fresh no overlap with mine. My stomach dropped. I took photos, called the police. Non-emergency line sent an officer who poked around, said it could be squatters accessing from outside, recommended changing locks and installing cameras. Old houses attract weirdos sometimes. I did all that. New deadbolts. Ring cameras inside and out, motion lights. Even a trail cam in the attic pointed at the hatch. Nothing triggered for weeks. The footsteps stopped. I started sleeping better, convinced it was some homeless guy who'd moved on. Then came the whispers. It started subtly. I'd be working at my desk in the spare room-turned office, and hear faint murmuring from above. Like a radio left on low, voices overlapping but indistinct. I'd pause my music, listen gone. Or in the shower, water running, I'd swear I heard my name. Jessica. Soft, breathy, from the vent in the ceiling. I'd yank the curtain back, heart racing, but the bathroom empty. One night, I recorded on my phone while lying in bed. Played it back the next day. Mostly static and house noises. But at the 4:12 mark, clear as day. She's pretty when she sleeps. I freaked out. Showed the recording to Lauren. She stayed over one weekend for moral support. We sat up late drinking, laughing it off as pareidolia. But at 3 a.m., the footsteps started heavy, deliberate. We both heard it. Lauren grabbed a baseball bat. I armed myself with pepper spray. We pulled down the ladder, shone flashlights up. Nothing. Empty attic, dust undisturbed except those old footprints. But the trail cam had recorded something. Infrared footage of a shadow moving across the frame at 3:07 a.m. Tall, Humanoid, but distorted like stretched limbs, head too low. It paused at the hatch, seemed to look down directly at the camera, then vanished off screen. We called the cops again. This time they searched thoroughly, even cut into walls checking for hidden spaces. Found nothing. Suggested carbon monoxide poisoning hallucinations are common. I got a detector, levels normal. Lauren left the next day, pale and quiet. Jess, that house feels wrong. Sell it. But I couldn't. The market dipped with winter. I'd lose money. Plus, stubbornness, I wasn't letting some prankster or ghost win. January brought snow rare for Seattle and isolation. Working from home meant days without leaving. The thing in the attic grew bolder. Food went missing. Half a loaf of bread, cheese from the fridge, apples with bite marks. I'd find wrappers tucked behind furniture, like someone sneaking downstairs while I slept. Notes appeared. Scribbled on scraps of old newspaper in shaky handwriting. You smell nice. Don't leave me alone. I watch you write. I'd barricaded the attic hatch with a heavy dresser. Slept with lights on, knife under pillow. Installed more cameras, one in every room. The footage was nightmare fuel. Blurry shapes in corners, doors opening inches by themselves. One clip, me asleep in bed, covers moving as if breathed on. A hand pale, long-fingered reaching from under the bed, retreating when I stirred. The breaking point came in February. A brutal storm knocked power out for days. Candles, fireplace, bundled in blankets. Night 3, wind howling, I heard scratching at the attic hatch, persistent, frantic. Then banging. The dresser scraped across the floor inch by inch. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a crowbar, called 911, but lines dead from the storm. The hatch burst open. It came down the ladder slowly, tall, emaciated, skin gray and taut over bones. Naked except rags, hair matted long over face. Eyes. Black pits reflecting candlelight. It moved, wrong joints bending backward, head tilting at impossible angles. Smelled like rot and earth. It whispered my secrets. The abortion I'd never told anyone, the affair that ended my engagement, my mother's suicide note I'd hidden. Things no one knew. It mimicked voices perfectly, my ex begging forgiveness, my dead mom singing my childhood lullaby. I swung the crowbar. It dodged unnaturally fast, laughing a wet, gurgling sound, backed me into the living room. It didn't attack, just watched, hungry, patient. Power flickered back at dawn. It retreated upstairs, pulling the ladder up. Police arrived hours later, found the attic empty, but walls scratched with hundreds of carvings. My name, dates I'd cried alone, phrases from my diary. They boarded the hatch permanently. I moved out that week, crashed on Lauren's couch. Sold the house at a loss to flippers who gutted it. But it followed. Whispers in new apartments. Footsteps overhead. Notes under doors. Whatever it was, demon, skinwalker, the previous owner's madness lingering, it knew me intimately. And it waits. If you buy a too-good-to-be-true house, check the attic thoroughly. Some things up there aren't animals. And they're starving for company. Don't ignore the noises. They know you're listening. And eventually they'll come down. The terrifying true story of the mysterious staircase I found deep in the woods that changed everything. Never approach one if you see. My name is Ryan Caldwell, and back in the summer of 2022, I was 29 years old, living in Portland, Oregon, and working as a freelance photographer specializing in landscape and wildlife shots. I've been hiking the Pacific Northwest trails my whole life, Mount Hood, the Columbia River Gorge, the Olympic Peninsula, and I was always chasing that perfect untouched shot for my portfolio. I preferred solo trips. No chatter, no distractions, just me, my camera gear, and miles of forest. That July, I planned a 3-day solo trek into a remote section of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington state. It's a massive wilderness area, hundreds of thousands of acres, with plenty of unmarked off-trail routes that experienced hikers use to avoid crowds. I picked a loop that would take me deep into old-growth forest near the Dark Divide, an area known for rugged terrain, volcanic ridges, and almost zero cell service. I parked my Jeep at a Forest Service road pullout early on a Friday morning. The weather was perfect, mid-70s, partly cloudy, light breeze. I had my full pack. 60-liter Osprey backpack, 3 liters of Water Plus filter, bear spray, Garmin InReach satellite. Communicator, just in case. First aid kit, topographic maps, compass, extra batteries, my Nikon D850 with telephoto and wide-angle lenses, lightweight tent sleeping bag rated to 20 degrees, and enough freeze-dried meals for 4 days. I signed the trail register at the official trailhead. noting I was heading off trail after the first 5 miles, then started hiking. The first day was textbook. I followed the maintained trail up switchbacks through Douglas fir and western hemlock, the forest floor carpeted in moss and ferns. Sunbeams cut through the canopy, birds flitted everywhere, Steller's jays, varied thrushes, and I spotted a small herd of Roosevelt elk grazing in a meadow. I took dozens of photos, ate lunch beside a rushing creek, and by late afternoon ID reached my planned campsite, a flat spot beside a tiny alpine lake at about 4,800 feet elevation. I set up my tent, hung my bear bag, cooked chili mac over my Jetboil, and watched the sunset paint the distant volcanic peaks pink and orange. That night I slept hard, lulled by wind in the treetops and the occasional hoot of a barred owl. Day 2 was when I went fully off trail. I bushwhacked north along a ridge system marked on my topo map, but not maintained, no blazes, no tread, just animal paths and deadfall to navigate. The forest got denser, darker, older. Trees hundreds of years old, trunks 6 feet thick, understory thick with salal and devil's club that tore at my pants. I moved slowly, checking my compass every few minutes, marking waypoints on my GPS. The air smelled rich damp earth, pine resin, decaying logs. It was quiet in that deep forest way. No airplanes, no road noise, just my breathing and the crunch of my boots. Around midday, after climbing a steep ravine, I crested a small knoll and stopped dead. There, in a small clearing no bigger than a living room, stood a staircase. Not ruins, not a fallen tree that looked like stairs, just a freestanding stone staircase rising straight up into the canopy. 13 steps, maybe 14, made of weathered gray granite blocks. Moss growing in the cracks. No railing, no landing at the top. It ended abruptly about 25 feet up, swallowed by branches. No structure attached, no path leading to it, no reason for it to exist miles from any road or historical site. The clearing around it was oddly bare, no fallen leaves piled against the base, almost like it had been swept clean. I stood there staring for a full minute, heart thumping with that mix of excitement and unease you get when you stumble on something truly out of place. ID heard the Reddit stories and SR Ranger anecdotes about forest staircases. Random sets of steps appearing in national forests, always isolated, always leading nowhere, and the unofficial rule. Never climb them, never approach too close, just report the location and move on. Most people dismiss them as old homestead remnants or fire lookouts, but the stories persist. Climbers vanish, hear voices, feel watched. I always thought it was urban legend bullshit, but here one was real as the sweat on my neck. I circled it slowly, staying 10 feet back at first. No inscriptions, no metal parts, no signs of recent human activity. The stone looked old but not crumbling solid, like it had been placed yesterday. I took photos from every angle, zoomed in on the moss patterns, even shot a short video panning around it. My rational brain said, probably an art installation some rich eccentric helicoptered in, or remnants of a 19th century mining operation. But the forest around it felt wrong, too quiet. No birds, no squirrels chattering, not even insects buzzing. Just the faint creak of branches overhead. Curiosity won. I told myself I'd just climb a few steps, get a higher vantage for photos. I stepped closer. The moment my boot touched the first step, the temperature dropped like stepping into shade on a hot day, but sharper. A chill that went straight through my jacket. The air smelled different to ozone, like right before a thunderstorm. I hesitated, then climbed 3 steps. The stone was cold, slick with moss. From higher up, I could see the clearing better, perfectly circular, trees forming a natural ring around the stairs. I raised my camera, framed the shot looking down. That's when I heard it, a whisper. Soft, genderless, coming from above the top step. Not words at first, just breath, like someone exhaling inches from my ear. I spun around, nothing, just leaves rustling. I laughed nervously, chalked it up to wind funneling through the trees. I climbed higher 6 steps, 8. The higher I went, the heavier the air felt, like altitude sickness, but instant. My ears popped. The whisper returned clearer, stay. Almost childlike pleading, I froze. Every instinct screamed to get down, but I took one more step. The forest changed. The light dimmed, as if clouds had covered the sun. But when I looked up, I saw clear blue sky through the branches. Colors muted greens turned grayish, like a desaturated photo. The trees seemed taller, leaning inward. And the smell wrought, sweet and cloying, like meat left out too long. Then movement. At the edge of the clearing below, shapes darted between trunks. Tall, thin, pale. Not animals too upright, too deliberate. They stayed in shadow, but I caught glimpses. Elongated limbs, no clear faces, just smooth skin reflecting dully. Watching me. I stumbled down the stairs 2 at a time, nearly falling. The moment my feet hit the ground, everything snapped back, colors bright. Birds suddenly singing again. Temperature normal. The shapes were gone. I backed away fast, heart jackhammering, and bolted south along my ingress route. I didn't stop for hours, crashing through brush until I reached a ridge with a view and cell signal. I texted a friend my coordinates and that I was heading out early, claiming bad weather coming. I didn't mention the staircase. That night I camped on an exposed ridge, no tree cover, fire blazing. I barely slept. Every snap of a twig sounded like footsteps. Around 3 a.m., the whispers started again, feints, circling my tent. Come back, higher. I packed at dawn and hiked out in one push, 15 miles to my Jeep. Exhausted, scratched to hell, but alive. I thought that was the end. It wasn't. 3 nights after getting home to Portland, I woke to scratching at my apartment door. Slow, deliberate, like fingernails on wood. My roommate was out of town. I checked the peephole empty hallway. But the scratching continued, moving up the door, higher than any person could reach without standing on something. Then the whispers through the door. My name in my own voice. I didn't sleep again for days. I started seeing the pale shapes in peripheral vision, reflections in windows, shadows under streetlights. Always tall, always watching. I went back to Gifford Pinchot a month later with 2 ranger friends I trusted, armed with GPS coordinates. We searched for 3 days. The staircase was gone. No clearing, no disturbed soil, just unbroken forest. But on the last night, camped miles away, we all heard it. Whispers from the darkness, calling each of us by name. If you ever hike deep in any national forest and stumble on a lone staircase rising into the trees, stone, wood, carpeted, whatever, turn around. Don't photograph it. Don't touch it. Don't even speak near it. Some doors aren't meant to be opened. And whatever's on the other side is patient. It remembers you. And it waits for you to come back up. The most terrifying cave horror story ever told, what I encountered deep underground in the Ozarks, will haunt me forever. My name is Alex Thornton. And in the spring of 2021, I was 31 years old, living in St. Louis, Missouri, and completely obsessed with caving. I'd been exploring caves since I was a teenager, first with local grotto clubs, then solo as I got more experienced. I had all the certifications: NSS Cave Rescue, vertical rope work, cave diving basics, even though I stuck mostly to dry systems. My job as a paramedic gave me the irregular schedule I needed for long weekend trips into the Mark Twain National Forest and the endless limestone karst of the Ozarks. Those caves are a wonderland down there, miles of mapped passages in places like Onondaga or Merrimack, but also thousands of unmapped wild caves, blowholes in hillsides, sinkholes hidden under brush, streams disappearing into mountains. I always followed the rules. Leave no trace. Tell someone your itinerary. Carry 3 sources of light, extra food, first aid. But I also chased the thrill of going where few people had. That spring, I heard about a cave locals called Devil's Throat from an old forum post on a caving message board. It was an entrance in a remote hollow near the current river, supposedly discovered in the 70s by some hippies, but never fully mapped because the narrow sections deterred serious survey teams. Rumors said it connected to deeper systems, with huge rooms and pristine formations. No recent trip reports, probably because the landowner had posted the surrounding property years ago. But the entrance itself was on public forest land, just hard to find. I spent weeks preparing. I bought new gear, a Petzl helmet with LED upgrades, a sturdy caving suit with knee and elbow pads, neoprene, gloves, a 200-foot static rope for any drops to backup, headlamps, chemical glow sticks, a compact stove, energy gels, water purification tablets, a whistle, a knife, and my trusty Pelican case with survey tools, compass, clinometer, tape measure. I packed enough for a 12-hour trip, but planned for overnight if I found something worth documenting. I left my detailed route and expected return time with my girlfriend Mia and a buddy from the grotto. Just a quick look, I told them. In by 9 a.m., out by 6 p.m. I drove down Friday night, camped in my truck at a dispersed site off a gravel forest road. Woke at dawn Saturday, coffee and oatmeal, then hiked 2 miles cross-country through thick oak hickory forest, ticks already active in April warmth. The entrance was exactly where the old coordinate said, a 10-foot wide sinkhole dropping into darkness, ringed by mossy limestone boulders and poison ivy vines. Air flowed out cool and damp, carrying that unmistakable cave smell, wet earth and minerals. I rigged a handline for the 20-foot drop, rappelled down smoothly. Boots hit breakdown piles of collapsed rock at the bottom. The passage immediately opened into a walking canyon. 15 feet high, 8 feet wide, floor scattered with pebbles that crunched underfoot. My headlamp cut a bright beam through the absolute black, revealing flowstone draperies glistening on walls like frozen waterfalls. Water dripped steadily somewhere distant. Temperature dropped to 55 degrees. My breath fogged slightly. I moved steadily, sketching as I went. First 100 yards, easy walking. Then a stoopway ceiling lowered to 4 feet forced me to duck. Muddy floor sucked at my boots. Emerged into a room the size of a high school gym. Cathedral-like, with soda straw stalactites hanging 20 feet down. Some still growing, tiny drops beating at tips. I turned off my light for a minute just to feel the dark. Complete void. No sound except my heartbeat and faint drip drip drip. Beautiful. Push deeper. Passage narrowed again, then split. Left branch had strong airflow. I took it, squeezed through a keyhole body flat pack, pushed ahead into a borehole tube sculpted smooth by ancient floods. Crawled 50 feet on hands and knees, gravel biting through paths. Popped out into another large chamber. This one with a stream. Clear water gurgling over rimstone pools, small waterfalls cascading from ceiling fissures. I filtered a bottle-cold, pure tasting of stone. By now I'd been in 4 hours. GPS useless underground, but my sketch showed about 1,500 feet of passage. Formations getting better, pure white gypsum flowers curling like frost on walls. Aragonite bushes sparkling under my light. I felt that explorer's high. This was virgin cave, untouched. Then the first odd thing. In a side passage off the stream room, I found handprints. Not modern smudged ochre outlines on the ceiling. Fingers splayed. Like someone centuries ago reached up to paint while lying down. Native American? Ozarks have Mississippian culture sites nearby. Cool find. Took photos. Continued. The stream passage narrowed. Water deeper ankle. Then knee. I waited carefully. Current gentle but cold soaking through my suit. Ceiling lowered. Had to crouch. Then a sump water filled the passage completely. Dead end that way. Backtracked to a dry upper level ID spotted earlier. A climb-up breakdown to a balcony ledge overlooking the stream. Up there, the air felt different, staler, heavier. Passage continued as a low crawl over popcorn formations. Delicate calcium nodules crunching regrettably under my weight. I hated damaging them, but no way around. Crawled 100 yards, sweat pouring despite the chill. Emerged into the largest room yet, maybe 200 feet long, 60 high, floors sloping down into darkness. Columns thicker than redwoods joined floor to ceiling. My light barely reached the far wall. I sat to eat peanut butter tortilla, electrolyte mix. That's when I heard it, a scrape, distant like rock on rock. I froze, listened. Nothing. Probably thermal expansion or a loose pebble settling. Caves make noises. Packed up, across the room. Far side, another entrance, tall but narrow body sideways to squeeze. Beyond, a steep slope of flowstone, like a frozen waterfall I could climb down. At the bottom, a pit. I peered over, 40-foot drop into blackness, rope needed. I anchored my rope to a massive column, rigged a descent. Down I went, slow and controlled. At the bottom, more breakdown, but something wrong. Bones. Scattered everywhere, small animals mostly. Raccoons, opossums, deer, clean picked, cracked open for marrow. Not unusual pack rats or porcupines hoard them, but the quantity, hundreds. Piles waist deep in places, skulls staring, unease crept in. I pushed on, passage leveled, walls closer, then footprints. Bare human prints in dried mud, old but clear toes splayed, no arch. Size large, leading deeper, heart picking up. I told myself surveyors from decades ago, or locals exploring. Followed them. Passage twisted, ceiling dripped constantly. My suit soaked, then voices. Faint at first. Echoing from ahead like murmuring, overlapping. Not English. Chanting? I stopped, killed my light. Darkness absolute. Voices continued, rhythmic, low. My imagination, echo of water, turned light back on. Kept moving. The passage opened into a gallery. Long, narrow, walls covered in more handprints, hundreds, thousands, layered over centuries. Some fresh mud still damp. In the center, a cairn of rocks topped with a deer skull, antlers intact, eye sockets stuffed with gypsum crystals. Temperature dropped sharply. Breath visible. I felt watched. Then the murmuring stopped. Silence, heavier than dark. I backed away slowly, decided to head out enough for one trip. But the way back wasn't the same. The footprints now led both directions. New ones overlapping mine-bare, long-toed, pressed deep as if heavier. I hadn't heard anyone. Panic rising. I hurried, retraced my sketch. Climbed the rope, hands shaking, nearly slipped. Back through the big room. That's when I saw them. Pale shapes at the far edge, tall, thin, hairless. Skin translucent white, veins visible underneath. Limbs too long, joints knobby. Heads bald, eyes large and black, reflecting my light like mirrors. 3 of them. Standing motionless between columns, watching. I ran, crashed through passages, scraping knees, helmet banging ceiling. Behind, no footsteps, but scraping nails on stone fast. Whispers now my name in my own voice. Alex, stay, join us. I squeezed through the keyhole, pack catching, tore it free. Stream room water seemed deeper, current stronger. Weighted chest-high, cold, shocking lungs. They were closer. Glimpses in side passages. Pale faces peering around corners, mouths open too wide. Teeth needle-sharp. The entrance sinkhole light above. Daylight. I scrambled up the handline, rocks cutting palms bloody. Burst out into warm spring air, birds singing, sun blinding. Collapsed on grass, gasping. Thought I was safe. I wasn't. That night, camping miles away, I heard scraping under my truck. Pale hands pressed against windows from below impossible. Whispers through vents. Back in St. Louis they followed. Shadows in storm drains. Reflections in subway tunnels. Once, in my apartment basement laundry room, one stood in the dark corner, watching me fold clothes. I see them still peripheral vision, always deeper underground when I pass manholes or caves. They wait. The Ozarks hide more than beautiful formations. Something ancient lives down there adapted to endless night, hungry for light bearers who stray too deep. If you're a caver, stick to mapped show caves. If you explore wild ones, never go alone. Never follow voices. And if you see pale handprints leading deeper, turn back. They remember intruders. And they're patient. One day, the dark calls your name too. The unbelievable true ending to the Ozarks cave horror. Part 2. I went back underground and what I found destroyed me forever. It's been 3 years since I crawled out of Devil's Throat, and I still wake up tasting limestone dust and hearing that wet scraping behind my eyes. My name is still Alex Thornton, but I am not the same person who rappelled into that sinkhole in 2021. The paramedic job is gone. I couldn't handle confined spaces anymore. Couldn't stand the ambulance's tight quarters or the dark highways at night. Mia left me 6 months after I got out. She said my screaming nightmares were too much, that I talked to empty corners like someone was listening. She wasn't wrong. The pale things never stopped following me. At first it was glimpses, a 2 tall shadow slipping behind a dumpster when I took out trash, a flash of translucent skin in the reflection of a subway window before the train lights washed it away. Then the sounds started, soft clicking in my apartment walls at 3 a.m., like joints popping or fingernails testing drywall from the inside. I moved 3 times. St. Louis to Kansas City, then Springfield, then a tiny rental outside Branson just to be closer to the Ozarks, and maybe understand what I'd seen. Every place the same. Handprints appeared on fogged bathroom mirrors after showers, long fingers, no palm lines. Once I found a deer carcass in my bathtub, gutted clean, bones cracked for marrow, no blood trail to the door. I tried everything. Therapy useless. The shrink thought PTSD. Medication made the whispers clearer, like tuning a radio. I even saw a priest in Joplin who specialized in unusual spiritual disturbances. He blessed the house, sprinkled holy water, prayed in Latin. That night the scratching was louder than ever, and the next morning every crucifix I owned was turned upside down. I started researching obsessively. Old caving forums, archived newspapers, Osage and Quapaw oral histories smuggled out in anthropology papers. What I pieced together chilled me worse than the cave itself. The Ozarks karst hides deeper systems than anyone maps. Some passages flooded in the Pleistocene, sealed for 10,000 years until modern erosion reopened them. Native stories speak of the underfolk, or pale walkers. beings that retreated underground when humans came, adapted to absolute dark, skin bleaching, eyes enlarging, limbs stretching for climbing sheer walls. They supposedly feed on marrow and fear, luring surface dwellers with echoes of familiar voices. Miners in the 1800s vanished in lead digs. Spelunkers in the 70s disappeared near the current river, all near Devil's Throat coordinates. I should have stayed away. But the nightmares got worse. I'd dream of being back in that bone gallery. The pale ones circling closer, their black eyes reflecting my headlamp like twin voids. I'd wake with new scratches on my arms, deep enough to scar. I became convinced the only way to stop it was to go back to document proof. Maybe collapse the entrance. Prove I wasn't crazy. I assembled a team. 4 people I trusted from the old grotto days. First was Derek Big Guy, ex-military, strongest vertical caver I knew. Then Sarah, a geologist who'd mapped dozens of Missouri systems. Mike, our photographer, videographer with GoPros and 360 cameras. And Lena, a cave rescue specialist who carried a .45 because bears happen. I told them everything. Showed photos from the first trip, the bone piles, the blurry shots of pale shapes. They believed enough to come part curiosity, part loyalty. We planned meticulously. 2 full days, heavy gear, 500 feet of rope, bolt kits for traverses, radios, emergency beacons, even a small explosive charge to collapse the entrance if needed. We entered on a crisp October morning in 2024, leaves turning gold above while we descended into eternal night. The entrance looked unchanged sinkhole ringed by boulders, poison ivy thicker. We rappelled one by one, boots crunching on the same breakdown floor. The air smelled the same, cool, mineral, ancient. My stomach knotted the moment darkness swallowed the sky. We moved faster than my solo triptine efficiency. Stream room in 2 hours, formations still pristine. Derek joked about pale ghost stories to cut tension. Sarah collected samples. Mike filmed everything. But I noticed small changes. More bones scattered, some fresh rabbit, coyote, a human femur half buried in mud. Fresh handprints layered over the ancient ochre ones, mud still wet. We reached the big column room by late afternoon. Set up a base camp on a dry ledge. Tents, stove, LED lanterns casting long shadows. That night, underground for the first time with others, I finally slept. No nightmares. Day 2 we pushed deeper than I ever had. Past the rope drop into the bone gallery, now the piles were higher, skulls stacked deliberately like trophies. Mike's drone, small folding one, buzzed ahead into side passages. Coming back with footage of narrow fissures too tight for humans, but showing movement pale blurs darting away from its light. We followed a new borehole I hadn't seen before, airflow strong, floor smooth as if worn by centuries of bare feet. Walls closed in, forcing single file. Temperature dropped to near freezing. Breath plumed white. Then the chanting started again, low, rhythmic, dozens of voices overlapping in a language that hurt to hear, like bones grinding. Radios crackled with static. Lena's voice, you guys hearing that? We killed lights. Darkness absolute. Chanting continued, closer, vibrating through rock. Lights back on, we pushed forward. The passage opened into a chamber bigger than any before. Cathedral vast. Ceiling lost in black, floor a lake of bones ankle deep. In the center, structures. Nests? Walls of stacked femurs and ribs woven together, glistening with some secretion. And them, dozens, pale, hairless, 7 to 8 feet tall when upright but mostly hunched. Skin translucent, veins pulsing black beneath. Limbs elongated, fingers ending in black claws. Faces almost human but stretched noses flattened. Mouths wide with needle teeth, eyes huge and lidless, reflecting our lights like wet obsidian. They froze when our beams hit them, heads tilting in unison. Then chaos. They screamed a sound like metal tearing and swarmed. Not running, flowing, limbs bending in possible angles, climbing walls and ceiling like spiders. Derek fired warning shots from his shotgun boom, echoing deafeningly. Pellets tore chunks from one. Black fluid sprayed, but it kept coming. We ran. Back through the borehole, Mike tripped, GoPro shattering. Something grabbed his ankle. He screamed as claws raked his calf. Lena hauled him up, firing her .45 until the slide locked back. We reached the bone gallery, rigged a hasty ascent. Sarah went first, then Mike bleeding heavily. I was covering rear with Derek when they poured in wave of pale bodies dropping from ceiling fissures. Derek shoved me toward the rope. "Go! I'll hold them!" I argued. He roared, "That's an order, civilian!" and turned shotgun roaring again. I climbed, hands slipping on rope slick with sweat and Mike's blood. Behind me, wet thuds, Derek's grunts turning to screams, then silence. We collapsed the rope after Sarah cut it from above. Sealed that section. But they were already in the upper levels, scraping inside passages we'd passed hours earlier. We fled upward, radios dead now. Stream room water risen chest high, current vicious like the cave itself fought us. Lena slipped, head cracking on rimstone. Sarah and I dragged her unconscious body. Mike limping, tourniquet on his leg turning it purple. The big column room, our camp trashed, tents shredded, food pouches torn open and licked clean. We didn't stop. Final push to the entrance. Squeezes tighter somehow, like the cave constricted. Handprints fresh on walls beside us, claws scraping just out of sight. Whispers now in English our names, Derek's dying scream replayed perfectly. Daylight finally pierced the sinkhole above late afternoon sun, golden and blinding. We scrambled out one by one. Sarah first, then me hauling Lena, Mike last. We collapsed on grass, sobbing, bleeding, alive. But not all of us. Sarah developed infection from scratches, black veins spreading despite antibiotics. Died in hospital 2 weeks later, whispering about eyes in the dark. Mike lost his leg, then his mind committed after claiming pale hands pulled him under the bed. Lena woke from coma but never spoke again. Just stares at shadows. Me, I survived physically. But they're closer now. I see them in storm drains when driving over bridges. Feel them under manhole covers in cities. Sometimes at night, in my new underground-free apartment on the 10th floor, I hear scraping at the door too high for any person to reach without climbing. I tried to collapse the entrance returned with dynamite alone 6 months later. The sinkhole was gone. Filled solid with fresh limestone like it never existed. But deep below, I swear I heard chanting rising through the ground. Whatever lives down there isn't trapped anymore. They learned from us ropes, lights, guns. They're patient hunters across millennia. If you explore wild caves, go in groups, carry weapons, but know this, some systems aren't empty. Some things down there have been waiting for fresh marrow and warm blood since the ice melted. And if you ever hear your own voice calling from deeper in the dark run, don't look back because they've learned our names perfectly. They're coming up one by one. And the surface world has so many ways down. The terrifying true story of how I accidentally entered the back rooms in an abandoned office building and barely escaped the entities that live there. My name is Jordan Hayes, and in the fall of 2022, I was 27 years old, living in Columbus, Ohio, and completely addicted to urban exploration. I've been doing urbex for about 5 years old factories, drained hospitals, forgotten subway tunnels, anything abandoned and off limits. I had a small YouTube channel with maybe 15,000 subscribers where I posted my footage. No face reveal, just GoPro chest mount, flashlight beams cutting through dust, quiet narration whispered so security wouldn't hear. I never vandalized, never took anything but photos and video. It was the rush of stepping where no one had in decades, the silence, the decay frozen in time. That October, I got a tip from another explorer on a private Discord server about a massive abandoned corporate office complex on the edge of the city. Built in the late 80s, it had housed some insurance company that went bankrupt in the early 2000s. 12 floors, underground parking garage, atriums, the works. Security was supposedly lax, just occasional patrols, and the place was a gold mine. Retro cubicles still full of old monitors, filing cabinets stuffed with paperwork. Even vending machines with expired snacks from 1999. People called it Limestone Place because of the beige stone facade. No one had posted full footage online yet. The few who'd been inside only shared teaser photos. I wanted to be the first to document the whole thing. I went in alone on a Saturday night, around 11 p.m. Weather was cold, drizzling, perfect cover. I parked 2 blocks away in a Walmart lot. Black hoodie, black jeans, backpack with 2 GoPros, extra batteries, crowbar, bolt cutters, snacks, 3 flashlights, and a small first aid kit. I slipped through a gap in the chain link fence I'd scouted the week before, crossed the overgrown parking lot, and entered through a ground-level service door someone had already pried open years ago. The air hit me immediately stale, damp, with that musty smell of old carpet and mold. My headlamp lit up a long service corridor. Flickering emergency lights still somehow working on backup power. Paint peeling in long strips. Rat droppings scattered on the concrete. First floor was offices. Rows of cubicles like an endless maze, desks covered in thick dust, ancient CRT monitors with sticky notes still attached. I filmed everything, whispering commentary. Look at this someone's family photo still on the desk. Crazy how time just stopped here. Papers everywhere, memos about Y2K preparations, insurance claims from the 90s. I spent an hour just wandering, heart pounding with excitement every time I heard the building creak or water drip from a leaky ceiling. I took the stairwell up to the third-floor elevators, long dead. More of the same, but the carpet here was that old industrial beige, stained and worn. Fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead, some tubes flickering like they were on their last legs. The hum was constant, low and droning, the kind that gets inside your skull after a while. I remember thinking it sounded like the lights were alive, breathing. I was filming a large open-plan area, rows of cubicles stretching into darkness when it happened. I stepped wrong. My boot caught on a loose section of carpet that had buckled up over the years. I stumbled forward, arms windmilling, expecting to hit the floor, but I didn't. The floor gave way, not broke, just gave like reality glitched. One moment I was in the office. The next I was falling through nothingness. A sickening lurch in my stomach, like missing a step on stairs, but multiplied by 100. No impact, no pain, just sudden, absolute silence. Then I hit carpet. I landed hard on my side, breath knocked out of me. My headlamp was still on, cutting a white beam across. The same carpet, beige worn, moist under my hands. But the room was wrong, endless. No cubicles. No walls in sight, just infinite open space with that same low-pile carpet stretching to the horizon in every direction. The ceiling was low, maybe 8 feet, covered in those same flickering fluorescent lights, buzzing louder now, a constant drone that vibrated in my teeth. Yellowed wallpaper peeled from distant walls that I couldn't quite reach in the beam of light. The air was warm, humid, thick with a faint almond-like smell mixed with mold. I sat up slowly, heart hammering. What the hell, I whispered to myself, voice echoing strangely. My GoPros were still recording, one on my chest, one on the helmet. I checked my phone, no signal. Battery draining fast for no reason. I stood, legs shaky. The space felt impossibly vast yet claustrophobic. No doors, no windows, no stairs. Just yellow walls, yellow lights, yellow carpet, forever. This was level 0. The back rooms. I'd heard the stories online creepypasta turned viral legend. No clipping out of reality into this non-Euclidean hell of endless office space. Most people laughed it off as fiction. But I was here. The moist carpet squelched under my boots. The hum was everywhere. No source, no escape. I started walking, calling out, "Hello?" every few minutes. My voice bounced back distorted like the walls were playing tricks. Hours passed, or what felt like hours. No day or night, just the same flickering light. My legs burned, mouth dry. I drank from my water bottle sparingly. The monotony was crushing. Same wallpaper pattern repeating. Occasional random objects, a metal desk here, a filing cabinet there, but never in logical places. Once I found a child's crayon drawing taped to a wall, faded and water-stained. Another time, a vending machine humming but empty. Then I heard it. A distant thud. Then another. Rhythmic, like something large walking. I froze. The hum seemed to quiet, listening. I killed my headlamp, crouched behind a random pillar that appeared out of nowhere. Held my breath. The thud stopped. Silence heavier than before. I turned the light back on and ran. I ran for what felt like miles, carpet burning my lungs with dust. Found a section where the walls closed in narrow corridors now, twisting illogically. Dead ends that looped back on themselves. I marked walls with my knife, scratching arrows, but the scratches vanished when I backtracked. Panic clawed at me. I rationed an energy bar, hands shaking, then the first entity. I rounded a corner into a larger room and saw it in the distance. Tall, humanoid, but skin deathly pale, no features, just smooth blank face. It stood motionless, head tilted as if listening. Smiler. They call them online only visible in darkness. Teeth glowing when lights go out. I backed away slowly, heart in my throat. It didn't follow, yet. I found almond water, eventually a plastic bottle half full lying on the carpet. Label faded but liquid clear. The story said it restores sanity. I was skeptical but desperate. Drank it. Tasted sweet nutty. The buzzing in my head eased a little. Deeper in, the level changed subtly. Carpet got wetter, squishing louder. Lights flickered more, casting long shadows. I heard scratching claws on drywall. Then growling, low and guttural. Hounds. Faceless dog-like things that hunt by sound. One found me. I was crawling through a low-ceiling section when it burst from a side passage, skinless, muscular, no eyes, just gaping maw of teeth. It lunged. I screamed, swung my crowbar. Metal connected with flesh. It yelped, black blood spraying. I ran, its claws scraping carpet behind me. I dove into a narrow gap it couldn't fit, hyperventilating in the dark, listening to it sniff and circle for hours before it left. I was bleeding, scratches on arms, calf torn open. Bandaged with my kit, but infection worried me. No exit in sight. Days blurred. I slept in corners, curled up, waking to new sounds. Parties in distant rooms, laughter, music, but when I approached, silence. Or children's voices calling, help us. Leading to dead ends. I reached level 1, eventually no clipped again while running from another hound. Fell through floor into concrete maintenance tunnels. Darker, colder, pipes overhead dripping. Better in some ways, more structure, but worse in others. Metal clanging echoed endlessly. New entities, skinless figures that mimicked human screams to lure you. I found colonies of survivors, once scribbled notes on walls. Almond water in room 47. Do not trust the windows. Fake windows showing blue sky, but touching them pulls you into worse levels. I avoided them. Kept moving. The worst was level 2, the pipe level. Hot, steam venting, endless metal corridors. I heard the partygoers entities that look like yellow smiley faces on human bodies, luring with fun, before. Worse. One nearly got me, voice like a child. Come play! I ran until lungs burned. Finally, after what felt like weeks starving, dehydrated, sanity fraying, I found an exit. A normal-looking door in a normal-looking office section that shouldn't exist. I opened it, stepped through, and fell into the parking garage of Limestone Place, dawn light filtering through cracks. My truck still parked 2 blocks away. GoPro's dead, but one memory card survived with hours of footage. Yellow rooms, distant entities, my panicked breathing. I drove home, showered for hours, burned my clothes. Doctors said dehydration, exposure, hallucinations from mold spores, but the footage, I uploaded it anonymously. It went viral, millions of views. Comments calling it fake, others saying they recognized the hum. But they followed me. At night, in my apartment, the lights buzz sometimes. I smell moist carpet. Hear distant thuds. Last week, I woke to find my living room wallpaper yellowed overnight. A single strip peeling. The back rooms aren't just a place. They leak. And once you've been, part of you stays there. If you ever feel reality glitch, if walls seem to stretch, lights hum too loud, carpet feels wrong run. Don't look back, because they remember your scent. And they're always closer than you think.